Unfortunately, it seemed he had accidentally ignored a few requests for his presence. Mrs. Salvatore had pinged him earlier in the morning. She wanted Nero to meet her at 7 in her office. Apparently, the meeting was going to be about a different, later meeting that she was going to have with Nick, Ms. Averett, and Captain Angelton. It seemed that Nero was supposed to attend that meeting too. Since the meeting about the meeting was confusing, he put it in the pile of things to deal with later. Labeling the message read, he moved on to the other pings which were waiting for his attention. Mrs. Salvatore had written another ping. This one had more information about the meeting scheduled for 8, which was the meeting the first ping had warned him about. There were other pings from each of the meeting attendees about various things, but he barely glanced at them and just marked them as read. The situation was getting out of hand. Nero finished his breakfast, his smile now gone. With a sour look on his face, as his morning was ruined, he decided it was best to just go deal with the source of his frustration. After turning in his dishes at the cleaning station, Nero headed off toward Mrs. Salvatore's office. He thought it best to start with her, as she was the first ping sender of the day, and also the one who could probably fix all the other issues that were brought up in the very official-looking mails. I need to remember to start calling them pings, he reminded himself. Using his link to navigate the hallways to Mrs. Salvatore's office was no problem, and he soon found himself standing awkwardly at her door. He pinged it and waited for the feeling of welcome. Tapping his foot and humming to himself, Nero internally congratulated himself on his patience. Instead of the feeling of welcome he was expecting, he received a connection request from Mrs. Salvatore. Mentally opening the connection, he was about to say hello when a disgruntled Mrs. Salvatore beat him to the punch. "So you're up. Why didn't you pick up the pings this morning? Or at very least read the pings I left?" she asked without preamble. I always turn my link on Do Not Disturb before going to sleep. It was real easy, I just had to think about making myself unavailable, and the option came up. "What time do people normally get up here?" he asked. Over the link, Nero could feel it when she sighed. "Just stay at my office, I'm on my way," she said, and then ended the connection. Nero looked up and down the hallway. There were nice little wooden benches and little pedestals with artistic pots and other useless crap. Although, he thought, some of the paintings were nice. The artistically carved wooden edgework along the ceiling and floor wasn't bad either. Nero walked over to one of the padded wooden benches. It was about 6 feet long and looked extremely sturdy. Bending over, he picked up one end to check its weight. It was pretty heavy. Setting it back down, he tried to ignore the looks that people were giving him as they passed by. Deciding that he should be more productive, he pulled out a book and sat down. A few minutes later, while Nero was reviewing how to construct the spell form for pulling water out of the air, he felt Mrs. Salvatore's gaze. Looking up, he saw that she was still at least 20 feet away. He furrowed his brow in confusion. That is weird, he thought. It appeared that he was getting really good at recognizing people by their psychic fields. Mrs. Salvatore walked past Nero while giving him a crisp nod that he charitably labeled as a greeting. Without breaking stride, she opened her office door with a wave of her hand and walked right in. Nero packed up his book and followed. "Sorry about missing the meetings that no one told me about," Nero said, preemptively fending off the anticipated verbal assault. Mrs. Salvatore offered a sniff in displeasure, then sat behind her desk and summoned some paperwork out of thin air. "Generally, people wake up around 5 or 6. They go to sleep around 29 or 30. Only children sleep more than 5 or 6 hours a day. Are you a child, Mr. Walker?" she said. Not liking the tone, and fully intending to not fall into this dynamic with her, Nero sat down and crossed his legs. "Yes, I am. As a matter of fact, I'm 4 days old. If there is something I don't know, it's the fault of those who have been entrusted with my education." Before she could respond, Nero changed the subject. "By the way, was there any problem with the paperwork I filed last night? I should now be a worker associate of the center, right?" Nero asked with a smirk. Normally, people were intimidated by her management voice, but Nero seemed immune. She sighed, and Nero could see the defeat in her eyes. As a result, his smirk only grew wider. They just sat there, staring at each other for a good 10 seconds. "Fine, Mr. Walker. Can we move on, please?" she asked. Breaking eye contact, she stood up to get herself a cup of coffee from a tray with a pitcher and several mugs. Turning, she offered a questioning look to Nero to see if he wanted one. Receiving a nod, she poured him one as well. After handing him his mug, she then returned to her seat. "Your paperwork was all filed. Apparently the center's hub didn't see anything odd about you choosing Nick as your advisor, probably due to the fact that paperwork was already filed for you to be assigned as his lab technician. Because of that, Nick was able to look up your whereabouts this morning through the link. When we realized that you weren't missing and were just still sleeping in your room, we did what we could without you. Of particular note was Ms. Averett's attendance. Last night, she contacted Captain Angelton after finding out that he had spoken with you yesterday. I don't know how she knew, but she inserted herself into the discussion concerning your class options. She spent a good deal of this morning's meeting ensuring that you will be properly trained in combat. Nicholas was of the opinion that you would only take basic classes in order to keep in shape, while focusing your time on combat classes exclusively for mage training, she said. Sighing deeply, she continued, "As your advisor, Nicholas should be dealing with all of this. However, as he has never been an advisor, and to be honest, technically neither have I, we had intended you to be included throughout the decision-making process. Alas, that plan failed miserably. It is now almost 10:30, and nothing has been finalized." By the time she had finished speaking, Mrs. Salvatore had started to glare at Nero, as if it were all his fault. Nero knew he better interrupt her before she built up a new head of steam. Speaking quickly, he said, "Well, I was up late last night studying. You know, really hitting the books. Then this morning I had a really good, healthy breakfast, and then came straight to you when I realized you wanted to see me." She snorted, as if Nero had made a joke. "Right. Well, now you can go deal with Nicholas. I won't be seeing you much, as I have actual work to do. He will act as both your employer and your advisor, so from now on you will be his responsibility. I don't entirely approve of the deal you have with him, but it is not my place to interfere with your path." She then stood up and gave a slight bow. Mrs. Salvatore then implied an end to the conversation by saying, "I truly hope your path remains wide and clear, Mr. Walker." Recognizing the goodbye for what it was, Nero stood up. The entire situation felt so awkward that he had to ask, "So, is that how people say goodbye? I've heard it a few times. I mean, that whole path remains wide and clear thing means goodbye, right?" Mrs. Salvatore looked a little startled. She hadn't been expecting a reply. Taking a second to formulate a response, she said, "Well, typically, if people are going to be seeing each other soon, they just exit the conversation at a logical conclusion point. But right now, since we have a likely prolonged separation, the phrase of wishing someone's path to remain wide and clear is appropriate. It is a polite way to end an interaction on a professional level, as like with a teller or a merchant. You don't really say it in a personal interaction. The phrase goodbye, while clear in its meaning, doesn't really mean anything." Nero felt a little bad. "I know this may sound odd, but you're one of the few people I know. I don't want our only relationship to be purely professional. Don't you have a saying for friends or something? Maybe like, 'See you later'?" Vera's eyes softened a little as she smiled. "There really isn't one, but now that you mention it, I'd consider you at least an acquaintance. How about we see if we still know each other in a few years, and we can work up to friends?" Nero realized that people just took a really long view of personal interactions here. Lifespans being what they were, people required a lot of history to be considered a friend. "Oh well, even if I'm not your friend, I consider you mine. Our interactions have been professional, but I know in my heart that you were looking out for me. I trust you, and I hope we'll see each other around. Have a great day. I mean, may your path be wide and clear, he said. After he stumbled through his goodbye, Nero tossed her a wave, and then made sure to close the door on his way out. Standing in the hallway, looking at the door, he thought about how old she must be. She'd been married 50 years. She could easily be over 100 years old, and Nero wouldn't know. To Nero, she looked, at most, 35. With a frown, Nero couldn't help but think to himself, if people live these crazy long lives, then how the hell do they think a 14-year-old is an adult? Aren't years only 300 days here? If I had a calculator, I could figure out what that would be back home. Regardless, that is way too young. Shaking his head at the local customs, Nero checked that he had everything he came with. Tightening the strap on his satchel, he walked off. Chapter 22. Cultural ignorance can be adorable. The general sat at his desk, glaring angrily at the report. The silence of the room was occasionally shattered by the sound of his flipping a page. The three men on the other side of his desk waited patiently for him to finish reading. Sunlight was coming in through slits on the walls near the ceiling, giving the room the feeling of a bunker. The room was filled with trophies and memorabilia that were meant for one thing: to instill visitors with fear of the man who sat behind the desk. Intimidation was part and parcel with the position he had held for the last 60 years. The three men could tell that General Branson didn't like the results of last night. The army was too loud with their investigation. At least there were some results, he thought. Page after page, he read the report on the mage's interrogation. Sitting in his large chair, his brows furrowed at both the confirmation that something was rotten in Dorchester and the lack of information as to what that rotten thing was. After long minutes, he set down the report, leaned back in his chair, and released a huff. We know that the man was falsifying scrying reports from outside the walls. We don't have a client list or any idea of what it was he was hiding. How long until we have a complete review of his last 6 months? Asked the general. 4 hours at the earliest, but he's been linked to several major houses, not to mention shipping concerns. Who knows what we'll find? One of the men said. Tapping his finger on the desk, the general said, There is mention of a logician who was the mage's point of contact. What do we know about him? Receiving only silence in response, he slammed a fist onto his heavy wooden desk. I have a meeting with Lord Cosgrove in 2 hours. That is the earliest I can get her alone. I want something to tell her that amounts to more than, we think there might be a threat, General Branson growled. We do know some things. Someone has been shipping things south that they want to keep quiet. Either they, or someone else, moved that raiding party from a region near the city. Both of those facts have evidence. In a way, the fact that we don't know more should be concerning, another man said. As for the investigation of the nobles, it's difficult to find any actionable intelligence without making them aware that we are looking. We don't want to set them off early if they are in fact up to something, the third man said, trying to point out the difficulty of his assignment. The general nodded. That's a good point. I want us to continue the readiness drills and get me a private meeting with head guard Dalton. Nobles are always up to something, so finding out that they are plotting something means nothing. The evidence suggests a force of arms, though. That cannot be ignored. Whether Lord Cosgrove agrees with our conclusions or not, she should be made aware of what's going on. And for God's sakes, try to keep this quiet, he roared. While Nero was walking towards Nick's lab, he was taking his time. Leisurely passing through the lightly populated hallways, he noticed that very few people were moving with purpose. Most were just going about their day, each one politely smiling and nodding to each other. The wide hallways were sporadically filled with fancy paintings, pieces of art, and comfortable benches. Nero really looked around as he made his way through the center. The elevators were filled with nice carpet. and they even had carved molding tastefully decorating the bulbous light globes. Everything seemed so professionally well done and placed with care. Nero could imagine the guy who had dedicated his entire life and his personal growth to the study of carving, being the best wood carver he could be. All of the effort leading to him being able to carve that little flower on the crown molding. How many people here have a friend for life? Can someone even have friends when they spend all their time being in search of their best self? It worried Nero. If every interaction was just an opportunity for a person to grow, was there no one in this world who focused on the path of drinking whiskey and stealing street signs? Did words like friend and love mean the same thing here that they did back home? How is the translation being done? Is it just the closest approximation? Eventually, his internal musings were interrupted by the outside world. The doors opened to the 5th floor of the Center for Research. Nero walked up to the desk and saw someone he recognized. "Hey, Bill," he said. "I'm sorry, but my name is Brian. You're the young man that will be starting as Mr. Salvatore's lab assistant, correct?" The now correctly named Brian said with a polite and welcoming tone. With a blank face, not really in the mood to deal with the polite direction this conversation was going, Nero said, "Yep, that's me. Where's Nick?" Not losing his smile, Brian replied, "He's in his office. Just head down that hall. You should be able to track him down through the link. You're now part of the research hub." Nero's hands shook as he suffered a full body shiver. While walking away, he could practically hear the center's associates chanting, "One of us, one of us, one of us," with their polite yet creepy voices. His mood getting worse with every step. Nero wondered if he was just projecting the sinister undertones into the world around him. When he finally got to Nick's lab, he pinged it. Standing there, with his arms folded and a scowl on his face, he mentally replayed all the horribleness and offensive courtesy that was core to this disgusting cesspool of kindness and understanding. Receiving the feeling of welcome, which indicated that he should enter, he lost it. Barging into the room, he projected in loud tone of voice that came out like a hammer on glass. "What the hell is wrong with this world? Everyone here is so polite and considerate. Don't people bond? How can you find your best friend, or a group or clique you want to hang out with, if you don't share a common hatred?" Nero paused as an idea popped in his head. The Icelanders. We hate them, right? What is it we hate about them? Nick was sitting at his desk with his mouth open and eyes widened in surprise. There were 2 younger-looking individuals sitting across from him with notepads and pens in their hands. They were both half-turned toward him, while leaning away from Nero's very loud entrance. Each had an expression of confusion and terror on their face. They looked like horrified bookends, with Nick's confusion in the middle. The image was priceless. And, like fog in the morning sun, Nero's bad mood evaporated. He noticed that even the holograms on the desk had paused their scrolling. Sorry to interrupt the meeting. I was told to see Nick. I'm Nero. It's nice to meet you both." Nero tried to backpedal into polite conversation, but failed miserably. As he had involuntarily stepped forward to offer a handshake in greeting, he had to lower his hand and take a step back. "Well, this is awkward. I'll just sit over here. You guys do your thing, and I'll just wait for you to finish," Nero said, then walked over to a couch on the wall that had a small, convenient coffee table. Right when he was about to sit down, he heard Nick say, "Well, that is the young man we were just speaking about. Please ignore him for now. You can clearly see that he is just as interesting as I said he was." Nick turned his head to focus on the young woman on his right. "Now, Kendra, not much will change for you. You might have some additional paperwork that will need to be done in relation to filing Nero's test results and such. Also, you'll be in charge of smoothing out any ruffled feathers in the department. Try to make sure Judy doesn't go on a rampage again. It's not the end of the world if we don't actually use a lab that we scheduled. It wastes nothing. Never mind, ignore that last bit. Stop writing that down. You're not funny, Nick said, as he noticed Kendra was writing down everything he had been saying. Nero noticed that they were doing exactly as he asked. They were ignoring him and had resumed their little meeting. A meeting which was apparently about him. From the angle he was sitting, Nero could only see the back of Kendra's head, but he could see the other lab assistant patiently waiting for his turn to hear his responsibilities, with a small smile on his face.
These fucking people are courtesy robots, sent back in time to pacify the weak-willed, Nero thought, with a sneer on his face.
Moving on, Nick continued while addressing to the young man on his left. David, I'm afraid I'll be relying on you a little more than usual for the data collection at the Essence Monitor sites. I know you've been splitting that with Kendra, but for now, you'll be doing it on your own. You know what to do. I trust that you'll handle it fine. And you did a wonderful job on the syllabus I asked you for. In the future, I'd appreciate you not sending messages to Vera with the purpose of causing me grief. I know you do it on purpose. He glanced at Kendra, whose shoulders were shaking with mirth as she held in a chuckle. Returning his gaze to David, you are also not funny. Nick then stood up and walked around the desk, idly waving away the floating holograms, several of them closing as he did so. Gesturing toward Nero, he said, Now I'd like you both to meet Nero Walker. He is a newly awakened young man with a very interesting background. I've already briefed you on his circumstances, so let's just have you introduce yourselves.
Nick moved to stand in front of the coffee table opposite the couch where Nero sat.
He was soon joined by his two lab assistants. They both stood there and gave a shallow bow. Before they said anything, Nero stood up. I still don't understand the social protocol of what I'm supposed to do in this situation. Am I supposed to bow back to you? Or nod or something? Asked Nero. Kendra and David exchanged an amused expression. Kendra spoke first. What feels natural to you? She inquired, apparently genuinely interested. Hearing the question, Nick seemed to come to attention. Interjecting himself, he said, That's a really good point. He might have some kind of ingrained response left over from his previous imprint, like a gut instinct. Very well done, Kendra. David also nodded in appreciation. Nero's eyes fell. So my time as a lab rat starts now then, huh? He said rhetorically. Kendra's face lost its smile. She looked like Nero had killed her cat. David looked like he had been caught enjoying a dogfight, while Nick just looked tired. Nero, they don't know you. Can you not pick on them for at least a few hours? They think you're serious. While I can tell that you are just being a little shit, they can't read you at all. Your psychic field is so chaotic that it's very difficult for people who aren't highly skilled in mind arts to read your emotions. Kendra will take your words at face value, and David can only tell that you feel something. So just please answer the question. I'm interested in the answer myself, said Nick. Nero could tell that Kendra enjoyed the joke once she realized Nero was just kidding. However, David was a serious person, like Mrs. S. He's going to be fun to mess with, Nero thought. Figuring that there was no harm playing off his instincts from Earth as residual thought patterns or whatever, Nero said, When I meet someone, I have an urge to hold out my hand in greeting. I also get the feeling that they should as well, and when they don't, I feel insulted. Nick's eyes lit up. Interesting. Show me. Just do what feels natural. I'll mimic you, he said, and backed up a little into the center of the room so Nero could walk up to him. David and Kendra stepped off to the side to watch, interest clear in their eyes. These people really are just science geeks. Come see my totally foreign space greeting. Should I do the Vulcan hand thing? Or maybe Wakanda forever? Nah, Nero thought as he stepped around the coffee table to offer a handshake to Nick. As he raised his hand, Nick's face had a look of concentration. When Nero gave it a firm shake, Nick's eyebrows shot up. Nero then let his hand drop to the side. "That's what I feel like doing whenever I meet someone," he said.
Kendra sounded like she wanted to clap.
"That's fascinating. I wonder why they would do that. The social ritual has to come from something," she said. "It could be anything. There is not enough data available. The gesture is too simple to extrapolate any purpose," David said while nodding in interest. Nick was off to the side, doing handshakes into the air. His face was a mask of pure focus. Maybe he was trying to divine the purpose through repetition. Nero's good mood had been rekindled. He thought to himself, "How can I stay mad at these simple creatures? They just don't know any better." Addressing the room, Nero said, "There is never too little data. You just lack imagination. I have no idea why I feel like doing it, but I could guess." That statement evidently caught Nick's attention, so he stopped his ridiculous handshake testing. Walking over, he stood next to David and Kendra. Leaning over, he whispered to them, "This will be good. Pay close attention and try to follow how his mind works." Nero smirked and shook his head. "Fine," he said. He started pacing and let his mind wander. It could be that normally two people usually carry something in their hands that they tap with each other. No, that would screw up the gripping part. It could be that they want to prove that their hands are empty, like a demonstration of not having a weapon. Or maybe the gesture originates from a world where there are creatures that look like people, but are cold-blooded. So you must prove that your hands are warm, or face a battle to the death. Maybe the species that I was part of had a different biology, and a handshake was actually transmitting a greeting signal through the contact. Or it could be something as simple as a sign of offering your hand in respect, and the holding of the hands is accepting that respect, said Nero, offering his random thoughts as to where the handshake could have come from. Come to think of it, Nero didn't actually know where the handshake came from. How could I have never watched a homemade video from some random sociology student about where the handshake originated? Nero wondered. Nick looked pleased, and David and Kendra both looked at Nero like he was an idiot. Nero returned their regards with a shrug, then looked around for something to eat or drink. Spotting a tray of small biscuits and a pitcher of coffee, he helped himself. Sounding like a proud father, Nick said, "As I told you both, Nero sees the world in a very interesting way, where we tend to methodically search for answers." Nick held a hand toward Nero and continued, "He just jumps to conclusions based on minimal information. The fact that he is so often correct is baffling." Kendra and David just nodded in appreciation, apparently impressed with Nick's interpretation of Nero's bullshit. "So now that you've been exposed to Nero's eccentricities, let's have you introduce yourselves," Nick said, as he gave the proverbial floor to his lab assistants. Nero just stood leaning against the wall with a cookie, his coffee, and a smile. Kendra stepped forward first. She was a little over 5 feet tall, with bright blue eyes and blonde hair in a tight bun. She looked like a little Norwegian princess. "I'm Kendra Sterling," she said. "My background is in monster spawning patterns, and I completed a 6-year branch of agriculture with a focus on soil volatility and essence permeation. My focus shifted when I started to look at how beast waves affected the soil in affected areas. I've been under Mr. Salvatore for 7 years, and I hope to get my own research appointment one day," she finished with a smile. Nick interjected before David could step forward. In addition to being a brilliant scientist in the field of essence flow tracking, Kendra is a brilliant politician. She handles most of my social calendar and professional interactions. She is also in charge of all our grant requests and thesis preparations. If we need something, Kendra can get it, he said, then waved for David to take his turn. David stepped up. He was only 5 feet 6 inches tall, and seemed to stand as straight as possible in order to gain an inch or two. With a very deep tan and slicked black hair, he was a very thin, very proper little Roman aristocrat. With a proud tilt of his chin, he stated, "My name is David Henderson, and I've been with Mr. Salvatore for 25 years. I am his right hand. Whatever he needs, I provide." He then gave a crisp nod and stepped back. Nero could see Kendra with a hand covering her mouth and trying not to laugh. Nick just sighed and said, "David is a great assistant, and I'm lucky to have him. In addition to being my right hand, he is a very accomplished scientist. He caught my attention when he published a paper on how it might be possible to predict beast waves by ambient essence fluctuations. One of our first successes was that very proof. Currently, one of our projects is a collaboration between both David and Kendra, in which Kendra posited that monster spawning locations and essence breaks may have a correlation to beast wave signs as determined by atmospheric essence flows. It's a brilliant theory, and David used his expertise in essence collection to develop a possible testing method." Nick finished his scientific babble with an enthusiastic smile. Both David and Kendra were smiling in pride and accomplishment. Nero wasn't paying attention and caught himself when he realized Nick had stopped talking. "Wow, that's something, all right. Good on both of you." "I'm sure you'll fix whatever is wrong with it," Nero said, pleased that he successfully covered his disinterest. All three of the scientists gave him a blank look, so Nero changed the subject by asking, "So where is my desk? And I have some questions for whoever will be teaching me magic. I have a class in 3 days, and I want to be ready." David looked to Nick and asked, "What class? I thought I was supposed to develop a lesson plan from scratch. Aren't you and I going to be teaching him magic?" He looked confused. Nick replied, "Among other things. Nero, did you open the syllabus I sent you this morning? It's a schedule that I collaborated with Ms. Averitt and Captain Angelton to create. We need your input before it's finalized. A lot of the coursework was chosen by David here. He is a Centerpoint graduate and an accomplished mage." Kendra spoke up. "Just send me the finalized schedule, and I'll make sure you get into whatever classes are needed. In the meantime, I have my own tasks to take care of, so I'll be off." She started to walk toward the door, but then paused, turned around, and walked toward Nero. She then held her arm out straight. Nero smiled, realizing that she was trying to shake hands, so he obliged. After 2 good shakes, her arm dropped, and she just stood there, looking at Nero. It got awkward quickly. "Yeah, I'm not going to be doing that. It feels weird," she said. Without another word, she turned around and walked out. Nero turned to David and Nick, who were both quietly muttering to each other about how it was weird and there is no reason to adopt such a ridiculous ritual. When they noticed Nero judging them, they snapped to attention and smiled. Nick then took the opportunity to say, "I have some things to do as well, so I'll leave you with David." He then nodded to each of them and walked out of the room. Nero watched Nick leave and wondered if the man really had anything important to do. Turning back, he was surprised to see David walking toward the sofa and ignoring him. When they end a conversation, they just stop, Nero thought. That's never going to stop being annoying. Chapter 23. Always get it in writing. Lord Cosgrove stood across from General Branson in her aide's office. The general had called her here for a private chat, and Lord Cosgrove was glad she had accepted the meeting. Crossing her arms and nodding, she said, "This makes a lot of sense, actually. Over the past 15 years, we've had a steady drop-off in local essence crystal production. There was no reason to assume embezzlement due to the fact that no one had increased production of any trade goods." "I'm not seeing a connection." The general frowned in confusion. "You're not thinking like a noble," she replied. Holding up a finger to punctuate each point, Lord Cosgrove said, "We have shipments that are heading south while being hidden. We have a raid with Islangur weapons in a place there shouldn't be any Islangurs. We also have a circumstantial evidence of a noble house being involved. What do those facts in conjunction imply?" Answering her own question, she said, It leads to the very real possibility of that young man being correct. Either someone is hiding an essence crystal smuggling ring, or they are using those crystals for something else. Essence crystals in those amounts could power wards, or run the production of any number of illicit goods. It's also possible that someone is planning a noble war. Regardless, this is evidence of an illegal operation in my domain, and I have grounds to call for the populators.
The general was surprised. That was a bold move for the city lord. Calling for the populators had real consequences if there wasn't anything for them to find. However, looking at what they already uncovered, it was enough to merit their involvement. They'd been called for in the past with less evidence at the time.
All right, but let me make the call to the capital. We don't know if your staff can be trusted. While I'm doing that, you should speak with Dalton. If this is just a smuggling ring that got out of hand, then the populators will be enough.
Lord Cosgrove finished the general's statement. But if it is a play for the position of the city lord, the populators will have to sit out until the conclusion. Afterward, the winner could petition for the populators to leave and come back at a later date to investigate. Holding the title of city lord could buy them time to remove any evidence of wrongdoing. Good point. I'll arrange with Dalton for a quiet increase in the keep protections. My children should be safe at the center.
The center isn't off limits in a noble war, but I suppose we cut off their ability to get men into the city. In any case, your safety is paramount, and the keep should be unassailable if Dalton is ready for them, said the general, offering his opinion. I'll talk to my children. They can make up their own minds. This will be a good experience for them. They are adults, and they need to start making their own decisions, Lord Cosgrove said with a dismissive wave of her hand. Standing by the couch, David seemed to want to take charge of the situation. Taking the tone of a teacher giving orders, he said, "Well, Mr. Walker, you just go through what Mr. Salvatore sent you, and I'll be here to answer any questions." He then sat down and placed his pad and pen neatly on the coffee table. When he was settled, his link lit up and he closed his eyes. Nero shook his head in exasperation, then looked around for a place to sit. Like a dad finding a parking spot open near the front of the lot at Home Depot, his eyes found Nick's desk. That works, he thought. Walking over, he admired the large, high-quality executive chair. He ran his hand over the rich, dark red leather and admired the brass studs. Fancy, he noted with pleasure. Dropping his satchel on the desk, he sat down and made himself comfortable. Opening his link, he looked for Nick's ping that he had only glanced at earlier in the morning. He idly wondered how long pings stay in the thought hub. Focusing on the message, he saw it was an official-looking notice with a nice letterhead and bunch of titles. From the office of blah blah blah. We look forward to working with. Your responsibilities will include... Nope, not important. There. Nero noticed some links. It seemed that you can place attachments, or at least references to other documents, inside a ping. There was a proposed schedule, a recommended reading list for personal growth, a diet plan, and an authorization for the offices of the center to use his intake testing data for scientific research. There was not, however, a contract of any kind. Nero wasn't going to fall for that. "Hey, David," he said, bringing the young man out of his link. "Yes, what can I help you with?" David stood up and walked over. Noticing that Nero was using Mr. Salvatore's desk, David couldn't resist frowning, much to Nero's amusement. "I don't see a contract agreement for Nick sponsoring my education, or anything else we talked about in return for my data," Nero pointed out. "A contract? Mr. Salvatore has already arranged the work associate position for you through the center. He is currently your advisor, and I've personally sent you all the information on magic you requested. Was there something else to the agreement that I wasn't made aware of? Why would you need a contract?" he asked, with a hint of confusion. Nero shook his head. "No, everything is looking great, and he's lived up to his end of the bargain so far. But what about tomorrow? If I sign this now, and he decides that he already learned what he needs from me, what's to stop him from firing me?" Next thing I know, I'll be mopping floors in the arena and developing an ulcer from the remedial classes that I'll be transferred to. Or maybe, without his backing, the army will decide that I was interesting enough to forcibly enlist. 6 months from now, I could be covered in mud on the front lines of the war, fighting for a country that I hardly know. Is that what you want? Nero asked incredulously.
David looked shocked. And somehow all that will happen if you don't have a signed contract? He asked with disbelief. It could, was Nero's reply. With a contract guaranteeing my job and benefits until I graduate with a degree, or I think you call it a focus or branch or something, I won't have to worry about my future. Come on, David. I am giving an all-access pass to my data for science. I should make sure that I'm covered in case of unforeseen events. That's just simple logic. David scrunched his face and replied, It seems like demanding a contract to ensure that Mr. Salvatore keeps to his word is unnecessary and insulting. However, you make a good point considering unforeseen complications. What would happen if he were transferred? Or if, God forbid, something happened to him? I can't argue against you seeking to protect yourself from eventualities outside of your control. I'll draw up something using a standard exchange of services contract. We use them for hiring contractors. Give me a few minutes. He then closed his eyes and activated his link. Nero was happy with the development. As he was about to go back into his link, his concentration was broken when a piece of paper started coming out of Nick's desk. He watched as page after page came out of a thin line just above the pad that provided a work area. An in-desk printer! Awesome, he thought. David opened his eyes and reached over to collect the pages. I'll need you to tell me exactly what the deal was, just so there are no misunderstandings. Now that I think about it, you're absolutely correct to ask for paperwork concerning the agreement. Precision is professionalism, after all, and there is no reason to avoid paperwork, even if it feels unnecessary. That type of thinking only leads to mistakes. Good thinking, Nero. He leaned over with his pen poised to write, then patiently waited for Nero to dictate the terms of the deal. Nero was conflicted. On one hand, he felt like he successfully swindled a great deal for himself by giving away what he felt was very little. On the other hand, unfortunately, was a happy David who was looking forward to doing paperwork. Even worse, David was congratulating Nero on his attention to detail and complimenting his work ethic. Way to suck the fun out of victory, thought Nero. Well, the deal was very simple. I'd let Nick use my intake testing data for a paper he wanted to write, and then allow him to observe and test me during my future star usage. Mrs. Salvatore made sure to include a guarantee of ethical people, making sure he doesn't kill me or anything. In return, I get a job with no responsibilities listed as his lab assistant, free room and board at the center, access to classes and any instruction I want, and some spending money for clothes and stuff. Just write in whatever you think is fair, as I don't have any idea how much anything costs, Nero said while holding up his fingers to count out the points. Yup, that's everything. David. Yup,
Nero said with a smile. Okay, I'd want that in writing too. How did they get this by the ethics board for the research center? Not to mention the oversight committee for the center's educational directorate, David asked. No idea. That's not my responsibility. Check my contract, Nero replied while sporting a wide, toothy smile and leaning back in the chair. He would have put his feet up on the desk, but he was too short and the desk was too tall. He had to settle for placing his hands on his stomach to signify his victory. David finished writing and stood up. It will take some time for me to get this signed by parties representing the research center and the center's education department. In the meantime, maybe you should take the day. You should return to the dorms and get some personal development done. He started off toward the door. Pausing, he looked back at a smug Nero and said, You're not playing a joke on me again, are you? Nope, that is what Nick agreed to. Mrs. Salvatore was on the ping call thing while we were discussing it. You can get one of those people who can tell when someone's lying to check my story if you want, Nero offered happily. Right. I'll confirm with Mrs. Salvatore and let you know as soon as I have the contract ready for your signature, he said. David's shoulders were slumped in defeat as he opened the door and laughed. Enjoying the feeling of doing business from behind Nick's desk, Nero chuckled at the sight. He did not envy the hoops David would have to jump through to get that completely legitimate contract signed. Putting the poor man's pain out of his mind, Nero focused on his own paperwork. Looking around the really nice office, Nero decided that there was no reason to walk all the way back to the dorms. This room suited him just fine. He went and got himself a fresh cup of coffee and some more cookies. Sitting back down in Nick's comfy chair, Nero clapped his hands loudly. Time to get to work, he said to himself. Opening his link, Nero started using the desk to print out all the attachments that Nick had sent him, along with a combat class list that Captain Angelton sent. The printer was just as intuitive as everything else had been when it came to the link. Nero must have printed out 50 pages. He looked under the desk but couldn't see where all the paper was stored. Eventually, he gave up his investigation. Shrugging, he decided to ignore it. For all he knew, it created them out of the essence in the air. Looking around the room at all the wooden bookshelves, walls, and furniture, Nero surmised that if there was a wood essence, this place would be chock full of it. Maybe he could identify it. Closing his eyes, he reached out to the room. With his studies last night, he could feel the heat in the air. There was very weak wind and plenty of moisture. One of the spells he studied was for cleaning dishes. It used purity, which was apparently pretty common. He could almost recognize it. How do people do this? There are so many flavors just intertwined and floating around. I get that magic is everywhere, but this is ridiculous, he thought. Nero was doing his version of essence meditation, which was much more violent than how it was described in the book. Typically, a person would open their mind and allow the essence to flow through their psychic field and around their body. By feeling the essence flow, they will be better able to recognize the innumerable essence types. Nero, however, seemed to like to rip an essence flow apart and then scrutinize the strands with his mind. He thought it was a much more efficient way to learn how each type of essence felt. He had developed this technique the night before. Unfortunately, he hadn't remembered the lessons learned from his practice's aftermath. He should have remembered that this kind of practice made the essence in room become slightly violent. With his eyes closed in concentration, Nero didn't notice the air being affected. As the essence in the air shook, he continued practicing, completely unaware that his recently printed papers were flying all over the place. Several hours later, Nero was still immersed in his essence training. Without warning, the door to the office opened. Nick walked in like he owned the place, which he did, and stopped dead at the sight of a small essence storm centered on Nero. "Why is that little shit sitting in my chair?" was his first thought. Looking over the storm with his psychic field, he realized that Nero was just tearing through the ambient essence without rhyme or reason. "What the hell are you doing?" he asked loudly. "Huh?" Nero's concentration broke, and he opened his eyes to see Nick standing in front of him. Nick was staring at the papers still floating in the air. "Crap, I forgot to use a book as a paperweight again," Nero muttered. "Don't worry, Nick. I'll get this cleaned up in no time," he said loudly. Hopping to his feet, Nero started picking up the papers, while mentally reviewing all the types of essence he totally, almost recognized. Chapter 24. You literally don't know what you don't know. The king sat in one of his gardens, manipulating the essence around him to stamp complex spell forms, and then releasing them immediately back into the air. Over and over he practiced. Successful repetition in preparation for combat is preparation for repetition of success in combat. he thought to himself. Looking over the calm pond, his gaze landed on some ducks that were enjoying the day. As his bench was seamlessly integrated into the landscape, they didn't notice his presence. The garden around him was beautiful, which was why he often chose it for his daily practice.
"Sire, Director Weatherby would like a word," said a voice from behind him, breaking his reverie. Sighing, the king waved his hand over his shoulder. "Send him over," he said. Director Weatherby watched his feet, as he didn't want to disturb the king's preferred garden. "Sire," he said, "the matrix of fate is starting to show some startling results. It may be a few days until a comprehensive report will be available, but I thought you'd like to hear some of the preliminary findings." The king stood up and faced the director of the Tower of Fate. Noticing the director wringing his hands, he said, "Charles, it's good to see you. What is my grandfather's toy showing the Fate Weavers that has you so worked up?" Weatherby could feel the king's psychic presence in the air. Even with the king's exceptional control, the ambient essence made it clear that Weatherby was not its master. Even the essence waited for the king's command. Coughing lightly, Director Weatherby ignored the king's familiarity and replied, "Sire, the prophesied path for one of the cities in the south, Dorchester, has been significantly altered. The Cosgraves will not fall, and the noble war doesn't make sense. There aren't any battles being foretold. A lot of what is being shown is contradictory to what we previously thought. Even the prophesied beast tide has been moved up. We are very concerned." The king nodded, and he took his time to formulate a response that wasn't insulting to their faith in the matrix of fate. He looked at the nervous Weatherby and said, "Remember that the paths we walk are winding, and many things can alter our course. This is not the first time a prophecy has not come to pass, and it will not be the last. Each of us directs our own fate, and the matrix of fate was created not to offer a destination, but to warn of the impediments we will face." Off to the side, the king's aide interrupted their conversation. "Sire, there has been a call from Dorchester for the populators. It's been routed to your personal hub." As Weatherby's eyes widened, the king looked back at the palace. Forming a connection, he read the request and chuckled. With impressive speed, he went through the related files and collated them into a new report on Dorchester. With a smirk, he then opened a link to his queen. Queen Marissa's psyche touched mind, and he felt her love through the link. "What is it, dear?" "I'm currently meeting with Jenkins. There is a projected beast wave heading toward Newgate that we might have to deal with," she said, while seeming distracted. "Leave it to another team. I want you and yours in Dorchester. I'm sending you the relevant files now. I think you'll find it interesting." "Let me know how it goes," he replied. After a few moments, the king felt her confusion. "What is this file on Project Nero?" she asked. The king replied, "You'll see. I'm sure you'll love it." While projecting his merriment over the link, he closed the connection. Turning to Weatherby and his aide, he laughed out loud at their confusion. "It really is a beautiful day," he thought as he looked over his pond. Meanwhile, the king's aide and Weatherby just waited for him to pay attention to them again. Nick rubbed his temples and closed his eyes. "In the future, please don't practice magic in my office. We have labs for that." "Also, what were you doing?" Nick asked, then caught himself. "No, don't answer that. We'll come back to that. What I came in here for is the contract you had David write up. Vera called to inform me that I'm an idiot and that I owe her a nice dinner. When I inquired as to the nature of my idiocy, she then quoted the contract, which is now currently under review with the Educational Directorate." "Why in the hell did you want a contract?" Nick asked, genuinely curious. To him, Nero asking for a signed and legitimized record of their bargain was so stupid that he couldn't figure out the angle. Based on historical precedent, when it came to Nero, he was missing something. "It's to stop you from changing the deal later on."
Right now, you need me to sign over my intake testing data. Everything else is just a potential future gain for you. To put it another way, most of my side of the deal is front-loaded, while yours is back-loaded across several years. If you decide to go back on your word, I'd be screwed without the deal in writing, Nero said as he continued collecting and organizing his papers. You think I'd break my word? Do you think so little of other people? Nick asked. Nero paused his collection and looked at Nick. He didn't look hurt or offended. He just looked interested in what Nero would say. So Nero answered honestly. I don't expect people to break their word for no reason. But there's always a reason. Who knows what can happen? Maybe Vera decides to leave you for David, and you decide to retire to an island somewhere and sulk. What would happen to me then? Or what if one of the 100 things I've never heard of happened, and your life would be a little easier by cutting ties with me? Contracts aren't for holding someone to their word. They are for enforcing a deal in case of unexpected crap showing up. It's nothing personal. Nick smiled. Your mind is like a potential futures machine. All you seem to think about is what can happen and how things can interact. It's fascinating to watch. I can't help but wonder about the world your soul used to reside in. It must have been such a peaceful place, with everyone heading off any potential dangers at all times. Or maybe it was an apocalyptic wasteland, and your soul was forged in the fires of survival. It's infuriating that I can't devise a way to track where you came from. Nick finished with an unhappy growl. Yeah, tough break. Anyway, I'm going to take off. I'm hungry. I'll probably spend the rest of the day in my room. Nero raised his hands in preemptive defense. Don't worry, no more magic practice in the dorms. I'll just be studying and going over the syllabus you sent me. I'll let David know what I don't care about. He paused and looked down at the papers he'd collected. Speaking of things that I don't care about, I noticed that I'm supposed to spend every other morning with unarmed combat training. The sheet listed it as a class in the Army compound. Then, after lunch, I have room assignment with a note saying, Combat caster trainer will be assigned. After dinner, I'm supposed to self-study. Considering this is all supposed to start tomorrow, I have questions, Nero said while shuffling through the papers, looking for the sheets in questions. Very well, ask away, Nick said as he got himself something to drink and walked past Nero to take back his chair. Well, first, multiple 6-hour sessions is a bit much, I think. Also, do I have to come back to the dorms for food? That's like a 20-minute walk both ways. Then, is the caster trainer a private tutor or something? How did you swing that? And, not to focus too much on it, but 6 hours of unarmed combat training, followed by 6 hours of magic combat training. Isn't that nuts? Nero asked. Nick looked amused. He sipped a glass of whiskey and eased back in his chair. There are 30 hours in a day, and spending 18 of those hours in structured improvement is barely over half of that. That still leaves plenty of time for personal reading and catching up on personal projects. It's completely normal to have 3 blocks reserved for work. As for your lunch and dinner, you can eat at the compound. You'll probably be using their practice rooms for your self-study. Once you approve the syllabus and send it to Kendra, you'll be registered for classes and have use of the facilities there. As for the mage trainer, you can thank Captain Angelton. He said he knew someone who'd be a perfect fit. I didn't ask him for details, but I trust him to know his business. By the way, I already removed you from the classes you had signed up for. Those weren't what you wanted anyway. The whole point of Introduction to Essence is to help people develop a feel for essence flows, and you can already do that. He looked sourly at all the displaced knickknacks on his desk. And the good captain would never allow you to settle for a basic combat class. He'll want you training to actually fight. On the days that you'll be here, David will have a lab set up for you. He should have sent you your coursework and reading lists. You can consider it self-study, but I'll make sure that David is available to answer questions. That should cover everything in our agreement, don't you think? Speaking of our agreement, how do you plan to use your star? Nick asked. now actually showing some interest in what he was saying. Nero took a moment to absorb everything Nick just said. Rather than answer Nick's question, he shoved the papers he was still holding into his satchel. Then he walked over to pour himself a glass of scotch, but didn't see any ice and decided to just have coffee. Finally, grabbing some more cookies, he walked over and sat down in front of Nick's desk. Now comfortable, Nero looked up at Nick, ready to answer. Why does Nick look annoyed? He wondered.
Well, the book on awakening that I read said that each star infuses the essence of the world that you've accumulated into the stat that you choose. But all the stats are important, so I'll be just putting one in each of them at a time. This next one is going to confluence, Nero proudly stated as he munched on his cookie. Nick nodded and replied, That's technically accurate, but there are many accepted stat distributions. Not to mention you should be taking advantage of your natural inclinations to make the most of your growth. There is a great deal to consider how to get the most of an essence infusion. Preparing your leveling path is the work of a lifetime. Nick looked over to Nero, enjoying his cookies, seemingly ignoring everything Nick just said. Nick squinted his eyes. Nero, did you actually read the book, or did you just skim it? He asked. Nero's attention snapped up. Nick's tone of voice sent him back to high school. He answered instinctively, with as much detail as he could remember. I read it, for the most part. There was a section on what the stats mean with a bunch of graphs on population averages, but it was just for reference. Then there was a section on recommended stat distributions for balance in life, but that section was on how to set up ratios for the stars. Since I figured I'd just spread them out, it didn't apply to me. I also skipped the section on skill interactions, because I read that skills aren't like abilities. I'll be increasing my skills by just learning stuff, so there's no reason to waste my time tracking that ridiculous list. All in all, I got the gist of it. I don't know why the book had to be so big. There are only 3 stats. And the confluence thing. Nero finished while enjoying his coffee. Nick's mouth hung open in amazement, his hands in his lap as he leaned into his desk. It looked like the desk was the only thing keeping his shoulders from dropping his forehead into the desk. That is... How do you keep leveling? He shouted and threw up his hands as he shot to his feet. Completely caught off guard, Nero jumped in his seat and almost spilled his coffee. Giving Nick a glare, he shook the splashed coffee off one hand. It just happens. What the hell are you on about? He asked in annoyance. Nick walked behind his chair and placed his hands on the back. He gave Nero a serious look. Normally, a parent or guardian would be there to help you break down your identity. But as you present yourself as such a mature young man, I mistakenly assumed you would just read what you needed from a book. Like you said you would. However, you clearly are incapable of learning without someone holding your hand. Nero didn't like Nick's tone, not to mention what Nick was saying. He was about to give him a piece of his mind, but Nick continued on in a loud and authoritative, very un-Nick-like voice. I will not interfere or attempt to guide your path, but now that I'm your advisor, I will at least make sure you understand the choices that you are so flippantly making. First, I want you to open your identity, and then tell me when you can visualize it in your mind. Nero gave Nick a dirty look, but complied while crossing his arms like a stubborn child. Okay, I can see it. Name, Nero Walker. Level 5. Race, human. Growth, 88%. Tier 1. Condition, 100%. Age, 14. Center, 96%. Body, 1. Mind, 1. Soul, 1. Confluence, 10. Stars, 1. Pillars, 0/0. Now focus on one of your stats and attempt to learn more about it. Nick ordered Nero, while filling his voice with as much condemnation as possible. All of a sudden, one of the useless tables that he skipped in the book he had read on awakening
made a lot more sense. One after another, he opened his detailed stat panels. A sinking feeling came over Nero, while his face drained of color as he looked them over. Body 1. Base operative level stress. Presence 9. 10.8. 1.5. Durability 7. 8.40. Recovery 13. 15.60. 0.8. Speed 11. 13.20. Adaptability 24. 28.86.8. Power 8. 9.60. Mind 1. Base operative level. Stress weight 2024. 1. Control 21. 25.23.4. Field 8. 9.63.8. Precision 22. 26.47.1. Endurance 26. 31.211.3. Focus 6. 7.22.3. Soul 1. Base operative level. Stress size 26. 31.20.1. Density 101. 121.20.1. Intensity 76. 91.20.1. Pressure 23. 27.60.1. Harmony 3. 3.61.1. Adaptability 270. 324. 0.1. I have no idea what any of this means, Nero said quietly, his face reddening in embarrassment. Nick threw his hands up and started pacing. If only someone had spent the time to study each of the aspects of existence and created a book that you could reference to learn about how the world works. Maybe a detailed account of what it all means, how the various parts of a person come together to optimize growth. Wouldn't that be something? Nick ranted as he walked around the room and waved his hands like he was having a great idea. How the hell is anyone supposed to pay attention to all these numbers? And what do these things mean? Nero muttered. Nick returned to his seat, happy to see Nero looking confused and thoughtful for once. I don't know. Maybe you should try focusing on them. Body. Presence. How charismatic and attractive you are. Durability. How resistant to damage you are. Recovery. How quickly you recover. Speed. How quickly you move and react. Adaptability. How you handle change. Power. How well you function. Mind. Weight. Your depth of thought. Control. Your mastery of your thoughts. Field. Your breadth of thought. Precision. Your exactitude of thought. Endurance. Your will to persevere. Focus. Your scope in thinking. Soul. Size. How large is your fire? Density. How strong do you burn? Intensity. How bright is your light? Pressure. How hot is your aura? Harmony. How much do you destroy? Adaptability. How much can you take? Nero looked over the definitions that were so easily found, if he had just looked for them. He saw that confluence just said, confluence. The world will tear you apart. How well will you hold yourself together? Nero looked at Nick, sitting in his chair, arms folded neatly, with a smug smile on his face. There was no way Nero was going to dignify the situation with an apology. He mastered his thoughts and played it off like what he just discovered wasn't mind-shattering information. He simply stated, "Oh, cool. So there are breakdowns of more stuff. That makes sense. It's not like an entire person can be boiled down into 3 little stats." I'm guessing there's probably more to the identity that I didn't pay attention to. No problem. That's why there are books. I'm sure David's reading list covers this stuff. Anyway, I'm not sure what I'll spend my star on. I'll probably look into the details a little more before I figure it out. Did you have a request for my star usage? I know you won't tell me what to do, but you are paying for the privilege to study me. I'll consider your request, and if I think it makes sense, I may use it. Nero finished with a sagely nod. Nick's jaw dropped, and a look of confusion washed over his features. He was completely caught off guard. He thought Nero might actually start taking things seriously in the light of such information that he clearly didn't know beforehand. I thought it might be interesting to have you use 2 stars in succession on one stat. Since you were leveling so quickly, and you don't seem to have any negative symptoms of star pressure, I wasn't thinking about a specific stat, said Nick. Nero was happy with the effect his acting had on the poor man. Comfortably back in control of the conversation, he stood up. No problem, that shouldn't be an issue in the future. I'll look into what direction I want to go with my stuff. I'll have to get back to you. As I said earlier, I'm hungry, so I'm going to take off, and I'm sure you've got important research stuff to do. So, I'll see you later. He waved and headed out. As Nero left, Nick sipped his whiskey while going over the conversation. I'm sure he didn't already know about the stat breakdowns. How abnormal are his numbers? I sensed surprise when he looked at them, but nothing exceptional. Does he even know what they mean? Would he even recognize an abnormal stat? He wondered. Visibly shaking himself out his analysis, he decided to put the little shit out of his mind. He had work that needed doing. He'd spent the last few days dealing with Nero, and he was falling behind on his other responsibilities. From now on, Nero will be David's problem. Maybe now I'll stop getting tension headaches, he thought. Chapter 25. Is there a pill for persecution syndrome? The champions were assembled at the long-range teleportation platform, awaiting their team leader. All 10 of them stood in silence, using their links for a last-minute review of their squad's assignment in preparation for their deployment. Each of them was the very definition of a veteran. In fact, this particular squad had been serving together for over 200 years, some of them having been on other teams for many years before that. They knew their duties and fields of expertise, and by reading through the mission profile, they had a good idea what orders their leader, Champion Charity, would give out. Off to the side of the room, the technicians attended to their duties, careful not to disturb the quiet atmosphere. For them, it never got old to see the champions in person. It wasn't uncommon for any of the teams to be deployed, but it was always unnerving how still they stood, and how the essence of the room was so still. It was said that no one could cast in the presence of a champion without their permission. Champions were the soldiers of the populators. Their order had been founded at the beginning of Oglevark by King Leonard Oglevark I, known as the First Among Equals. He lived for 800 years before dying in solo combat with a wyvern, trying to regain the desire for life. He founded the current capital of Oglevark, the city of Hennings, named for his first wife and queen. She died before the founding, while fighting for control of the city. As a champion of freedom, from her deathbed she extracted a promise from Leo that he would succeed in their dream. The populators were the order of warriors who made that dream a reality. They wore specialized armor, the secrets of its construction known only to the order. Covered from head to toe in silver, with faceless helms and psychic halos, the populators were feared and respected across all of Oglevark. Where they went, growth followed. The doors to the chamber opened, and Champion Charity walked in. Although she was only 5 feet 6 inches, her tall strides made her seem like a giant. While she was in armor, Charity was her name. She had taken over from the previous Charity after years of brutal training. Countless challenges needed to be met before she earned the honor of carrying the mantle. This charity had served the people for 500 years and was considered one of the most powerful of the populators. Her squad was known to rarely call for reinforcements and to never leave an assignment unfinished.
Upon her entry, all of the silver helms turned toward her. The technicians watched in silence as the champions conferred over their private thought hub. Making sure not to disturb the champions, the technicians quietly double-checked the transportation platform for any targeting errors. It was imperative that there would be no errors getting the populators to where they were needed. "You've all read the mission briefing. Any questions?" Charity asked over their network. Receiving nothing but silence in response, she continued, "I'll carry the command network. Team leaders will host their own. The Fate Weavers said that there might be a disruption in the local link network at some point, so do not join our networks to the local thought hub. Team leaders will be Diligence and Tenacity. Remedy, you'll be acting as a solo." The champions then split into their teams with practiced steps. "Diligence, I want your team to teleport directly to the Mage Tower, take over their scrying hall, and find the enemy force. Locate and identify any local conspirators. Tenacity, you're with me. We'll be verifying the reports we received, and I want to view the memory concerning the anomaly that was mentioned in the briefing. Remedy, you'll be going to the local thought hub. I don't like what the Fate Weaver said. His exact words were, 'There is a possible interruption of local link services,' which could mean anything." "Anyone have questions?" Charity asked. One of the champions said in a curious tone, "Is the anomaly mentioned in the report that kid with the soul from Out Sector? The one that the archmages are constantly scrying like it was their favorite new pastime?" Charity sighed. "Yes, that's him. Due to the fact that he is central to a lot of what is currently happening in Dorchester, I went to speak with Archmage Jennings. The crotchety old man finds the young man, named Nero Walker, amusing. Jennings was the first one to notice the soul's incursion onto our plane. He traced its path to outside our sector and confirmed that it wasn't tainted or a danger. His report noted that there was a residual mind imprint remaining even after its journey through the upper planes. How much of one is still in question. Although an oddity, the boy has not been determined to be a danger to Oglevark's people. In fact, Council Mage Matherson published a new scrying technique that he developed specifically to see what the kid was reading, while muttering about scientists here being unimaginative fuckwads. The irony of the situation made the story quite popular, and I heard it from several people. Archmage Jennings went on to ask me to deliver the boy some books, along with some cryptic words of wisdom. He also wanted to offer him a position in Centerpoint Hennings. The king personally forbade the offer, but allowed the books and made sure that I would repeat his words in detail. His path is his own, and he'll get here eventually, were the king's words. I wasn't there, but I heard that after Jennings heard the king's decree, he was so angered that he might just go to Dorchester himself. All of that is immaterial to the mission. We will find the evidence, if it exists, of an Islangor incursion. If nobles are involved in acts of treason, we will burn it to the root, Charity finished. All of the champions responded as one. So that the forest may grow. Charity nodded her head. It was the first time she had moved since she took her place in front of champions. "Any questions pertaining to the mission?" she asked, clearly ready to be moving. After taking a moment to make sure there were no questions incoming, she moved on to the long-range transportation platform. The squad moved into position behind her. Turning to the technicians, she spoke for the first time since she entered the room. "Transport to Dorchester Central Keep Throne Room. Authorization? The King's will be done." With a flash of light, the champions vanished, and the technicians held their breath. One of them looked up and said, "Dorchester Central Keep Throne Room reports a good transport. All champions delivered in good health." Shoulders sagged in relief, and the tension left the room. Smiles all around, they congratulated each other and went about the rest of their day.
Nero walked back to the dorms in a daze. Did all those charts from the books really matter? There was so much math. I'm going to have to go over everything again. Plodding along like he was on his way to do chores, every step forward took effort. Maybe it won't be so bad. I'm sure it's all important, but will it change anything if I just treat that part of my identity as information that is good to know but not important? It could be like the details of a terms of service agreement. It's important to know where to find it, but you don't really have to pay attention to it. I'll go over the section again, but I won't stress about it, he decided, trying to cheer himself up. Heading across the courtyard, he felt his stomach rumble. Checking his link, he looked for an easy way to get to the cafeteria without going through the large lobby. Damn it, the hawk better not be there. I can't take another person giving me shit today. Timidly entering into Ms. Everett's domain, Nero looked around to see if he could spot her. The coast looked clear, so he increased his pace. Making sure not to jinx it, he didn't drop his guard until he was in line for food. After collecting a large helping of some type of lasagna and some steamed vegetables, he got something to drink and looked for an empty table. Although the cafeteria was pretty full, there were plenty of spaces to find some solitude. He put down his tray and used his link to find a copy of that book he kinda already read. This time, he didn't intend to skip anything. Or, at least, he would thoroughly check to see if what he skipped was important. This is probably why I majored in communications, he thought, completely ignoring the irony. It took Nero over an hour and 3 coffee refills to get a good overview of what the identity actually does. He was kind of right. The identity tracks what you are, but it also tracks how you live. The stress numbers are about how much stress you put on a particular facet of your being. So to get more power, he needs to work out. Nero closed his link. Standing up, he remembered why he hated school. 90% of what you learned was common sense. It was the 10% that you didn't think about. That's where they get you. Heading back to his room, he thought about his numbers versus the averages listed. Typically, people in different regions had different starting numbers, which were based on how they lived their lives before awakening. Nero's numbers made no sense. Most people were between 10 and 20 at most in all their base numbers, even their soul numbers. His soul adaptability was like 270, and his density was over 100. I guess going through the afterlife and getting burned by a giant bug zapper does some serious shit to a person, he thought. He also noticed that he had a lot of zeros in the level stress column. The only way to increase those is to put effort into improving that aspect of his life. If I start focusing on this crap, I'm going to turn into one of these drones, he thought to himself, as he looked around at all the people scurrying about. His operative column was just about how much essence he has absorbed and how strong his numbers are in practice. That number is improved by adding stars to the overall stat, although he still didn't understand what stars actually did. But for now, he was all right with knowing that more is good. Getting to his room, he noticed his now clean robes in a nice bag hanging off his door. Wow, they just leave this in the hallway? He thought as he looked around. He felt kinda bad that he just assumed people would fuck with personal things left out in the open. Taking them off the door, a circle under the bag lit up on the door with a flash. Stopping himself from jumping back, he realized that there must be some magic protection type stuff protecting the bag from being moved by someone other than the room's occupant. Okay, so they aren't completely naive. And I'm not an asshole for assuming people suck, he thought, with a smile on his face. Opening the door, Nero was surprised to see his room was exactly how he left it. He saw his desk covered in random papers, some of which were on the floor. This is a personal growth moment, he thought with a sigh, as he slumped his shoulders. Soon his fresh clothes and robes were put away, and his desk was organized. He went to the bathroom, got a fresh glass of water, and sat down for some more studying. Before he opened his link to check out his digital library, Nero decided to check his center to see how much more he could take before he should switch to his physical books.
Name: Nero Walker, Level 5. Race: Human Growth, 89%. Tier 1, Condition, 100%. Age: 14. Center: 52%. Body: 1. Mind: 1. Soul: 1. Confluence: 10. Stars: 1. Pillars: 0/0.
Okay, I should switch to physical books for now. Did my leveling speed slow down, or is it still fast? Doesn't matter. Levels will come when they come, Nero thought to himself with a nod. Pulling out his materials for studying magic, he focused on memorizing the simple essence patterns that made up his beginner spells. One of the methods for learning was to pretend to imbue essence into a spell and visualize pattern. Eventually, a mage could be so precise with his thoughts that he would stamp the pattern into being. Nero didn't aspire to be an average mage that just used essence. He imagined a future where he could stamp his will into being. For right now, he had to carve the imagined essence. One step at a time. I'm going to be like one of those sword masters on the internet that can cut bullets. It all starts with practice, he thought to himself, while burning that conviction into his mind.
Nero was at it for hours, right up until his link interrupted his concentration. He had received an urgent ping from Nick, waiting for a connection.
I forgot to check the syllabus, he remembered.
Nero muttered a quiet, "Shit." Opening the connection, Nero tried to head off the expected tirade.
Hey, Nick, I'm just about done with the syllabus. I think everything David chose is great. I was just cross-referencing the book list with...
Nick interrupted.
Never mind all that. The army is going to be busy. There won't be daily classes that you can join. I just received word that the populators are here. They must have been sent the moment the capital learned of a noble house possibly turning traitor. I'm just pinging you to make sure that you stay on center grounds for the next few days. You have a habit of causing me headaches. And you being at the army compound is a bad idea, he finished emphatically. Nero was confused. So, no training with the army tomorrow?
No, Nero. No training with the army tomorrow. Probably no training with the army for a while, Nick replied.
Okay, are we being invaded or something? And who are the pop people? Nero asked, still confused.
The worry Nick was feeling had no trouble coming through the link, loud and clear.
Populators Nero. Don't screw up that name. They have been around since the beginning of the kingdom, and they are the backbone of Oglevark. The name comes from when they would pacify a region of monster activity and allow for the growth of cities. Their ranks are recruited from the best of us. They are an elite cadre of mages and soldiers dedicated to the protection of the realm, maintaining the balance of power, and they answer only to the king. In fact, it was the first king of Oglevark who bestowed on them their purpose and name. He told them, "You will burn out corruption and chaos, and leave only order and opportunity. The wicked will fear your coming, but the righteous will greet you with love. Go, and leave the path wide and clear for our people's growth." It is a very famous quote from the founding of Hennings. Nero did not think that this was a welcome development. So religious zealots have come to Dorchester from the capital. Is there going to be a purge or something? Can I come with you, or am I on my own? He asked in panic. As he was speaking, Nero stood up and started shoving things into his satchel. Come with me where? More importantly, why do you think religious zealots have come to Dorchester? Nero, I can feel you panicking. What's wrong with you? Nick asked. All of the worry from his connection was gone, leaving only confusion. Nero was almost ready to go. His satchel was filled with his books and spare clothes. Because you said that they're here to burn out corruption. Doesn't that sound like religious zealots? I just need to know if you're going to take me with you when you leave. Wait, you're not going? I don't want to be in the city when the purges start. I always hated those movies where the main character chooses to stay for some stupid reason. I'm not ready for a rebellion. I've barely started my training arc, Nero practically shouted over the link. His heart was racing as he imagined the city was already on fire.
Nero, I need you to calm down. There are no religious zealots, no purges. Or, well, at least, you won't be purged. You're perfectly safe. Take a breath and try to control your mind. I don't know what conclusion you have come to, but it's wrong. You don't have to run away. No one is leaving the city or fighting in a rebellion. I'm simply pinging you to let you know that you won't be going to the army compound to train because they'll be busy doing army things. Are you calm now? Nick asked. Nero had sat on his bed while Nick was talking, clutching his bag to his chest with both arms. Nero said over the link, I'm perfectly calm. So why are the poplators here if they're not going to purge anyone? Nick responded with a mental sigh. Populators, Nero. Pop-you-late-ors, as in they populate. The name is very important. Try to remember it. And I didn't say they weren't going to purge anyone. In fact, that's a pretty accurate word for what they do. I'm just saying that you have nothing to worry about. Nero snorted and replied, That's not helping me keep calm, Nick. Who is getting purged? And more importantly, why are we sticking around a place where there is purging going on? Nero, I need you to listen very carefully. I shouldn't be telling you this, so don't tell anyone. Yesterday, the captain who found you, Captain Angelton, called an emergency command meeting. He brought up some conclusions you had made when you spoke with him, specifically the one about how there might be more to the merchant train raid than it simply being a target of opportunity. He showed us his memory of your interview. Due to that, I can make some educated guesses as to what happened next. Most likely, Central Command looked into the possibility of an enemy force being hidden outside the city. The only reason populators would be requested is in the event of a noble house committing acts against the kingdom. Therefore, I would guess Central Command found something yesterday, or this morning. I am surprised that the capital moved this quickly, though. It's possible that someone was already aware of the situation, and plans were in place. Either way, the most likely conclusion is that the populators are here to expunge some traitors, and the army will be fighting whoever is hidden outside the walls. None of this has anything to do with us. Does that address your concerns? Nick asked in a calming tone. Nero was a little surprised that all of this was a result of the merchant train massacre that spawned him. Overall, it seemed like it was being handled in an infuriatingly logical manner. Much more calm, Nero said, So, when you were talking about burning out corruption and all that stuff, you were being literal. I should have guessed. Do you guys even believe in gods? Of course we believe in gods. There are plenty of records of people ascending to godhood. There are churches to different gods in the religious districts, along with shrines to this sector's sovereign. Although sovereigns aren't technically gods, as they don't have a divinity, they are also worshipped, Nick responded, sounding rather offended. Look, Nero, I have 3 conversations going on right now. It takes too much focus to deal with your questions at the moment. I just wanted to let you know that you don't have to go to the army compound in the morning. Come to my office at 7 tomorrow, and I'll have either David or Kendra answer whatever asinine questions you have then. Nick then promptly cut the connection. Nero wasn't sure if he had offended Nick, or if he was just annoyed at Nero. Deciding that it didn't matter, Nero checked the time. Okay, it's almost 22, which puts 7 tomorrow morning 15 hours away, he thought, and tried to work out whether he should consider this nighttime. Looking out the window, he saw that the sun had recently set. Fuck it, I'm hungry now. I'll just budget 10 hours for sleep.
That gives me 4 hours to eat and do some more studying.
Nero stood up and did some quick stretches to alleviate the remnants of his panic attack. Unpacking his satchel, he left for the cafeteria with just his book on essence manipulation. Walking through the dorms, there was a noticeably different atmosphere. People looked stressed. The lobby was rather empty. Ms. Averitt wasn't at the front desk, and only a few people were at the class hub. The fact that the populators were here must have made it into the gossip mill. It was reassuring to see that something could crack the calm and polite atmosphere that usually permeated the center. After getting his meal and sitting down, Nero didn't bother pulling out his book. He was going over the day, and how quickly everything changed with the arrival of the populators. When he had woken up that morning, he thought he was starting to get a handle on this place. By the end of the day, he knew that he didn't even understand his identity. Isn't that just ironic in a very literal way, he thought. Walking back to his room, he tried to come to terms with the fact that so much happened without his involvement. Nick had met with the captain, and they had talked about the merchant train massacre. Mrs. Salvatore dealt with the family of the guy whose body he took. Ms. Averitt is off doing something. The captain is off investigating an invasion. A lot of things happen in the background. Am I not the main character of my own story? He wondered. Shutting the door to his room and tossing his satchel on his desk, Nero looked out the window onto the courtyard. He decided that he didn't feel like studying anymore. Sighing, he went to take a shower and get ready for an early night. Eventually, finding himself in bed, he stared at the ceiling. Arms crossed behind his head, Nero thought about his goals and how unlikely they were. Wasn't Nick like 90 years old or something? Magic would take a lifetime of study. He could make a basic flame now, but it took effort. He idly pointed his right hand toward the ceiling and started manipulating the air to contain some streams of light. A small globe of weak light formed in the air. It doesn't matter how long it takes. I'll master this. Even if most of the important things happening have very little to do with me right now, eventually, I'll make this story mine, he swore to himself. Closing his hand in a fist, the light snuffed out. Ding! He heard the world call. The essence in the air around him sung, and his sheets flapped in the wind. He came down from the high of leveling and checked his identity. Name: Nero Walker. Level 6. Race: Human. Growth: 0%. Tier 1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14. Center: 100%. Body: 1. Mind: 1. Soul: 1. Confluence: 10. Stars: 2. Pillars: 0/0. Going over his stat breakdowns, he saw that his level stress hadn't gone back down to 0, and his gains weren't calculated. He thought he remembered something about the stars being an essence infusion. So, level has nothing to do with it, he thought. Maybe the stars solidified the gains when they were used. It was also abundantly clear that he should start doing crunches. Body 1. Base operative level: stress, presence, 9. 10.8. 1.5. Durability: 7. 8.4. 0. Recovery: 13. 15.6. 1. Speed: 11. 13.2. 0. Adaptability: 24. 28. 0.86. 0.8. Power: 8. 9.6. 0. Mind 1. Base operative level: stress weight: 20. 24. 1.1. Control: 21. 25.2. 4.8. Field: 8. 9.6. 4.1.
Precision, 22, 26.4, 11.6. Endurance, 26, 31.2, 15.6. Focus, 6, 7.2, 8.2.
Soul 1. Base operative level. Stress size 26.
31.20.1. Density, 101, 121.20.1. Intensity, 76, 91.20.1. Pressure, 23, 27.60.5. Harmony, 3, 3.61.6. Adaptability, 270, 324, 0.1.
No longer tired, Nero decided to do some more studying. He wouldn't get anywhere without putting in the work.
Around 3 hours later, Nero was passed out at his desk.
Chapter 26.
An adventure is what comes after deciding to get involved. Captain Angelton took a moment to strengthen his control on the surrounding essence. Firming his resolve, he opened the door and walked into the large training room. A center walkway cut through the massive 100 by 50 units in space. Each of the walls, the floor, and even the ceiling were lined with reinforced ablatum, which is a steel derivative created by enchanters to have a strong identity and be resistant to essence influence. Lining the side of the walkway were sections for training, each with a target and a display. The captain walked down the center path, already feeling the essence currents pushing into his psychic field. He watched the man he had come to meet as streams of destruction pummeled 4 separate targets from the center of the room. Colors were shifting like a kaleidoscope, and the wind was randomly changing directions. On top of the physical effects, the psychic pressure only added to the uncomfortable environment. The captain was around 30 feet away when he decided to stop and just observe.
The man looked like he was at the center of an essence storm. His bare chest covered in sweat, the man bounced around a 10-unit radius in perfect control of his movements. No wonder they label him as a tactical asset, thought Captain Angelton, as he tried to pretend he wasn't intimidated. Standing at 5 feet 10 inches, the man was not large, yet his presence couldn't be ignored from even 30 feet away. With his shoulder-length black hair in a tight combat braid and bright green eyes, he was utterly focused on his training. Angelton fought to hide his bubbling anger, as he could feel the man ignoring him. After a few minutes of watching the man continue to spin in place while sending spells hurtling toward the walls, he decided enough was enough. "Specialist Howard, you haven't been replying to my pings," he said loudly. Although the room was filled with the sounds of explosions and wind, he knew that the man had heard him. Like a weight being lifted from the room, the essence calmed down, and Howard reined in his psychic field. "It's because I read them, and my ignoring you was the reply," the man said as he pulled a towel out of his personal space. Wiping himself down, he walked over to the captain with a casual disregard of rank. "I'm not going to train a newly awakened kid. If you want him to be a war mage, send him to Centerpoint like everyone else. He'll have to go there to be certified anyways. There are more productive ways for me to spend my time." "Did you even read the file?" Angelton asked. "I glanced at it," was the reply. With a sigh, Captain Angelton gave up on trying to make Howard care about the assignment. "General Branson wants the boy trained, and we're going to train him. You're who I've chosen to teach him magic. You start tomorrow. Check the hub for the schedule," he ordered. Turning around without waiting for a reply, the captain walked away. When he was almost to the door, he felt the essence pick up again. As the explosions resumed, Angleton spoke in a normal voice to the room. "You'll get along great. You're both assholes." Shaking his head in resignation, he closed the door and left for his office. He had a great deal to get done,
and not a lot of time in which to do it. Walking down the hall, his link received an urgent ping from command. Opening the ping, Captain Angelton's footsteps faltered. He had just received word that the populators had arrived. Apparently, less than a full day of preparation is all we get, he thought grimly. Immediately opening his link, he contacted every one of his sergeants. He needed his men to be ready to move at a moment's notice. Increasing his speed, he saw the hallways fill with people in a heightened state of readiness. Instead of the calm, controlled movements of trained soldiers going about their day, he saw that all of Gate 7 was preparing for war. Nero woke up with a splitting headache. The pain in his head was so intense that he struggled to get into his feet. Where the hell is this pressure coming from? He wondered. Nero looked around the room for an answer. He must have fallen asleep reading those ridiculous guides on stat development. Techniques on how to maximize level stress were not very interesting. Realizing the problem, Nero focused on the connections, trying to make contact through his link. So many connections. He reached out and willed the link to block all his pings. Blessed silence returned to his head, and he took some deep breaths. I fucking knew these things were dangerous, he thought as he ripped off his link, which was still glowing. Standing up, he decided to head to the lobby for some answers. After he put on his pants, Nero's mind started waking up. What if this isn't just happening to me? That many connections coming into the links will paralyze the city's communications. This is a denial of service attack. The hub is being hacked, Nero thought with rising panic. Throwing on a robe without a shirt, he went to the window to see what was going on in the courtyard. There were associates and wayfinders standing in groups, either being separated or searched. Men in armor with red tabards were apparently now in charge. They seemed to be looking for something, and he could almost hear one of the men below his window shouting something. Carefully opening his window, Nero strained to hear what was going on. We just require the location of the Cosgrave brats. Anyone who gives them up will be rewarded after the transfer of power. You all know the accords. No one will hurt you if you don't cause trouble. Just tell us where they are. The guy kept blathering while more and more people were led into the courtyard. It didn't seem like anyone was being mistreated. What are the accords? Nero wondered with a frown. Without access to the link, he didn't think he'd find out anytime soon. Stepping away from the window, Nero could already hear soldiers in the hall, demanding that everyone leave their rooms peacefully. Nero lamented the fact that his link was now useless. Already he was addicted to the ease and availability of the information it provided. He needed to make a decision based on what he knew. Should he just go with the flow like everyone else? They didn't seem to be mistreating anyone. Paralyzed with indecision, Nero glanced through the window and watched as the guards in the courtyard continue their attempts to find the Cosgraves. From what he had heard, Nero realized the Cosgraves must be related to the nobles in charge of the city. Realizing that this is a kidnapping and ransom plot, he finally decided that he should stay out of it. As he began to calm down, the situation in the courtyard changed. A young woman was pushed by her companions toward one of the guards. She was a very aristocratic-looking beauty, with long, flowing auburn hair and pale features that Nero could appreciate from his window. She was 20 years old at most, and looked like a typical hot college chick. Back on Earth, she'd have a ton of followers, but here she is like everyone else. People here are stupid hot, Nero thought, as he watched the events play out through the window. Straightening her shoulders, the girl said, "You won't find my brother. He spent the night at the keep." The entire courtyard had gone quiet at her appearance, and Nero could easily hear the leader's reply. "We may not have been able to specifically scry for you, but we were able to locate the last known location of his link. We know he was here when we brought down the hub. Don't worry, Mistress Cosgrave. We'll find him," he said, projecting his voice so the entire courtyard could hear his confidence. The man then motioned for the men flanking her to bind her hands. Nero felt bad for her plight, but there wasn't much he could do about it.
His head snapped to the door as he heard the soldiers outside start banging on it.
"Open up! You won't be hurt if you don't resist."
With a sigh, Nero slipped on his boots and opened the door.
2 large men reached in and roughly grabbed his arms. While they pulled him into the hallway, he saw other groups of soldiers searching the rooms for stragglers. Following directions with his head down, he saw all of his dorm mates doing the same. Their overlapping psychic fields were filled with worry, and it was starting to make Nero lightheaded.
As he moved through the halls, he just tried to focus on following the person in front of him.
By the time his group was at the elevators, Nero was finally getting his mind under control. He mentally prodded the fields around him, affirming his control and closing himself off from those around him. So that's what the books were talking about, he thought. Controlling his own psychic field was easier than Nero thought. The mind directs the body's psychic field of control, and the soul is the medium the mind uses to sense the essence in the air, he thought to himself. As he continued to play with his psychic field, he went over his conclusions, fitting them into a framework based on what he had read.
Finally being led into the courtyard, Nero didn't see anyone he recognized. Looking around, he saw that the soldiers were in mismatched armor, with their only unifying feature being their red tabards. The enemy soldiers looked like everyone else. There were men and women, large and small. They didn't really look like soldiers at all. Even so, it was impressive that they were managing to guard the 1,000 or more associates with so few people. There were maybe 100 of them, at most. Nero tried to not draw any attention to himself, but all this did was draw more attention from his captors. The guards for his group made sure he stayed in front and within arm's reach. Annoyed, Nero just wanted to go back to bed. Just when Nero was really getting bored, he heard a crack. He looked over to see the lady from before on her knees with blood pouring from her lip. The guards around him chuckled, and the man who hit her was standing there, looking very pleased with himself. So much for not hurting anyone. Assholes, he thought with some venom. Nero was no longer bored. He was pissed. Here he was, in a new world. Yet he hadn't changed. He was still one of the sheeple. Once again, he was standing shoulder to shoulder in a group, waiting for some asshole to tell him what to do. How long did it take him to forget his promise to be the main character in his own life? Hours. It just took hours. And an impromptu nap. Soon a commotion could be heard across the courtyard. As everyone looked over to see what was happening, Nero saw the guard on his right, the one standing in front of him, turn around. There was a knife in a sheath horizontally strapped to his belt. Glancing to his left and right, no one seemed to be paying attention to Nero. Am I actually considering this? He wondered. Nero was shocked at his newfound desire for relevance. The commotion was revealed to be caused by the other Cosgrave. The young man was bloody and beaten, with his hands tied behind his back. He was stumbling toward the center of the courtyard, while being pushed and prodded by happy guards. Nero made the decision that a knife wasn't a bad idea after all. Reaching out delicately, she unclasped the button holding the knife in place. With a pop, the snap released. Nero quickly pulled his hands back to his sides, just as the guard turned around. Not making eye contact, he acted as if nothing had happened. Nero could only hope that the people around him didn't give him away. The guard looked over Nero's group and didn't seem to notice anything, so he turned back to the center to watch the show. Nero looked up and saw the knife waiting to be pulled free. Rubbing his fingers while mentally preparing for his planned theft, he glanced around one last time. His hand reached out and smoothly unsheathed the knife. Then he immediately reversed his grip to hide it along his forearm. Looking around, Nero seemed to have gotten away with it, although the girl standing next to him was looking at him like he was an idiot. Making sure the knife was hidden in the sleeve of his robe, Nero turned his attention back to the center of the courtyard. The drama was still going on. Both of the Cosgraves were on their knees, with the young lady trying her best to hug her brother while her hands were tied. Nero didn't think he had ever seen the emotion of despair before. He saw actors portray it, and he saw famous pictures of it, but he had never actually seen it in person. It was heartbreaking. I guess I'm not as much of a sociopath as I thought. Nero congratulated himself with hollow levity. Looking closely, Nero could see the man in charge talking to a crystal. It was apparently their method of communication. They must be using those since they brought links down. This is well planned, thought Nero. The man must have received new orders. Nero watched closely as the leader started giving out commands. The groups of centerpeople were corralled along the sides, and a few guards picked up the Cosgraves and started marching them out of the courtyard toward the front lobby. The guards were more relaxed now that they had the Cosgraves in hand. So, Nero took advantage of the opportunity to move to the back of the courtyard, putting as many people between him and the guards as possible. While the centerpeople were being moved around, he looked for a way out of the courtyard. He needed an open window, or a grate. In fact, Nero would have settled for a tree. Not seeing an opportunity to wander off, he tried to slide along the wall. All of the ground floor windows were closed, and he didn't think he'd be able to open them quietly. Right before the guards leading the Cosgraves to their fate left through the wide doors of the entrance, the man in charge turned around to address the whole courtyard. In a loud voice, probably boosted by essence, he shouted, "This was a legal action, performed in accordance with the statutes governing noble wars. As none of you fought, you will be considered non-combatants." He then addressed his soldiers. "As for you lot, we'll get paid when we drop these two off. Don't let anyone leave until you hear from me. The city guard and the army should still be occupied, but if either of them show up, you know what to do." After concluding his little speech, he finished it off with a typical villain chuckle. Looking around at the 1,000+ associates and wayfinders who looked resigned to their fates, Nero was annoyed. Is it just the center that houses these peace-loving, self-help types? Isn't a huge part of their culture combat? Why on earth are they all just standing here and not fighting back? They outnumber these guys 10-1 at least. I bet Miss Averett didn't go quietly. There is fighting happening somewhere, and I'd bet my left nut that she is in the middle of it. I wonder what kind of magic she uses. Wait, I know magic, he remembered with a grin.
Chapter 27.
Educational programs can save your life. Lord Dorchin was wearing his old combat robes and staring at his reflection. How did it come to this? He thought with a sour expression, looking back at him from the mirror. He had been so careful. Everything would have been ready in 2 years. A lifetime's work to return the House of Dorchin to its rightful place, ruined by chance. He felt the door to his study being opened. His aide walked in and spoke in a quiet voice. "My lord, all available men have been brought in. I have confirmation that we can start on your signal. The way is clear to the center. Your son is at the Thought Hub, and our agents in the keep are ready to bring down the wards." With a rueful smile, Lord Dorchin met the eyes of his longtime aide and asked, "How are the preparations for Rebel House coming?" Shaking his head, the aide responded, "There hasn't been enough time. Lady Dorchin refuses to entertain the idea of leaving. The hidden production facilities haven't been taken down, and there is still a trail to be followed. If the populators are allowed to investigate, it's game over." "Did we confirm what happened to our mages?" Lord Dorchin asked. "Found by the military and the guards. They started with the mage who was responsible for hiding the arms shipments. From there, they pulled the threads to find the rest. We haven't found out what prompted the investigation, but there is no one left who can get our men past the walls. We'll have to make do with the 1,000 men on hand. In addition, I've armed everyone under your employ in the city.
The original plan called for 5,000 men just for the center. The aide finished in a whisper.
Lord Dorchin nodded and said in a firm tone, "I'm aware, but desperate gambits are for desperate players. If we're lucky, 500 will be enough to collect the Cosgrave heirs. We'll need the rest to force the City Lord into defense. I'll have to be in the keep to maintain the challenge. Are our forces ready outside the gates? We'll need the army occupied."
With a sigh, the aide replied, "Yes. The moment you declare, they'll be teleported into position. Are you certain you want to do this? There is no way they are unprepared."
Lord Dorchin straightened his back and turned to face his aide. Summoning the pride of Dorchin, he replied, "We will bring down their communications the moment I declare. They won't have time to mount a defense. The populator's arrival forced my hand, but my resolve shall not waver. I will be the City Lord upon the new dawn. Our victory will buy us the time we need to scrub the evidence. The word is given. We begin in an hour."
Mustering up some courage, the aide replied with a stiff back, "Yes, my lord, your will be done." Then he left to attend to the preparations. After hearing the door close, Lord Dorchin's shoulders sagged as he looked back to the mirror. He had just needed another 2 years. Behind Nero was a window he could get through, if it were open. He may not know a lot of spells, but he could manipulate essence. Closing his eyes, he probed his surroundings with his mind. Finding the latches at the top and bottom of the 4-foot-wide window, he decided to start on the bottom. Pulling on the strings of heat floating in the air was easy as breathing by now. He packed the ambient heat into the latch, feeding it more and more. Unfortunately, while the latch was heating up, too much heat was dissipating back into the air. Releasing his control, he thought, "This isn't working." Nero decided to try the spell form that was used to gather water from the air. He'd just substitute heat in the parts where there was usually water. As he focused, he could feel the latch and the surrounding parts of the window give in and start melting. Since his eyes were closed and he was facing away, he didn't realize that a foot-wide ball of fire had materialized directly on top of the latch. The surrounding air was being sucked in and caused everyone in the area to turn around to see what the hell was going on. Luckily, everyone recognized what was happening and decided to ignore it. In fact, when Nero's attention shifted to the latch near the top, he realized that someone had opened it somehow. He looked around, and everyone was pointedly ignoring him. Aside from the disapproval in the air, no one seemed to be paying any attention to him. Slowly ducking down to hide his movements behind the crowd, Nero got to see his handiwork with his own eyes. He had completely obliterated the lower latch, not to mention that he had melted and warped a good portion of the window. Glancing at the upper latch, he wondered, how the hell did they do that? The answer came to him as if he heard Nick berating him for being an idiot. Telekinesis. I could have just grabbed the latch with my mind. God damn it. He reached out with his mind, and he could feel the window. It was pathetically easy to slide open the window. He scurried through the window and closed it behind him. Feeling like a moron, he buried his shame and went through the room to the door. Okay, I'm free. Now what? He thought as he went through his options. He could either try to find Nick, Mrs. Salvatore, or maybe try to find the army and help them. The two Cosgrave kids were probably closest. They didn't have much of a lead on him. I made the decision to do something. I'm not going to bitch out now. Stopping them from taking those kids, even if they're college kids, counts as something. It's time to be a main character in my own story, Nero reassured himself. Checking the hallway for soldiers, he hurried towards the front of the building. He had to dodge a patrol by clenching his psychic field tight and hiding behind a pedestal holding some big-ass vase, but eventually he got there. Rather than going out the front, he went into a room with a window into the lobby. The 5 guards were standing there, waiting for something, and the Cosgraves were still bound. Realizing that he was late, Nero tried to come up with a plan. Looking around the room, he didn't have any good ideas. His eyes found a nice shield on the wall, with 2 swords behind it. Walking over, he tried to pull the shield off the wall, and the entire plaque that it was attached to came with it. With a crash, the entire display fell to the ground. The sound broke the silence so completely that Nero just stood there, like a cat that knocked over a lamp.
Snapping out of it, he crouched down and went to peek at the lobby through the window. There were now only 3 guards with the Cosgraves, and the man in charge was looking toward the window he was hiding behind. Nero berated himself for not blocking the door, or at least setting a trap. His mind was filled with images of enemies being blown up while opening doors. All of a sudden, Nero had an incredibly dumb idea. He hid behind the desk and closed his eyes. He expanded his mind to feel as much of the room as possible. Managing to feel the door being forced open, Nero reached out to the guards that were coming into the room. He couldn't get a hold of them. It was like they carried a bubble of uncontrollable essence with them. They stopped in the middle of the room and looked around. That's their field of control, he thought. He didn't need to control them, though. He just had to stop them. Nero weaved a spell form to collect air and heat as tightly as he could, directly between the 2 blurry clouds of essence. After a second or 2, he felt it was hot enough, so he kept pushing air into it. Enough air in an enclosed space will expand as he heats it. He heard one of them say, "You feel that?" Deciding that it was time, he started focusing on the temperature, giving it his all. When he felt his nose start to bleed, he let go. His sigh of relief was followed by a boom that caused the room to shake. Peeking over the top of the desk, Nero was shocked. The center of the room was destroyed, and the explosion covered a 10-foot radius. The 2 guards were embedded in opposite walls. They weren't moving. That's physics in action, I guess. I just made a poor man's fuel air bomb. Who knew a youth spent throwing cans of beer into the fire would lead to this, he thought with a grin. Nero walked over to take a closer look at the result of his first combat spell. The guards were very dead. Feeling a chill, he thought, how would I stop someone from doing that to me? As he pondered how to combat an enemy mage, he heard call from the hall. What the hell was that? You guys okay? Nero returned to the window for a peek. Now there was just 1 guard, and the man in charge. He cocked his head and thought, there is no way this works twice. Finding an unbroken chair on the back wall, he placed it in the center of the room. Nodding to himself, he called out in a raspy voice, "Hey, get in here, and look at this chair." Hiding behind the desk, Nero tried to repeat his performance. Closing his eyes and feeling for the chair, he set the spell form right above the cushion. Going slowly, he started gathering heat and air while waiting for his prey. He felt them pause at the door. Soon enough, they slowly walked into the room and right up to the chair. One of them even whispered to the other, "You feel that?" This time, Nero covered his ears while he poured as much air and heat into his spell form before he lost control. Opening his eyes, he realized that this bomb shattered the window in addition to the 2 guards. Holy shit, he thought as he admired the results of his hard work. He wiped his bloody nose on his robe and walked back to the center of the room. Suddenly, he sensed fury coming from his left. Nero looked over to see an incredibly pissed soldier staring at him through the destroyed window. Feeling cheeky, he said, "It was like this when I got here." And then he bolted for the door. Nero could feel the man hop through the window and give chase. Instead of running down the hall,
Nero closed off his presence and focused it on the door. Waiting around the corner, he got his stolen knife ready. "This is just like clotheslining someone chasing you around a corner. You got this," he said to himself. The man turned the corner with a sword in his hand, but ran directly into Nero, who already had his knife at chest level and was braced for the impact. As they collided, Nero fell back with the full weight of a running man in chainmail falling on top of him. The man was twice Nero's size, and bracing his feet for the impact did nothing. The sound of the sword sliding down the hall was the only good thing that resulted from the collision. Nero pushed the man off and hoped to find his knife in the man's chest, but he only saw a ripped tabard. Fucking chainmail. Of course a soldier will have armor, he thought sourly as he scrambled to his feet. Setting his feet and raising his fists for the fight of his life, Nero braced himself, expecting to be tackled. However, when he looked over, he saw the man comfortably taking a knee. Amused eyes stared at Nero, while the man's hand wiped down the front of his chest like he was removing dirt. "Boy, what the hell happened to my men?" the man asked while standing up. There was a flash of light from one of his hands, and his lost sword was returned. Nero had played enough games to recognize a boss fight when he saw one. Taking the opportunity for some dialogue, he tried to split his focus. While he was visualizing an essence bomb behind the guy's back, he said, "I'm pretty sure one of them was a lady, dude." "Last chance. Where are my men? What happened in the room, and what caused the explosion?" the man said, while lowering his chin and getting ready to charge. The man began to emit a red aura and seemed to be powering up or something. With a glazed expression on his face, blood began pouring from his nose, ears, and eyes. And Nero muttered, "When you get to whatever afterlife they have here, tell people that I said something cool." And then he collapsed. The man had just enough time to utter, "Huh?" before the essence bomb went off behind him. He shot across the hall face first into the wall. Had Nero been conscious, he would have been very proud.
Chapter 28.
"It wasn't me. I'm going back to bed." The plan was working. They had made it into the keep through the maintenance gate without issue. His men had done as promised and cleared the guards. No one knew they were on the inside. Lord Dorchin's palms were covered in sweat. He couldn't seem to slow his heart rate. Every second he waited for the ping was panic-inducing. Finally, it came. "We're in position to take the center. We have confirmation that the heirs are on site, awaiting the command," said the team leader tasked with acquiring the Cosgrave children. He looked around at the eyes of his men and saw their determination. The smell of the stables they were hiding in couldn't cover the stench of weapon oil and leather. They'd been preparing for this moment for years. Firming his resolve, his heartbeat finally slowed, and he knew it was time. Opening his link, he sent the official challenge for the seat of City Lord. Immediately after, he sent out the signal for all his teams to begin their assignments. 2 seconds later, all the links in the room lit up, and Lord Dorchin knew his son had succeeded in cutting off the city's communications. "Now it's my turn," he thought. "All right, men. It's time for us to do our part. Remember, we isolate her in the throne room, and this war is as good as ours," he said loudly. Turning toward the doors, he joined his men as they surged toward the castle. There was no one to impede their journey through the gates. The guards were obviously busy dealing with the citywide link disruption. Everything was going to plan. As he and his men were almost through the large entryway, the gate at the entrance slammed shut. The giant metal monstrosity was shockingly loud as it dug into the ground. Its impact did more than just injure several soldiers. The gate effectively kept half of his force outside the castle. Along the balcony, guards poured out, carrying crossbows glowing with enchanted bolts. Lord Dorchin and his men watched as the doors along the walls slammed shut, sealing them in. City Lord Halima Cosgrave stood tall on the balcony at the end of the entryway, surrounded by her forces. With an essence-assisted voice, her words echoed through the room. Lord Dorchan, your challenge is accepted. I assumed you'd bring a larger force. My preparations may be a bit much. Regardless, order your forces to stand down. Concede defeat, and you'll be turned over to the populators. Otherwise, you'll die, here and now. Looking around, Dorchan realized it was over. Even if his men got the heirs, it wouldn't matter. Either he fought to the death here, or he surrendered, and the populators executed him for treason. He was finished. Without options, he met the stare of the city lord.
Congratulations, and may your path remain wide and clear,
He said to an entryway shrouded in silence. With those final words, he activated his escape cloak. It cost more than a mansion in the inner ring, but you can't spend money when you're dead.
with a golden pop. He disappeared.
Nero awoke to the sight of a bruised paunce shaking him. "Are you all right?" the young man asked. "I'm fine. Did it work?" Nero asked, while raising himself to his elbows and looking around. The hallway was destroyed. The wall closest to the bomb had collapsed, and over his shoulder he saw the remains of the former guy in charge painted across the wall. He muttered, "I should have woken up in a hospital." Nero heard a voice quietly ask, "Ask him if he knows where the mage went." Noticing a head of auburn hair on his left, he realized these must be the Cosgroves. "What mage? And what happened to the last guard?" he asked, trying to force his brain to start working again. The young man who had forced him awake said, "We took care of the last guard. We need to know what happened to the mage that killed these men. Is he a wayfinder that didn't hold to the accords? What can you tell us about him?" Realizing that they didn't know he was responsible for their freedom, he almost blurted out that he was the mage. But something in the way the young man phrased the question caused Nero to hold off on taking credit. Feigning a look of confusion, Nero replied, "Why do you ask?" The siblings exchanged a glance. Then the brother replied, "If he broke the accords, we'd have to know his reason. There is a lot going on that you commoners aren't privy to. If he belongs to a rival house, we'd have to offer compensation. It is not a good sign that he ran off after causing this much death and destruction. It's a good thing that you're covered in blood, and look the way you do. He must have thought you would be dead soon, or maybe he just wasn't paying attention. Regardless, if he realized you were alive, you may have become his victim as well." He stood up and looked around the hallway. The young man added as an afterthought, "We wouldn't have noticed you were alive either, if it weren't for my sister. She is a prodigy in the field of psychic detection." The lady walked over and looked down at Nero, who was still sitting on the ground. "Were you awake when the mage was here? Did you see them?" she asked while staring at Nero.
Nero had a massive headache, and all his joints were sore. He was way too close to that last bomb.
Deciding that he was no longer in the mood to play hero, Nero stood up and said, "I didn't see a mage. Do the hallways or offices have cameras?" The two of them traded glances again. This time the girl shook her head and shrugged. The man turned to Nero and replied, "There aren't any visual recording devices here. Who are you?" Nero had waited 2 lifetimes to say this line. "No one of consequence," he chuckled to himself, causing his headache to flare up. Wincing in pain, Nero said, "Look, we need to get out of the hallways. Do you have any ideas on where we can contact the guard? Or better yet, the army?" The two nodded in unison, then started walking toward the lobby. The woman started talking like she just assumed Nero would follow behind her, while listening intently. "Fucking rich people are multidimensional constants, just like staples and silverware," Nero thought to himself while following along. The closest safe zone should be the Gate 7 Army compound. Gate defenses are required to remain active at all times, even during a noble war. No one is crazy enough to break that rule, especially with the populators here, said the sister.
Wasn't it a violation to mess with the links?
Who do you think declared? The man asked his sister while they crept through the hallway.
Walking down the middle of the hallway without care, Nero just watched them, acting like ninjas. He was tired, and he needed sleep. All in all, he was done playing Die Hard. Stopping in place and putting his hands on his hips, Nero interrupted their quiet mutterings.
Okay, you guys are safe now. I have no idea what you guys are talking about, but I also don't really care. Good luck with your war. I'm going to bed.
As he started to turn around, he heard them both protest.
Aren't you coming with us? And, didn't you already declare for our side? Both questions meant nothing to him, and he just kept walking off.
Suddenly, a large silver man appeared a few feet off to the side, rippling into existence. Nero hopped back and immediately tried to cast, only to find the essence in the area completely out of his control. As the man stood there like a statue, the two Cosgraves bowed and greeted the newcomer. "Champion," they said in awe.
Completely silver, with a featureless face and a glowing crown.
The only thing that wasn't silver was his ornate white and gold tabard. He was as large as Captain Angelton and twice as intimidating. Turning his head to Nero, the silver man said in a deep, quiet voice that filled the hallway, "You were the last active declared combatant. With your decision to retire, no more points can be accrued." The champion's head swiveled to the Cosgraves. "Thanks to this young man and your efforts defeating the remaining guard, you two will be recorded as finishing this noble war as free and active, with one escape to your credit. No points will be awarded for making it to a safe zone. As your side is the victor, you are safe from sanctions," he said, and the Cosgraves both visibly sagged in relief. Nero was unable to comprehend how the man was there. He was so used to sensing people's impact on the ambient essence that he felt like he was staring at something that didn't exist.
My lord, can I go?"
Swiveling his head back to Nero, he said in an even tone.
"Yes, Mr. Walker. You are free to leave. If you need medical attention, the center facilities will resume operation shortly."
Already walking backward down the hall the moment he heard yes, Nero held up his hands. "Nope, I'm all good. Just gonna hit the hay. Great war, by the way. Totally made sense. Happy to be a part of it. Hope to never see you again," he said in a happy tone, then turned and started running. Nero only slowed when he started seeing associates walking around with their smiles back. They gave him weird looks as he walked down the hall covered in shrapnel and blood. He could hear them talking about their experiences during the Noble War and discussing the posted results. It seemed the links were up and working again. Since Nero had left his link in his room and he had no desire to talk to anyone, he would have to temporarily live in ignorance. Finally closing his door, Nero leaned his back against it. He embraced the silence of his room. Unfortunately, he could feel his link on his desk demanding his attention with urgent messages. With a sigh, he walked over and picked up his link. It felt like he could connect to it without even putting it to his temple. The moment he did so, his headache flared and he cut the connection. Willing it to ignore even urgent messages, he tossed it back on his desk. The messages could wait for the morning. He started stripping off his clothes while walking toward the bathroom for a hot shower. Catching his reflection in the mirror, he was shocked. He had blood trails from the corner of his eyes, his ears, and his mouth looked like he had tried to eat something raw. "I must have popped a blood vessel or two from the shock waves," he thought. Washing his face in the sink, he could feel ripped skin from small pieces of shrapnel. He took a close look at his face and his hands to make sure that he didn't have any slivers of wood that he'd have to pull out. Other than scrapes and a rather jagged scratch on his left forearm, he seemed all right, aside from a seriously pale complexion and alarmingly dark circles around his eyes. Stepping into the shower,
His muscles loosened under the steaming water. Going over his fights, he realized that all the damage he had taken was from being near the bombs he had set off. Nero decided it might be a good idea to get a book on combat casting, sooner rather than later. In retrospect, it probably wasn't a good idea to fight with adapted household spells. Although, my bombs did their job, he thought. His thoughts couldn't help but return to the fact that he had actually done it. He had gotten involved in the story. As a result, he had killed people. Granted, they were assholes. They were responsible for kidnapping and trying to overthrow the government. Nero wondered if he should feel bad. Fuck it. I'm not going to waste my time second-guessing my actions. I did something. I saw something I thought was bullshit and did something about it. If people have a problem with it, they can lodge a complaint. I'm no longer going to be a complainer. I'm going to be a doer. Wait, I don't think that's a word, he thought while luxuriating under the hot water. Eventually, Nero got out of the shower, did his business, brushed his teeth, and headed to bed. Idly checking the time and finding that it was 4 a.m, he tried to reach out to his link from the bed. He could almost connect, but it was too far away. Grunting, he got up and used the link to confirm his stance on ignoring his pings, and made sure to turn off the alarm he had set. After making sure his window was covered with the drapes, he was finally ready to put this crap of a day behind him. Chapter 29. Called to the principal's office. Sitting in a room designed to observe armies, 13 mages were drinking and eating while arguing about their favorite subject. On a large holographic display was Nero, walking through the halls with Sergeant Blackwood. The table the mages shared was large, but they had replaced the chairs with their personal preferences. One of them had set a small auditory illusion to play background music for ambiance. "Fine!" Jennings shouted, interrupting the room's private conversations. "All those who think he'll break level 10 within a year, raise your hands." 7 hands shot up. "So you 5 think he won't?" Jennings stared at them like they had insulted his favorite webcomic. One of the mages put down his mug. "None of us are saying the boy isn't amazing. We're just saying that it is likely that the increased leveling speed is a result of the experiences that came with the mind remnant from the original soul. That experience has to run out eventually. He'll have to contend with the leveling speed drop-off that everyone faces," he said in a firm tone, clearly stating his perfectly reasonable analysis. Jennings just nodded and replied in an equally calm tone. "That's a simplistic interpretation of the facts, worthy of a simpleton. You all saw his initial readings. To say that the mind remnant is responsible for his leveling speed isn't wrong, but it's incomplete. He is leveling quickly, not only because of residual experience, but because of how different those experiences are. Who knows what he's seen, or how those experiences have shaped who he is? It's the lens through which he sees the world which is truly responsible for his leveling speed. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why he won't slow down as much as you think." The entire room took a minute to ruminate on the Archmage's words. One of the mages broke the silence. "Replay the part where he threatened us with destruction if we got in his way. The look in his eyes was amazing. He is starting to understand how much work he has in front of him, and he doesn't care at all." Another piped in. "His eyes were intense. I haven't seen a look that fierce since the Bedlam vs. Chandler arena fight. Remember that one? The determination could be felt through the scry." One voice drowned the others out. "No, replay the fight during the Noble War. I still can't figure out how he determined the ratio of air to heat essence. Not to mention, why didn't he hold the spell together with a containment form? Why rely on his psychic field? It was insane. He almost killed himself." Most of them laughed at the memory of Nero's last words before he passed out. Jennings manipulated the screen, while making sure the recording of current events was still happening. "I don't think he knows the containment spell form. He was just using whatever he had available in his knowledge base.
If you look closely, you can see that it was an adapted condensation spell form. People use that to fill their tea kettles in the field. The fact that he could use his psychic field with that kind of precision before level 30 is the real matter worth studying.
His words were met with nods and small conversations, as the recording of the Noble War replaced the current hologram.
All right, quiet everyone. It's starting. He just woke up. Look closely, and you can see the moment he realizes that it was his link which was causing the pressure on his psychic field, Jennings said, causing the room to fall silent.
Nero was shocked awake by something trying to enter his head. Again. Glancing at the edges of the curtains, he realized that the sun was up. So it's been a few hours. It could be worse, he thought to himself. The realization that it was 12:15 came unbidden, forcing that fact into his brain. Stupid time sense, Nero groused at the intrusive thought. Rolling out of bed, he stretched his back and ignored the link that was trying to get his attention. I thought I put that damn thing on silent, he thought, as he scratched his ass and walked to the bathroom. 30 minutes later, Nero finally decided that he was ready to address whatever it was that was so important. Freshly showered and finished with his morning rituals, he walked over to the desk. As he got closer to the desk, he found that he had no problem connecting to his link without actually having to put it on. So he just sat in his chair, put his hands behind his head, and closed his eyes. It seems he still had a bunch of messages from the night before waiting for him. This morning was a series of urgent pings from Captain Angelton. Rather than reading them, he decided to just ping him. The moment the connection opened, Nero felt the captain's annoyance. Good morning, Captain. I saw you called. What can I do for you today? Nero said in a cheery voice. Urgent means important, Nero. I'm well aware that you are ignoring me. That is very rude, and considering the events of last night, it is also very stupid, said the captain, his tone cold enough to chill Nero's blood. Well, I had set my link to ignore all pings. I just assumed it was broken again. By the way, who was it that told me that links couldn't be weaponized? I swear he was someone I used to respect. I just can't think of the name. I'm sure it will come to me. So, what was it you needed so urgently? Nero responded in a mocking tone. Keeping his tone cold, the captain said, Your presence is required at the army compound. The military can ignore privacy settings if the matter is deemed urgent. The links are working fine. If we didn't know you were in your room, we would have already sent someone to collect you. Come to the gates. I'll have someone waiting for you. You have 20 minutes. He then cut the connection. Well, he's pissed. That's fine, I'm pissed too, Nero thought. Picking up his link, he put it on his temple. He'd need it for directions to the army compound. After getting dressed, Nero left his room, while making sure he had all his books in his satchel. He assumed that when he got there, some ponce would have him wait somewhere. It was 13:15, and the hallways were empty. Nero didn't remember when he went to bed, but he felt much better than he thought he would after all that happened. I should just check the damn identity, he reminded himself. Name, Nero Walker. Level 6. Race, Human Growth, 9%. Tier 1. Condition, 87%. Age, 14 center, 98%. Body, 1. Mind, 1. Soul, 1. Confluence, 10. Stars, 2. Pillars, 0/0. Well, my condition isn't as bad as I feared. But 9% growth? Isn't that too low? Do I still have to process the experience or whatever that stupid book said? Nero wondered. Thinking back, he leveled last night, and then he did some studying. After a brief, unintentional nap, he had his adventure. There he did a bunch of sneaking, pickpocketed a knife, even had some combat. He killed 5 guards solo. Does that not count for experience? I had a boss fight. I deserve a level at least, he thought with a grimace. If it wasn't the fighting, then what caused his growth?
He couldn't figure out this growth system at all. The books said that a person's growth is a result of incorporating into their center the following: information gained, utilization of skills and abilities, observations and reflections. Work your body, mind, and soul to grow. To Nero, that just meant that anything you do will cause you to gain experience. Unfortunately, walking the halls and taking the elevator didn't help him figure anything out. By the time he finally went through the front of the center, he realized that he wasn't going to suddenly understand anything, so he decided to just ignore it. The roads were exactly like he remembered, identical to how they looked when the captain dropped him off at the center. Nero enjoyed walking through the crowds and soaking up the atmosphere. He realized that this was the first time he had left the center since he got here. These people seemed more real than those in the center. Nero could see people arguing with merchants, and some people even moved like they were late for something. The entire experience was refreshing. Although everyone was still polite, it wasn't that suffocating polite that the center had going on. Eventually, he reached the entrance of the Gate 7 army compound. Nero expected to see some damage to the walls, or some signs of fighting at least. Surprisingly, everything looked fine. The soldiers on duty seemed fine. There were no signs that they fought off an army the night before. "Mr. Walker," he heard. Nero turned to see the guy who was with the captain when he was found at the merchant train. "Blackwood, right? Do I call you Mr., or am I supposed to use something else?" Nero asked the man as they met at the gate. "Sergeant," gesturing with his hand out, he ushered Nero through the gate. Blackwood gave the guard station a nod as they passed through. "So what's this meeting about? And more importantly, is there food around?" Nero asked. "I'm sorry, but I'll be taking you directly to the captain. I don't know why he wants you, but he said to bring you straight there," Blackwood said, as he directed Nero through the compound. The entire place seemed like business as usual. Everyone was focused on their jobs, and it was obvious to Nero that no one was suffering from the events of last night. "What happened last night? Didn't you guys fight a war or something?" Nero asked. "I wouldn't call that a war. We met the rebels in the field, well outside the walls. There was more blustering than actually fighting. In fact, the only place that saw any action was at the keep, and even that was light combat, I heard," Blackwood said, as they walked through the halls. Before Nero could press for more information, they had arrived at a pair of doors that seemed to be their destination. "I'll be right outside while you're in there. Since you're here today, after your meeting I'll get you set up with what you'll need for classes and show you where the cafeteria is," he said, as he opened the door for Nero to go in. Nero heard a quiet, "Good luck," as he went through. Walking in, Nero saw a typical conference room. There was a large table with 5 chairs to each side. In the center of the table, there were even some water pitchers, along with glasses arranged in a circle. The walls of the room had some military-themed art. The only surprising thing in the room were the occupants. Nero's eyes barely glanced toward Captain Angelton before he was surprised by who he was with. She looked like a mini version of the champion he had met last night. Her entire body was coated in a thin film of silver. It was obviously some special kind of armor, but it wasn't thick like plate mail. Nero thought it was only as thick as a wetsuit, and probably even thinner in some places. Her gauntlets and greaves looked a little thicker, but not much. She had no discernible face, and the only thing on her head was a thin ring that resembled a slightly glowing crown. Covering her upper body and most of her legs was an ornate white and gold tabard, belted with a thick silver cord. She didn't have any discernible weapons, but considering everyone with some levels had a pocket space, that didn't mean anything. Overall, she looked like a 5'5" techno-organic knight from a sci-fi/fantasy tabletop game. Hi. This might be a rude question, but why can't I feel you in the room? Are you a robot of some kind?" Nero couldn't help but ask. Her presence was so muted that he felt like she didn't exist.
It seems I've gotten used to being able to feel a person's psychic field, he thought.
The champ. Nero couldn't tell if he should be offended.
Walking around the table, she moved toward Nero and said,
I would like you to open your mind to me. I would see where you came from.
Immediately backing up to the wall, Nero held up his hands. And I would like to respectfully tell you to go fuck yourself. You'll get into my head over my dead body. My mind is my own, old woman, he replied with venom.
You feel...
What do you...
The captain just looked amused. It just made Nero more annoyed. Holding up his hands, he said, Calm down. Yes, she is a populator, and they are here to investigate a disruption to the realm. This populator is... He gestured to the lady who was waiting patiently a few feet away. Champion Charity. She recognized you as being the source of an anomaly from the upper planes, which was felt by the mages in the capital. The anomaly happened when you arrived here. She believes that you come from outside our sector of space. She was just trying to help you. There is no reason to be so defensive. The captain is correct. I did not mean to frighten you, young one. I merely wished to provide you with some answers. Reading the remnants of whatever mind used to accompany your soul shouldn't be difficult. The opportunity will remain until I leave here. Let us move on from this topic. How have you found our world? The strange silver lady asked.
Taking chapter the room. The noble war has not concluded, Champion Charity interrupted from the side of the room. She was backed up by 3 of her populators, standing in a row like statues of liquid silver.
The room erupted with questions.
Silence! Lord Cosgrove's voice ripped through the throne room, returning quiet to the room. Turning her stern visage to the populator, she simply said, Please elaborate, Champion. Champion. Seeing the Lord's face pale at the mention of the Gate 7 center, she clarified, I understand that your heirs are there. However, until either a relief force is sent to accept the Dorchan force's surrender, or communication is restored, and the enemy force submits upon learning of their loss, they are still active pieces. If it eases your mind, the Dorchan forces seem to be trying to capture your heirs, not kill them. That is all I'm allowed to say at the moment. Even that could be construed as help. So be thankful and put away your scowl. Champion Charity finished with her voice wrapped in ice. The City Lord reigned in her anger at the situation. Gesturing to Headguard Dalton, she said, I want a detachment of guards dispatched with a writ detailing Dorchan's defeat sent to the Gate 7 center as soon as possible. You'll have to ride, as the lower Gate 7 Astra platforms would be locked down and the wards charged when the communications went out. As Headguard Dalton went to work, Lord Cosgrove addressed the nobles. It seems we have a bit of a wait. Please enjoy the hospitality of the keep until such time as the noble war comes to its inevitable conclusion. Captain Angelton and Champion Charity waited patiently for Nero to calm down. He took some deep breaths and pondered the champion's question. What do I think about this world? He wondered. Nero walked to the opposite side of the room and took a seat at the table. In a word, confusing. I understand what everyone says, but the context isn't there. Every question I get answered just creates more questions, and I'm constantly finding myself in situations that make no sense. Like, why are you dressed like that? I'm guessing your armor is special? Does your crown mean that you're royalty? What do the different tabards mean? Just walking into this room put me on edge. It's exhausting, he said with a sigh. As Nero talked, he poured himself some water from the pitchers in the center of the table. A better question is, why you woke me up for this? Why am I here? Nero asked, now slouching in his chair with a confused look on his face. That would be my fault, said Champion Charity. I told Captain Angelton that I would like to meet you while I was here. Currently, the other champions are attending to their assigned duties, and I had some time. Captain Angelton sat down opposite Nero and said, I should be taking the blame for waking you up. Based on the report concerning your involvement in the Noble War that took place last night,
You should have had plenty of time to get a full night's rest. I assumed, incorrectly, that you would be up at a reasonable hour. When you didn't answer my ping, I saw that you were still in your room. In the future, please answer your urgent pings. If an army captain sends you an urgent ping, one which overrides your privacy function, you might want to answer it. You made the populator wait on you. That is not a good idea.
Speaking of the populators, apparently you were already aware of their presence in the city. When you met Champion Memory last night, he wasn't sure if you recognized what he represented. But I'm guessing you spoke with Mr. Salvatore. The captain noticed Nero's worry when he mentioned Nick, and immediately reassured the young man. Don't worry about Mr. Salvatore. He doesn't know anything that he shouldn't have told you. The populators being here was never meant to be a secret. In fact, we were hoping to use the fact that they had been called to prompt the rebels to attack, which they did last night, he said with satisfaction.
The Islangurs are rebels? Nero asked. Champion Charity took a seat next to Captain Angelton. The Islangurs were a ruse. Within an hour of our arrival yesterday, we broke the ward hiding the rebel army. It turned out to be a mercenary force, backed by what was left of the Dorchan line. Apparently, the Dorchans wanted Dorchester to return to their control. With more money than sense, they gathered what could be considered a large military force for this area. They were hiding a small army of around 250,000 in one of their mountain mines near the eastern wilds.
We found the connection to the merchant caravan that your body's previous occupant was with. It seems they had made a detour to one of Dorchan's estates while en route to Dorchester. One of the merchants had spent the night at the main house. The man we questioned didn't know exactly what had happened, but the result was Lord Dorchan executing his nephew and immediately ordering the raid. He demanded the destruction of any evidence that connected the merchant to Dorchan. In order to cover up whatever mistake the nephew had made, they used the cover of an Islangur raid. That was their first mistake. All that did was show that they had the ability to source Islangur arrows and armor. Due to the evidence the army compiled, Lord Cosgrove called for the populators. When Lord Dorchan realized his plot had been discovered, he issued a formal challenge for the city seat, at which point our hands were tied until the challenge was completed. The mercenary forces weren't ready, and Dorchan didn't have a way prepared to get them into the city, thanks to the army's thorough investigation of the Mages Guild. Therefore, his army was forced to break up and surround the city. They then offered a formal challenge, and the army was forced to respond. Dorchan did have a few hundred mercenaries at his estate within the walls. Their hastily prepared plan was to assault the keep from the inside and use the Cosgrove children to force Lord Cosgrove to concede the challenge. It would have been considered a poor win, but a win nonetheless. With him ascending to the seat of the city lord, he would have been able to petition the populators to return with a new writ authorizing the investigation of a city lord. He hoped to buy enough time to remove any evidence of his illicit dealings. The plan had an outside chance of working, since he used his position as a logician to subvert the central thought hub. Unfortunately for him, Lord Cosgrove was prepared for the inevitable assault. However, she was not prepared for her children to be targeted, due to the fact that most nobles would not have had the nerve to assault a city centre, even if it was technically within the rules. Dorchan's gambit at the keep failed. He did, unfortunately, manage to flee before his forces officially surrendered. Therefore, he wasn't taken into custody at the conclusion of the keep battle. Your actions last night were unnecessary. As such, I would like to know why you got involved. Technically, under the rules, you became a participant of the winning side. In fact, you finished with the highest score of any combatant. That score is based on several factors, including level disparity of combatants and contributions toward victory. As the battle at the keep was barely a battle, the only real combatant was you. So please enlighten me as to why you thought it was a good idea to fight for a cause not your own. Nero was silent in the face of the excessive information dump. Taking a minute to formulate his response, he drank his water and leaned back in his chair. So those men didn't need to die,
Nero asked quietly.
No, they did not, Champion Charity said simply. There was no judgment in her voice. She was just stating a fact. Apparently, she was still waiting for Nero to answer her question, and she waited patiently for his response. Nero sighed and tried to choose his words carefully. I didn't know 90% of what you just said. Also, even after hearing it, I only understand about 60% of it. All I know is that last night my home was invaded. People came in and rounded us up. They took 2 people. One of them had the crap kicked out of him, and the other was a young woman that the man in charge smacked around. That shit doesn't happen when I'm around. No one seemed to want to get involved, like it wasn't their problem. As for me, I didn't like the idea of letting invaders take what they wanted without anyone fighting back. So I fought back. I'm sorry those men died, but they made the choice to enter into a fight that put us on opposite sides. Nobody comes into my house and starts shit. They wanted a war, so I gave them one. Nero finished with a growl. Champion Charity nodded at Nero's stare. You did nothing wrong. The situation could easily have gone another way. Had Dorchin been even partially successful at the keep, the children would have been killed. Either he would have threatened to harm them to ensure Lord Cosgrove's cooperation, or he would have had them killed when he was the confirmed victor. He wouldn't have repeated the mistakes of the past. So, I'll repeat myself, as you seem to be struggling with your actions. You did nothing wrong. Nero nodded at the reassurance, banishing any doubts to the back of his mind. You said Lord Dorchin got away. So, what will happen now? Will he return in the sequel? Nero asked. The champion seemed to understand what Nero was asking and said, First, he is not a lord anymore. His house was stripped of its title by the populators. He didn't know it, but he lost before he even offered the challenge. He was found to be supplying the Islingurs with arms and armor, therefore he will be killed. We have already executed his wife and children who were of age. Luckily, he didn't have any unawakened children. 3 of my squad are currently clearing out all the mercenaries that refuse to surrender for their association with the traitor. 3 others are hunting Dorchin through his teleportation trails. He is only a semi-accomplished mage, so he shouldn't get very far. The remaining populators are issuing decrees and parsing the spoils of victory. Speaking of the spoils, congratulations. The captain here will assist you with those after we finish speaking. Nero was shocked. He couldn't help but focus on one thing she had said, and barely heard the rest. Did you just say that 3 of you guys are currently facing the mercenaries? Weren't there like 250,000 of them or something? Isn't there going to be a battle? Champion Charity nodded. Yes, there would have been a battle if the populators had not found a reason to be involved. The city would have had to send out its army to deal with the rebels and find Dorchin. However, since Dorchin left the keep grounds during the challenge, he forfeited his claim. Therefore, he was no longer a challenger and became a simple rebel lord. There are no accords protecting a rebel lord. Shaking his head, Nero said, That's not what I'm talking about. I don't understand any of that anyway. I'm talking about the fact that 3 dudes are fighting an army, and you just assume that they'll win. Tilting her head to the side, she said, A single populator would be enough for the mercenaries. It would be too expensive to have a real mage in Dorchin's employ, let alone one that would stoop to following his orders. This is a small city. There aren't any real powerhouses here. She turned to the captain and continued, Not that there aren't people with the potential to grow. It's just that by the time someone reaches a reasonable level, they would move on. People with power have to see the world and experience things that Dorchester can't offer. There aren't even any real dungeons near this city. I think there are a few small ones and some pocket arenas that make up most of the local essence trade. The essence in this region is too thin. It's been that way for hundreds of years. Nero nodded to himself. There is a huge world out there, and he needs to get his head around the idea that a city of the size of Dorchester should not be impressive. He had looked up the population and been amazed at the size of the city. 1.5 million and 30 gates. 30 army compounds, centers and slices of civilization that he has lived in for the past week. He'll need to start going out of the center and getting some experience in this world. Okay, this place is tiny, understood. What's the level range for this area then? Nero asked directly. Captain Angelton spoke up, startling Nero, as he had kind of forgotten he was there. Level 70 would be the upper echelon of the city. I myself am level 52 and am 71 years old. I would be considered a very fast climber. Normally people don't share that information, so I would ask you to keep that to yourself. It just seemed like you needed an example. Trying to do the math in his head. I'm sure this question is going to be rude, but I don't mean it to be. You're not going to hit level 100 by the time you're 100 years old, are you? The captain chuckled. No, not a chance. Very few people actually make that climb. If nothing changes, the chances of me making Tier 2 are very low. Most likely my leveling speed will die off in the 70s, and I will make it to around 300 years old before age creep catches up to me. Of course, that assumes that I stay in this region and don't seek out new opportunities. But to reach level 100 by the time a person reaches 100 years old, that is only a dream for most people. Until I met you, I didn't think I'd ever meet someone who had the chance. If you keep going the way you're going, that isn't an inconceivable goal. But for most people, reaching level 100 may take up to 1,000 years. Each of the last levels can take 20 years or more. There are many people in the capital fighting age creep while focusing on the last 20 levels. The champion chimed in. That brings us to one of the things I wanted to speak with you about. The mages in the capital have been watching you. In fact, the archmage who discovered the anomaly in the higher planes that brought you here has spent most of the past few days watching you. He is a mean old bastard, and takes great pleasure in your condemnation of our kingdom's way of thought. Your meeting with the local research head was very amusing. Not to mention, no less than 3 committees were formed to investigate the possibility of weaponizing the links in ways you suggested to Captain Angelton here. Nero interrupted her. They're watching me? How? Wait, better question. Did the links go down last night because I said it was possible? She replied, No. We already knew the method Dorchin used. There are already safeguards in place. He wouldn't have been successful if he didn't have access as a logician. From her pocket space, she produced a small stack of books. These are from the archmage who first noticed you. His name is Jennings. He and some others have been scrying on you. If you don't like it, learn to diffuse your essence signature. She paused, then tilted her head at Nero and continued. On second thought, ignore that last statement. I have the feeling that you're the kind of person who would actually try. You are years away from being able to do that, so focus on learning things that are actually useful to you for the moment, she said, and patted the stack of books. These books are from Jennings. He said, the crap you are reading is for morons. Learn smarter. He also asked me to tell you, leveling is based on how well you integrate the experiences of life. It's what you absorb that dictates how fast you grow, and how tall you grow is based on whether or not your life is well fed. I'm not sure what he meant for you to take away from that, but he wouldn't give me any clarification. He offered to bring you to the capital, but the king overruled him. The king believes that your path is your own, and while help on the path is appreciated, being dragged alongside someone else's path is not in your best interest. I see that being observed bothers you for some reason, but try not to focus on it. Live your life. They'll get bored of watching you eventually, she finished, and handed Nero the books. Nero looked them over. Combat for mages. Seeing without sight. Controlling the world around you.
and Leveling Simplified Volume 1. The irony of there being multiple volumes of a book called Leveling Simplified was not lost on Nero. As thankful as he was for the books, the fact that some old bastards were watching him annoyed the shit out of him. Looking into the air, he threw up double middle fingers and said, "I know you're watching. You peeping bastards better not fuck with me. Because I might be nothing right now, but one day I'll be an old bastard just like you. Think of what you'd do to someone that screwed with you, and then imagine what I would do." As Nero finished, he was stuffing the books into his satchel. He muttered about how if they really wanted to help, they could have included a book on personal dimensions. He looked up to see the captain hiding a smile behind his hand. The champion still looked like a robot. Annoyed and wanting this meeting to come to an end, he said, "Okay, is there anything else?" The captain looked to the champion. She stood up from the table. "No, Mr. Walker, you are free to go. Remember to discuss your reward from the noble war with the captain," she said, as she gestured to Captain Angelton. Looking down at Nero, she said, "For me, I'd like to thank you for your time. You are a very interesting young man. Considering your personality and penchant for being in the middle of things, I'm sure I'll hear of your exploits all the way in the halls of the capital. Even Champion Memory will remember you. He has been playing with basic spells infused with unconventional essences to everyone's annoyance." She turned to the captain and continued, "If I have any further need of you, I'll contact you. In the meantime, I'll be at the keep." Without another word, she turned into light and popped. She looked like a very weak light bulb exploding. Nero stared at where she had disappeared and rushed to her side of the table. He waved his hand through where she used to be. The essence in the room had returned to normal, and she was just gone. What the fuck, Cap? Did she just teleport? People can do that? Of course they can do that. How hard is it to learn? Nero babbled at the captain. Holding his hands to stave off the over-eager young man, the captain said, "Yes, she teleported. And most people can't just do that. It is a relatively difficult spell in the first place, and beyond that, you need authorization to teleport within city limits. But she is a populator, and can do whatever she wants. When they are in the city, they represent the highest authority." "That's awesome. I'm putting it on my list. Now let's get some food. I'm starving," Nero said, and then walked off without giving the captain a chance to argue. "I think I'm getting the hang of ending conversations. The trick is to just be the one leaving. That way they are the uncomfortable ones," he thought while chuckling. His amusement was short-lived, as he left the room and saw a patiently waiting Sergeant Blackwood. Closing the door behind him, Nero resigned himself to some more pointless bureaucracy. Chapter 31. A Meal and a Show. It took 2 hours for citywide communication to be reinstated. Headguard Dalton, along with his men, were just arriving at the center when their links came online. They had collected 1,000 guards during their race through the city, and the men poured into the entryway. Dalton used his link to check on the situation. It seemed that the Cosgrave heirs had already made their way to the local guard station. Even the mercenaries were already disarmed and waiting for processing. According to the reports he was receiving, they were alerted to the events at the keep by a populator that was recording the events on site. "Sir, you should see this," said one of his men while pointing to one of the walls. Walking over, Dalton saw a destroyed room with a window overlooking the entryway. It looked like an explosion had gone off inside. Some of his men were examining the damage, while others were pulling something out of holes in the walls. Walking closer to the window, he tried to see what they'd found. Grimacing, he realized that they were dead bodies. Crushed, bent, and generally broken dead bodies. "What the hell happened here?" Dalton asked in a clipped tone. "No idea, sir. Evidently an explosion was set off in the room, which killed 4 of the enemy force," he replied, while they both surveyed the room through the window.
A guard poked his head through what was left of the door and said, "We've got another one in the hallway. He's kinda stuck in the wall, though. It looks like another bomb went off out here." Dalton looked to his men and exchanged a look of confusion. "Give me a second to sort through the reports I'm getting," he said. Filtering out the acceptances of surrender, logs for teams addressing the communications issues, he found what he was looking for. It appeared that all of this was caused by a 14-year-old lab tech who saved the Cosgrave heirs from an embarrassing result. The little Lord Cosgrave noted in his report that the belligerent commoner was just taking credit for a rogue mage. But the populator on site is the more believable witness. It was a 14-year-old center associate responsible for all this. "Hold on, let me find out which medical center he's at," he said while searching for Nero's current whereabouts. The guards were exchanging quiet words, praising the damage, and pointing out a particularly brutal result. More and more guards were passing word about what happened, and how this was all done by a center brat. Smiles started to grow on their faces as they debated the details of what was obviously an epic fight. Headguard Dalton's brow furrowed in confusion when he found Nero sleeping peacefully in his bed and not in a medical center. Opening his eyes to the eagerly waiting guards, he said, "The kid's asleep in his bed. Apparently he's fine. He's not in the medical center." One of the guards pushed forward a little, and she said with a wide smile, "What's his room number? I'll go get him." That started off a loud debate over who was going to collect the little hero. Dalton interrupted the chatter. "Calm down. No one is bothering him. Let the young man sleep. I'm sure we'll hear the story soon enough. Do you all have any idea how many points he must have earned for this?" That set off another round of smiles and laughter, and Dalton just grinned as he took part in examining Nero's handiwork. Nero saw Sergeant Blackwood sitting on a bench outside the conference room. Giving him a slight wave, he said, "All right, big guy, let's get some food." Blackwood stood up and looked over at the door. "Is Captain Angelton done with you?" he asked. "Even if he's not, any further conversation will take place while I eat. My link isn't showing me directions to the cafeteria, or mess hall, or whatever you army types call it. So let's go. Chop chop," Nero said as he clapped his hands. Sergeant Blackwood smiled at Nero's antics. "Sure thing, just follow me," he said. As they walked to the cafeteria, Blackwood pointed out the buildings he thought were important. Nero was shown the training hall, which was a large stone building 3 stories tall and without windows. The requisitions depot, various armories, and command centers which were all surrounding the dining hall. Blackwood made a point to remind Nero that he should use the correct names. While people would probably understand him if he made a mistake, they would label him a fool. Reading the subtext of the conversation, Nero had a feeling that the prevailing belief around the compound was that he was an idiot. Although Nero didn't know where they got that idea, he wasn't too worried. With a shrug, he ignored Blackwood's warning. "Why are all these buildings made out of stone? And why don't they have windows? Even the command center doesn't have windows below the upper floors," Nero asked. "Technically, it's not stone. It's a type of essence-infused cement. The formula isn't a secret, but it's very difficult to make. Most of Dorchester's important infrastructure is made from the stuff. As for the windows, no idea. I've never really thought about it. Why do you focus on weird observations that don't mean anything? Why aren't you interested in the fact that we have 5 separate armories, or that there are 2 command centers?" Blackwood asked, as they made their way into the dining hall. Nero looked around and shrugged. "It didn't seem important. Probably different types of weapons for each armory. The command centers are probably the result of a really clever bureaucrat. They probably made the decision in some committee, and it became a dumbass tradition. It's probably totally useless now, but it is a nice thing to mention during tours." Standing in the chow line, Blackwood looked at Nero with annoyance. "That's actually pretty accurate. Do you want to hear the story anyway?" he asked, sounding hopeful. Nero looked up at his guide with pity. The man sounded kind of pathetic,
Feeling a little bad for the guy, Nero said, "Sure, hit me with it." Smiling, Blackwood started what Nero could only assume to be a very interesting story for most people. Only half listening, he collected his meal while he scoped out the soldiers. There were people of all ages. Some were even teenagers like him. It seems the recruits aren't separated from the veterans, he thought with some interest. As they sat down to eat, Blackwood finished his rendition of The Epic of the Two Compounds. The story boiled down to the army having two command centers, one for local issues, one for campaign issues. That's how the first king did it, and they still do it that way. Everyone thinks it should be changed, but the decision never gets out of committee. Just as Nero thought, it was a stupid story, and Blackwood should feel bad for telling it. Since Sergeant Blackwood was Captain Angelton's right-hand man, he was in the loop with a lot of information available for Nero to plunder. Taking the opportunity, Nero started to ask some questions that had been bugging him about last night. He found out the general rules for what was called a noble war. Blackwood walked him through how they normally went and what made last night's different. Of particular interest was how the Accords protect civilians during changes in power. After hearing how everything worked, Nero was surprised, as he thought the system sounded great. The people in charge wanted to stay in charge in order for their houses to get tax breaks. Noble wars were just jockeying for position. The higher a house rose in the city rankings, the better their benefits. That's it. Yet they can't abuse the system to help themselves or promote their family into positions of power without oversight. Everything was very public. The tax breaks were based on how high in the political arena a noble house rose. The corruption that Nero was used to back home was written into law here. According to Blackwood, it was obvious that increased responsibility should result in tangible benefits. Nero was amazed that everything was so organized. For example, in order to not affect the standard functioning of a city and to not negatively impact the populace, noble houses had to declare when they were vying for a takeover of position. Noble wars had specific rules that severely limited the amount of damage they could do to the civilian population. Those rules were commonly referred to as the Accords. But if a civilian wanted, he could throw off the Accords and join the fight as an independent. Otherwise, everyone involved in a noble war was either part of house or worked for a house. The army here was actually a division paid for by Dorchester, which was currently ruled by the Cosgraves. To Nero, that alleviated some of his distaste for his fellow center associates. They actually believed that they were safe during the Noble War, as long as they didn't get involved. Wanting some clarification about that, Nero asked Blackwood how the merchant caravan massacre fit into the Accords. Sergeant Blackwood had nodded and said, "That's a good question. The raid was just one of Dorchan's many evils. He relied on the fact that he hadn't formally declared a noble war. Technically, that was a private action. Since the war hadn't started yet, it didn't violate the Accords. He paid the families of the men he sacrificed, and in effect created suicide troops. Then he used his status as a logician at the Thought Hub to wipe the records, making the men disappear. He did everything he could to make it seem like it was Islangurs who raided the caravan. It wouldn't have held up in the long run, but he could have easily swept it under the rug after he succeeded in his gambit for the position of Dorchester's city lord." As Nero heard that, he thought, only a rich asshole would think that by technically not breaking one law, he absolves himself of any wrongdoing while performing banditry. That's rich guy logic right there. Finished with their meal, Blackwood walked Nero over to the main command hub. Getting approved for his link to work while in the compound was as easy as it was weird. Nero had to stand in a painted circle on the ground while a clerk did something behind a desk. That was the whole thing. Nero stepped into the circle, and 2 seconds later he heard the clerk say, "Got it. You're good to go." The clerk then turned back to whatever it was that they was doing before Nero showed up.
That's it? We had to walk over here for that? Nero asked Blackwood as they left the room. What did you expect? Blackwood asked with curiosity.
I don't know. It doesn't matter, I guess. Next up is the armory for my gear, right? Nero asked. Yep, you're in the system now. I'll send you the confirmed schedule. You're going to love your magic combat instructor, Blackwood said with a smile that raised Nero's hackles.
You're not going to tell me any details, are you? Nero asked.
Nope. And hurry up, I have other things to do today, Blackwood said as he led Nero to the recruit armory. About an hour later, Nero finally stepped out of the armory, now completely drained. Your system is stupid, Nero said to an amused Blackwood.
Why do you say that? He asked.
It takes 2 seconds to isolate my psychic signature and allow me to link to the army compound, right? Then I get here, and I have to go through a bunch of paperwork and crap in order to get a bunch of gear that I can't even take with me. If the gear has to remain in the compound at all times, either with me while I'm here, or inside a locker in the compound, why the hell do I have to sign it out? It doesn't make sense to make me responsible for gear that I will hardly ever see, Nero said through gritted teeth, while staring at Blackwood like the past hour was all his fault. The sergeant scratched his head. When you put it like that, it's hard to argue the merits of the system. Just keep in mind, you're still responsible for the gear, and in 10 years or so, it will be important to have the paperwork registered. It matters a lot more when you have a personal space. For now, just pick up your gear before classes, and then drop it off at the end of day. Make sure to do your maintenance on it before you put it away for the night. A lot of recruits forget about that, and it'll come back and bite you. Nero nodded, and tried to shake off his annoyance with the pencil pushers. Sure. Well, now what? That's it, right? He asked. Blackwood shook his head. Didn't you look at your pings? Captain Angelton is waiting for you in his office.
I currently have a backlog of pings going back to yesterday before the war. I can't look at any new ones until I get the old ones taken care of, Nero said, while using the link to find the captain's office. Before Blackwood could respond to his wisdom, Nero started off at a brisk walk. Hurriedly catching up, Sergeant Blackwood said, It doesn't work like that. You can still receive new pings. Messages, voice records, and new pings are all still available. The hub just saves the old ones for you to look at later. Apparently, Blackwood thought Nero was serious, so he decided to run with it. Let's just agree to disagree. I'll start going through the old ones now, so I'll need some quiet, Nero said while they walked. Blackwood tried to keep silent, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. While they were walking, he watched Nero, and he was 90% sure that Nero was not checking his pings. The kid's psychic field didn't look like he was checking his pings, and he wasn't struggling to pay attention to where he was going. Someone under level 30 wouldn't have the control to walk like that while checking their pings. I know you're not checking your pings, Blackwood accused as they got back to the command hall. Of course I am. And you just broke my concentration. Shame on you, sir. Shame on you, Nero said with a smile, and kept walking. Blackwood realized that he wasn't going to win this encounter. Without any other method to demonstrate his anger, he could only glare at the self-satisfied Nero. They walked in silence, while Blackwood's anger cooled. Eventually, they reached the hallway leading up to the captain's office. Nero pinged the door the moment he saw it. He figured that he would receive the okay to come in before he had to break stride. Apparently, he timed it pretty well, because he received the feeling of welcome at the same time he got to the door, and as a bonus, Nero got to see Blackwood's face covered in disapproval again. After entering into the austere military office, Nero saw Captain Angelton sitting behind his desk with some holograms open. It seemed paperwork was both digital and physical in the army. Probably have to do both in triplicate, Nero thought. Seeing the captain's face staring at him while contorted in fury, Nero empathized with his plight. He must hate paperwork as much as I do, thought Nero. Chapter 32. That mail you're ignoring might be important. After last night's noble war finally ended, the nobles had gathered in the Hall of Judgment to discuss the aftermath. The Hall of Judgment was built with concentric raised circles, allowing the houses to take up slices of the room. The center was an open circle for when supplicants or people addressing the court of nobles needed to be viewed by all in attendance. There were tables arranged around the floor for the various families to present their head of house. Behind the house heads was the next raised circle, reserved for the heirs and immediate family. Next came the attendance ring, where aides and guard captains were able to observe the proceedings. Finally, the highest ring was lined with chairs for visiting nobles and other elites of the city. In the first circle, opposite the large entryway doors, sat Lord Cosgrove in her throne. She looked around the incredibly large room and noted that it was filled to capacity with all the nobles interested in the subject of today's meeting. If I could only get them to care this much about matters of trade, Dorchester would thrive, she thought to herself with a rueful chuckle. She forced her attention to return to the noble standing in the center of the room, displaying the results from their analysis of the thought hub. The city lord nodded and said, "Thank you, Lord York. Your quick diagnosis of the problem and subsequent work to reinstate communications is a testament to your expertise and work ethic. You will be appointed as the chief logician now that the position has been opened." Firming her tone, she ordered, "Do better than your predecessor." With a bow, Lord York returned to his seat in the second ring. The audience started to perk up. Everyone thought that the next subject to be addressed by the court would be what they were all here for. Sensing their interest, Lord Cosgrove addressed the hall loudly and clearly. "You are all correct. The distribution of spoils from the noble war is the next matter on the docket. As we had the pleasure of populator oversight, we have been meticulous in our point tallying. I'll give the floor, Champion Charity, to dispense her judgment," Lord Cosgrove said, as she gestured to the champions standing like statues off to the side. Champion Charity stepped forward into the central ring. She raised her hand, and some holograms appeared, displaying images of the notable events of the noble war. She addressed the crowd in a loud, clear voice. "Most of what you expect is probably accurate. House Cosgrove won a resounding victory. No combat points were awarded, but maneuver points were won in staggering amounts. Anticipating the enemy's actions and planning for them made up the most of their points. In addition, as this war resulted in the destruction of a noble house, rules of acquisition by right of conquest apply. Therefore, most of what was House Dorchan's is now House Cosgrove's. Yet even with their splendid performance, they weren't at the top of the leaderboard." The holograms detailing the point totals and assignments disappeared. In their place, a giant hologram appeared, showing point totals for an individual and why they were awarded. Alongside the tally was a large image of Nero sporting a grin. Champion Charity said into the stunned Hall of Judgment, "It looks like you'll be needing to plan a small party, Lord Cosgrove. Gate 7 Army Command will explain it to the young man in question." "Okay, Nero. I would have liked to get this done earlier, but you left before we could get to it. I understand you were hungry, so I'll let it slide," the captain said while he rearranged the papers on his desk, getting the information regarding Nero ready. "I just did what everyone does to me when a conversation is over. They just leave. Is that not right? Everyone's done it to me multiple times," Nero asked with some curiosity. He had been rather proud that he finally got to do it to someone. Now, he wondered if he missed something. "Yes and no. First, the conversation has to actually be over. Also, the person who is the highest in level or status is typically the one who decides when a conversation is finished. It's not really a rule, it's just common courtesy," the captain replied angrily. Nero rubbed his chin and thought about it. "I can see how that would work, but I reserve the right to ignore it when I feel like it. Now, what did you want to talk with me about? Something about rewards from the noble war, right? After speaking with the good sergeant here,
I understand that I participated as an independent who joined the winning team, Nero said with a smile.
The captain glanced over at Blackwood, then sighed. Looking at the papers on his desk, he said, "Yes, as the populators were watching over the Cosgraves, they witnessed your exploits and confirmed your entrance into the noble war. The damages done to the building are listed as battle damage and therefore paid out from the spoils before distribution. You are not responsible for them." After he finished speaking, he took the page he was reading from and put it face down next to the stack. Taking a moment, he read a bit from the page now on top. He then looked up Nero. "Next, I will be addressing your standings. Since you don't know what that means, I'll try to put this in perspective for you." His gray eyes hardened as locked eyes with Nero. "In a city of over 2 million private citizens, you were the only civilian to declare as an independent. No one at the Keep, the Thought Hub Control Center, or anywhere else decided to get involved," he said. Nero just nodded, as this wasn't surprising. The captain continued. "Granted, the situation was unique, but there was very little reason for civilians to interfere at all. I'm trying to say that what you did was very dangerous. Granted, it was heroic and it worked out, but it was still very stupid. Do you understand that?" Nero kept his smile up. "Yep, stupid, got it. Now what did I win?" The captain's eyes lost a little of their light as he picked up the paper and leaned back in his chair a little. "Well, this noble war shouldn't have happened, and through some strange circumstances, you won a lot. You won the position of the highest-rated independent participant since you were, in a way, the only participant," the captain said while reading off a page. "Then you also won some points for being the main reason that the Cosgrave heirs were freed from captivity," he said, while flipping another page. "Then you won points for killing 5 men in what was considered single combat being defined by melee or magic combat with the possibility of death on both sides without having support or aid. Bonus points were added for you being a civilian, then more for the level disparity," he said, and Nero could hear the sergeant behind him starting to chuckle. "Finally, your biggest point gain was the creation, deployment, and testing of a new combat spell. According to the report, it was some variant of a water condensation spell that you used as an environmental spell. On a side note, I'd like to see you demonstrate it if you don't mind," he said, then flipped the final page. Sergeant Blackwood started laughing. "A water condensation spell? I hadn't heard that part." Ignoring his sergeant, Captain Angelton continued. "As a result of no one else having a significant combat encounter, and Dorchin abandoning the field before any battles really took place, that resulted in you being the highest-rated combatant in a noble war which involved the destruction of a noble house. This entire situation is ridiculous." By the end of his speech, he was gritting his teeth and forcing the words out. Blackwood couldn't stop laughing and was starting to lose his breath. Raising his voice to be heard over Blackwood's laughter, the captain said, "According to the rules of spoil distribution, the award for your contributions is a small portion of Dorchin's estate and a minor noble title. You'll join the court of Dorchester and take on some responsibilities that Dorchin had. As you have no skills to speak of, I have no idea what the city lord will assign you. Your class schedule will have to be updated, and you'll be moving into the central ring. Lord Cosgrove will probably assign you a proxy to represent you in court. You'll probably also get a business manager for your new interests. The details will be discussed with you by the city lord herself. She has requested the army bring you to the keep for dinner. I'd recommend getting some new clothes." After he finished, he huffed and closed the file on the desk. Blackwood was out of breath from laughing. While panting, he managed to get out, "That is all confirmed? Nero's going to be a noble? He's going to be going to their parties and dealing with those people in the central keep? I can't believe it." Blackwood's face was beet red, and he was having trouble breathing. He stood up and started stumbling toward the door.
Over his shoulder, he tried to say, "I'm sorry, Captain. I can't. This is just too much." "He's going to the keep."
The captain and Nero could both hear Blackwood laughing his ass off down the hallway. They sat in silence until the distant echoes of his laughter finally dissipated. Nero sat there, completely stupefied. He had expected money, maybe a medal or something, nothing like a title and responsibility. Raising his eyes to meet the captain's, all he saw was him, waiting for a response. "So this isn't an elaborate prank or something? Can people just get promoted to nobility like that?" Nero asked. "How do you think noble houses are born? They can be earned through meritorious deeds on the battlefield. The details and requirements are all clearly accessible to the public. The rules are quite clear, and though human error sometimes occurs during tabulation of results, this noble war was arbitrated by the populators. This isn't a prank. You will be a noble, with all the responsibilities that entails," the captain said, trying to get Nero to realize how serious this was. "But I just hid behind a desk and blew up some people. How does that count?" Nero practically screamed. "Listen, I'm not going to go through this again. Just go over your pings. You have less than 2 hours to get ready. I'll meet you at the center entryway where I dropped you off. Then we'll be heading to the keep using the Astra platform at Lower 7. General Branson has ordered me to act as your escort for tonight. After you leave here, please stop by a tailor on your way to the center. Your basic outer ring robes aren't going to go over well in the halls of nobility," he said in a tired voice. It was obvious that he wasn't looking forward to the assignment.
2 hours? Why didn't anyone tell me? Nero asked, standing up in a panic. The incredulous stare from the captain froze Nero in place. "Read your pings. And from now on, try to wake up at a decent hour. Maybe in the future you'll stop getting into these situations. And I said less than 2 hours. Now go," said the captain through clenched teeth. Seeing that the captain was starting to lose it, and since Nero felt like venting his frustration with the situation, he decided to push a button or two. "But I don't know where the keep is," Nero asked in a quiet voice, trying not to smile. He was pretty sure that the captain was on the edge of a meltdown. "Nero, I swear to the gods that if you make me tell you to read your pings again, I'm going to find a way to hurt you in a way that is both legal and repeatable. You get me?" He growled. Nero realized that he might want to start backing away. "Copy that, Cap. I'll be sure to speak highly of you in the halls of power. In fact, I think you may be one of my best friends," he said with a smile as he headed toward the door. Right before he closed the door, Nero took a mental screenshot of the captain shooting to his feet while gripping his desk with white knuckles. His face was the color of a ripe apple, and there was a visible vein bulging on his forehead. Laughing quietly, Nero rushed off. Eventually calming down, he made his way toward the front gates of the compound. Nero tried to figure out what to do with all this new information. "I'm going to be a noble. I'll of course have to sell out immediately and start singing the praises of class disparity. More tax breaks for the rich and more restrictions for the poor," Nero thought to himself sarcastically. As he quick-walked toward the center, he had a great idea. Opening his link, he pinged Nick. "This is going to be great," he thought. Immediately upon the connection opening, Nick said, "Nero, I've been worried sick. Why were you at the army compound? I've been waiting for you to contact me all day. I'm sure you have questions about what happened last night." Nero was touched by Nick's concern, but he was not dissuaded from causing Nick to suffer the panic he had just gone through. Nero replied, "Yeah, I have a ton of questions about a lot of stuff. But first, do you know where I can get clothes that would fit in with the nobles? And they need to be in my size?" Nero felt his mentor's concern over the link. Nick asked in budding panic, "Noble robes? Do you have to go to a tribunal? What's going on?" Nero felt like it was time to dump the information into Nick's head and wait for the explosion. "Well, it's like this.
Last night I won the noble war, and because of that I will become a noble myself. I have to go to the keep in a little bit for some paperwork and snacks. Since I need some noble threads, I called you. You see, I don't have any money, and our agreement includes you paying me for my hard work. Now I have to go. I have a lot of pings waiting for me to read. I'll be at your office in 20 minutes, maybe an hour. Thanks, Nick. Oh, and make sure that the clothes are the right colors. That seems to be a thing here, said Nero. Then he cut the connection before Nick could reply. After laughing for a bit, Nero continued walking while trying not to worry about what might happen, and just live in the moment. It took a while, but he eventually calmed down. After putting away his concerns, he started paying attention to the world around him again. This is the same road that I walked down a week ago with the captain. Although a lot has changed, not much has either. I'm still broke. I don't think the paperwork for my job ever went through, so I'm still unemployed. I haven't been to a single class. I still don't really understand the leveling system here, he thought to himself. Chuckling, Nero spent a few minutes taking stock of his new life. Looking around at the people going about their day with smiles on their faces and a drive to grow in their hearts, he didn't feel too bad. For all that I haven't actually done anything, I did do the one thing I really cared about, he thought, as he raised his palm while he walked. He corralled heat and air into a fireball over his palm. I learned magic. Everything else is just details, he told himself. Nero paused his steps and frowned. Putting out the fireball, he looked around, trying to see what made him feel like he was missing something. Why do I feel like I'm waiting for something? Oh, I just had a self-reflective moment after a big event while standing in the street where I started my journey. This would be a great time to level. It would really have tied it all together, he realized, and then opened his identity. Name, Nero Walker. Level 6. Race, Human Growth, 36%. Tier 1. Condition, 93%. Age, 14. Center, 89%. Body, 1. Mind, 1. Soul, 1. Confluence, 10. Stars, 2. Pillars, 0/0. Wow, not even close. I'm going to have to work on my dramatic timing, Nero thought with a shrug. He resumed his walk to the center, all the while ignoring pings from Nick and, surprisingly, Mrs. Salvatore. Nero just wanted to walk in peace and enjoy the moment. He'd deal with everything later. Problems are future Nero's department anyway. Chapter 33. Smart fighters always bring back up. City Lord Helima Cosgrove had spent the past few hours calming down nobles and trying to come to terms with the atypical results of the Noble War. Though the war had started early this morning, it was finished before the sun even broke the horizon. The traitors were dead, and a noble house was ended. The populators were nothing if not efficient. She had seen them off after they delivered former Lord Dorchan's body. In total, they weren't even in the city for 30 hours. The saying was true, where the populators tread, the dead weight is burned, so that new growth can flourish. Walking into her office, she saw her children rise to greet her with a shallow bow. Both of them, Master Derek and Mistress Deidre, had been caught up in last night's events at the center. She knew that they had visited a healer, and wasn't surprised to see them in fresh, formal robes. As she sat down in her chair, her children remained standing. The fact that she had asked to see them here, in the office of the city lord, had implications that they were unable to ignore. They knew she was not pleased. Placing her hands in her lap, she said, "Sit down, both of you." As they took their seats in front of her desk, she continued, "We haven't had a chance to speak much since you were brought back from the Gate 7 guard station. I have, however, had a chance to read the reports you submitted concerning your actions during the Noble War. As a result, I have some questions.
Deirdre was the first to speak. We know that we should have taken your warning to heart. We made a mistake staying at the dorms. We didn't think that someone would actually assault a center. It was madness.
Derek nodded in agreement with his sister. It was madness, he added. Lord Cosgrove pursed her lips and frowned. Despite her best efforts, her children were spoiled. They never placed higher than the 81st percentile in the yearly games, and only Deirdre showed a particular talent in magic. Nodding to herself, she decided that it was time for her to have her consorts give her another heir. Deirdre and Derek, however, thought she was agreeing with them. Noticing this, she said, "It was not madness. It was a brilliant strategic move. Had it succeeded, Dorchin would have had you both for use as a bargaining chip. If his plan at the keep had succeeded as well, he would have won the seat of the City Lord with a force that numbered less than 1,200. That has never been done. If we hadn't had sufficient warning, and if you hadn't been freed, we'd have died in shame. Our branch houses would have distanced themselves from us by changing their name, and the 600 years we controlled Dorchester would be forgotten. Do you comprehend the magnitude of what we avoided?" The Cosgrave heirs paled as they heard their mother's analysis. Both sat in silence, too embarrassed to speak. Sniffing with disdain, Lord Cosgrove continued, "While going over the events of the last few days, there is one factor that changed the course of Dorchester. One young man that realized what was happening, predicted the angle of attack, and saved the both of you while earning first place on the Noble War leaderboard. Do you know the last time a war of this category was won by an independent?" I asked, and Champion Charity agreed to look it up because she was curious. The answer is never. Granted, this noble war was a confluence of very rare events, but when analyzed, all of those events lead back to Nero Walker.
Derek couldn't hold back his opinion. "We saw him lying on the floor, barely alive and covered in blood. I believe the populators must have made a mistake. There is no way he is responsible for what we saw at the center." Raising her eyebrow, she waved her hand and a hologram appeared on her right. 10 feet tall and 15 feet wide, it covered a good portion of the wall. The hologram showed the memory of Champion Memory, the populator who had witnessed Nero's fights. The City Lord and her children watched as Nero fought with never-before-seen environmental spells. They could see the determination in his eyes as he spit out his last words with venom before succumbing to center overuse and passing out. With another wave of her hand, Lord Cosgrove dismissed the hologram. Deirdre and Derek sat there with their mouths open in astonishment. They hadn't known that the populator witnessed the fight firsthand and offered a recording to the sitting City Lord. So much about what they just saw was unprecedented. Their attention snapped to their mother as her hand slammed down on the table. With gritted teeth, she addressed her children. "I know how both of you think. You will see this boy as a challenge to what you believe is your right. Deirdre, you will want to demand his secrets of magic. Derek, you will want to put him in his place. Both of you will try to use your position as heirs of a victorious House Cosgrove to intimidate him and pressure the heirs of the court to aid you in your politicking." The heirs regained their composure and exchanged looks as she talked. They could both see that as a possibility for their sibling, but they believed their mother was wrong in how she viewed them. Lord Cosgrove very rarely raised her voice, and displays of anger were even rarer. So when she shouted, "Both of you will look at me when I'm talking to you," their eyes snapped to hers, and they wilted in their chairs. Lord Helima Cosgrave controlled her tone and spoke as if she was passing judgment. "You both will make every attempt to befriend this young man. He has earned the title of New Noble, which means that any house that acts against him will be sanctioned by the crown. For the next 100 years, his house is untouchable. More than that, you need to understand how he thinks. She looked at her children and made sure they were paying attention. She continued, "He is essentially 5 days old. He didn't know what the Accords were. He didn't know what being an independent meant in a noble war. Champion Charity asked him why he got involved. I want you both to etch his response into your mind."
Pausing once again, she raised her hand, and a hologram showed Nero sitting in a chair. He started talking in a quiet, slow voice.
"I didn't know 90% of what you just said. Also, even after hearing it, I only understand about 60% of it. All I know is that last night my home was invaded. People came in and rounded us up. They took 2 people. One of them had the crap kicked out of him, and the other was a young woman that the man in charge smacked around. That shit doesn't happen when I'm around. No one seemed to want to get involved, like it wasn't their problem. As for me, I didn't like the idea of letting invaders take what they wanted without anyone fighting back. So I fought back. I'm sorry those men died, but they made the choice to enter into a fight that put us on opposite sides. Nobody comes into my house and starts shit. They wanted a war, so I gave them one." Nero finished with a growl.
With a wave of her hand, Lord Cosgrove dismissed the hologram and returned her attention to her children. She was pleased to see that they were both deep in thought.
"What do you think you would do to someone who placed themselves as his opponent? Think it through. What is a man like that capable of? He is 14, awakened only 5 days ago, and apparently already over level 5. How will your games cause him to react?"
The room sat in silence as the siblings frowned in thought.
Deirdre spoke quietly.
"A man like that doesn't lose. He will keep coming until he wins the game. He doesn't have opponents. He has targets. And we do not want to be that man's targets."
Lord Cosgrove turned to her son, the one she was really worried about.
Looking at his eyes, she waited for him to speak. "I am having trouble seeing what you both seem to see when you look at him. To me, he is just a lucky boy with more balls than sense," he said, while attempting to choose his words carefully.
Lord Cosgrove's shoulders sank, and she leaned back in her chair.
Smirking with disappointment at her son, she said, "You'll be dead by the end of the month with that attitude. Either you will anger him enough to act, or you will do something stupid, which will result in me having to kill you to avoid sanctions."
It really was past time that she worked on getting some new heirs. She made a mental note in her link to schedule a meeting with her consorts. In fact, that Captain Angelton was a good-looking man. She had better start a list. Nero entered the center while rubbing his belly. Even though he had some food at the army compound, he decided that he had earned himself some cake, or cake equivalent. After all, he did just find out that he was going to be a noble. Walking through the entryway, Nero noticed crews rebuilding the office he had blown up the night before. They got on that fast, he thought. He joined the group of people surrounding the destroyed window and looked into the remains of the office. He could see what was left of the door and what could charitably be called a wall. The fight he had with the mercenaries replayed in his head. He relived his panic while hiding behind the desk and how magic didn't work on people the way he thought it would. It really was just dumb luck that he survived. I really need to learn how to fight, he thought, as he heard the people around him talking. There were associates standing around, discussing the damage. Some were debating the mechanics of the spell used to make such an explosion. Others were examining the essence residue. Not a single one of them was complaining about the damage, or how the violence was unacceptable. In fact, most people seemed to look at the damage in a positive light, like the destruction proved the utility of the spell. Even though, back home, people would have been outraged at the savagery of their fellow man, here they celebrated the victor's
brutal handiwork.
More than anything Nero had encountered so far, the people's reaction to the evidence of his life and death struggle brought home how different this world was from the world he used to live in.
The occasional pings from Nick and his wife were starting to get annoying, so Nero decided to move on. As they were more or less his caretakers in this new world, he should probably ping them back. Hopefully it wouldn't be a long conversation, as he had that noble party to get to, and some people to screw with. Continuing his walk to the cafeteria, he debated whether he should address his missed pings or just ping the Salvatores himself. He opted to open a connection to Mrs. Salvatore, as keeping her waiting just seemed dumber than ignoring Nick. As soon as his link connected, Mrs. Salvatore's psyche hit Nero like a water balloon filled with paint. Nero felt her anger cling to his mind. She was pissed.
"Where have you been? You've had Nick climbing the walls with worry. He said that you've gotten into some trouble with the nobles and that you need clothes," she said. Her tone reminded him of a mother probing for information, waiting for the chance to pounce on any perceived weakness.
Instead of getting into it, Nero said, "Before anything else, please tell me if any of your messages need to be read. I have a massive backlog of pings, and I need to clear them out. I have orders to read my pings from Captain Angelton."
With a mental sigh, she replied, "I don't know what you still haven't addressed in your link. You'll have to deal with that yourself. Mr. Walker, please tell me what's going on, and I'll do my best to help you deal with it. I understand that you've only been in this world for 5 days, and helping people on their path is quite literally my job."
"Fine, but can you join Nick into our ping from wherever he is? I don't want to tell this story twice," he said. While waiting for Mrs. Salvatore to get Nick into their ping, Nero walked into the dining hall. As he was waiting in line, he sensed Mrs. Salvatore return to the ping, alongside a very agitated Nick. Nick said, "Nero, I got some robes that should work for you. We don't have time to get you a haircut or anything, but we'll make do. What time are you being called to court?" Nero was surprised at Nick's preparations and said, "You got me robes already? You just believed what I told you?" "Hell no," Nick replied. "I pinged Captain Angelton. He let me know the situation. As I'm currently your center advisor, it falls to me to help you on your path. And it seems your path is leading you to the inner ring. Are you at your dorm room?" he asked. Mrs. Salvatore interjected herself into the conversation and said, "Can someone please just tell me what's going on?" Nick replied, "Nero, let me explain. You'll just confuse her." Last night, Nero chose to involve himself in the noble war. He ignored the accords and fought as an independent. The details are less important than the results. It seems that he fought 5 men in combat, including the leader of the mercenary force that assaulted the center. Nero killed all 5, and aided in the liberation of the captured Cosgrave heirs. Due to the fact that his battles were the only actual combat that occurred during the entire war, he took the highest place in the rankings. If you don't realize the implications of that, don't worry. I had to have them explained to me as well. "What kind of consequences?" she asked. Nero smiled as he drank his milk. "I'm going to be a noble. I've got to attend a dinner or something. The captain is picking me up in like an hour. You guys want to come? I'm guessing the food will be good," he said. Hence, Nero needed some better clothes. We'll also have to revisit his lesson plan and schedule. All that work with the previous syllabus. What a waste, said Nick bitterly. Nero replied, "Don't worry, old man. I'll still keep up with my part in the deal. We'll just have to amend the contract. We haven't signed anything yet anyway." "Nick, I'll get you a change of robes and meet you at Nero's dorm. We'll not let that nest of vipers at Nero without representation. Bring his robes and meet me there," she said, and cut her connection. Left with Nick, Nero said, "She's not a big fan of nobles, huh?" "The Salvatores are a noble family. Technically, I'm a noble. However, I gave up the game and am an independent branch house. I just never completed the noble rites to found my own house. My family and Vera don't get along."
She likes to focus on helping people with their path through the center, where my family tends to focus on advancing society's path from a larger perspective, through business," Nick replied. Nero listened to the gossip as he bussed his dishes. Heading back to his dorm, he said, "I'm looking forward to seeing her give the side eye to everyone when we get there. She's an amazing woman, Nick. Anyway, when are you getting here? I still got to take a shower, so I'll just leave the door unlocked." "Wait, can I leave the door unlocked?"
Nick replied. "You can change your entry authorizations through your room's station. I'll be there soon, and I'll walk you through how to tie your robes. For once, you might actually look like you know how to dress yourself." Offended, Nero said, "Hey, I followed the little diagram thing that was in the cabinet. Anyway, I'm almost there. The door will be unlocked, just come on in. It's room 3.18, if you don't remember." 3.18, understood, Nick replied and cut the connection. Nero arrived at his room, changed the setting to allow Nick and Mrs. Salvatore to temporarily enter, and tossed his satchel on the desk. Heading to the shower, he thought, "So it looks like I'm going to the ball. I wonder if I'll meet my fated enemy. Maybe some noble heir will be all offended at my being raised to nobility, and I'll have to defend my honor. I bet I'll be face-slapping some brats in no time." Chapter 34. House guests always ignore boundaries. Mage Adept Cranston looked at the communication mirror with confusion. "I don't understand. You want me to help him, but not be seen helping him. Don't be nice to him or mean to him. Help him a little if he asks, but don't be too helpful. Stay far away, but watch him closely. Respectfully, you're not making any sense," he said. He was in his private wing at the Mage Tower in Dorchester. No one could trace this communication mirror, and it was only supposed to be used to contact the Mage Tower of Hennings when special circumstances demanded it. Cranston had been called here by a secure signal, implying an alarming level of importance to this meeting. In the mirror, he could see the entirety of the Mage Council. They all wore severe expressions, as though this was of significant importance to Oglevark itself. The head of the council, Archmage Jennings, was leading the meeting in person. That fact alone sent a shiver down Cranston's spine. Cranston had never forgotten the circumstances which caused him to leave Hennings. After he had made a small mistake with a dungeon break calculation, Archmage Jennings was furious. Luckily, his father had called in a few favors, and Jennings wasn't allowed to call him to a duel. Seeing Jennings humbled by the Council of Leadership remains one of Cranston's fondest memories. Archmage Jennings stood up and walked toward the communications crystal. In a cold voice, he said, "What is there to understand? We have been watching the boy since he arrived on this plane. He is a phenomenon that must be carefully studied and nourished so he can grow. I will not let some piddling nobles in the middle of nowhere cut his journey short with their stupidity." Echoes of "hear, hear," and banging on the table came through the mirror from the other council members. But isn't he already off-limits as a new noble? No one will want to risk sanctions by the royal family by interfering with his path. "What is it you want me to do?" he asked, clearly trying to hide his annoyance with the situation. Jennings could be seen visibly shaking in repressed anger. He turned and went back to his seat while shouting, "Mathers, talk to this fool. I can't deal with this crap." Mage Adept Cranston watched as Mathers calmed down Jennings. The other council members were mumbling to each other, and all of them carried looks of disapproval. This was not looking good for Cranston. Taking a spot in front of the communications crystal, Mathers folded his hands and took on the aura of teacher trying to get a child to see the bigger picture. "By now, you should have at least read some of what the boy has accomplished since arriving here 5 days ago. His exceptional leveling speed, incredible deductive skills, an ability to cast spells far beyond what he should be able to cast, and, most importantly, his perspective.
We want that talent nurtured, not smothered. You must help him, but give him room to grow on his own. Directly influencing his path is not what we want. But we want you to protect his path from local forces that would like to see him stumble. Do you understand? He asked.
Cranston crossed his arms and tried to choose his words carefully.
I went over all the information that we have on him. I can see why you think he is a bit unusual, but I don't see what all the fuss is about. He lucked into a position of nobility, and if he survives, I'm sure he'll grow into something special. However, if his rapid rise causes the world around him to rebound and snuff out his life, that's just his fate. Respectfully, I refuse to take on this responsibility, he said in a tone of utmost professionalism.
Mather's shoulders sagged, and the entire council went silent. The quiet was instantly blasted away by Archmage Jennings shouting, "Enough! Sending that little bastard out to Dorchester didn't teach him anything. I'm going there and putting a flaming foot so far up his ass, his hair catches on fire."
Mage Adept Cranston paled as he watched Jennings march out of the room.
The council remained in silence, but they now looked at Cranston in pity. Trying to calm the situation down, Cranston said,
Fellow mages, you know I've served the tower for almost 80 years, and in all that time— Interrupting what was sure to be a grand speech, Mathers held up his hand for Cranston to shut up. The council's looks of pity were gone, and in their place was the cold disinterest Cranston was more familiar with. Mathers, however, looked giddy. He locked eyes with Cranston and said, "Good luck. I'm sure Archmage Jennings will be there within the hour. I hope I'll see you again. If not, that's just fate." The mirror in Cranston's tower went out, and he just stared at the closed connection in confusion. What the hell just happened? He wondered. Nero was brushing his teeth while staring at himself in the mirror. A light application of air essence had cleared the fog on the mirror from his recent shower. As he leaned forward to check on the little shrapnel wounds that peppered his face and forearms, he reminded himself that people healed faster here. Most of his wounds were gone, and after his second shower of the day, he felt great. After reminding himself that he had a dinner to get to, Nero finished up. He applied some type of roll-on deodorant, then opened the door to his room. Nick was standing over Nero's desk and going through the various notes and papers that were lying around. With a smile, Nero greeted him. "Hey, Nick, where's my threads?" Realizing that someone was talking to him, Nick looked up from the notes in his hands. "They're on the bed. Just do your best and I'll show you how to fix whatever mistakes you make. You can't go to the keep looking like an idiot," he said with a dismissive gesture, then returned to his study of Nero's notes. Ignoring Nick's attitude, Nero grabbed the pile of clothes and returned to the bathroom. Getting dressed wasn't all that complicated. Nobles dressed in a slightly better version of what the people at the center were issued: pants and a shirt, with a nice leather belt and soft leather boots. The robe was another matter. It was two robes, one with no sleeves and some ties on the side. The outer robe had big sleeves that ended at mid-forearm and was tied with a thick leather belt. Nero did his best and admired his reflection. Nodding to himself through the mirror, he returned to Nick for a second opinion. Opening the door, he said, "Hey, Nick, what do you think? Do I make this look good or what?" Glancing at Nero, Nick did a double-take. "Why didn't you adjust it?" he asked. "What do you mean? Did I miss a tie or something?" Nero asked while holding his arms up and looking for anything dangling. "Just feel for its essence signature and try to feed it what it wants," Nick said. Closing his eyes, Nero did as instructed. He could feel a sense of anticipation from the clothes, even his socks. Trying to just accept the feeling, he started pulling in some essence from the room. The clothes seemed to not like that and retreated. "Use your center. The room doesn't know what size you are," Nick said, then muttered a quiet, "Idiot." Nero had a feeling of release, and he felt himself open. The clothes shrunk and tightened, changing their subtle dimensions to more accurately fit his form. It felt like being hugged. The clothes even radiated a sense of being complete. His senses started to spread out, and he sensed the door behind him. It was patiently waiting for the opportunity to open. The walls were strong and immovable. The thin carpet was self-satisfied and wouldn't allow anything to blemish its beauty. "Stop that! You're going to empty your center, and you have too much to do today," Nick reprimanded Nero. Pulling his senses tight once again, Nero opened his eyes. "What the hell was that?" he asked. While organizing Nero's notes, Nick said, "Everything has an identity. You were just using yours to recognize and interact with the world in a more visceral way. It's called delving. Didn't you read about it? I saw your notes on the subject." Nero's eyes widened as he nearly shouted, "That's delving? I thought delving was using essence to inspect objects and people. I set the shirt Captain Angelton gave me on fire when I tried it. I thought I couldn't do it yet." Nick gave Nero his "you're an idiot" stare and said, "You obviously were trying to force ambient essence into the shirt, rather than using your own essence. What did you expect to happen?" Nero shook his head. "I don't want to get into this with you right now. Do these clothes look all right?" Walking up to Nero, Nick gave him a once-over. He adjusted his belt and smoothed the fabric a little. Nodding, he said, "It should be fine. Now sit down and wait for Vera. I want to go over your study materials. Some of this is very interesting." Nero hopped up onto the bed. "What's interesting about my notes?" he asked. "Most of what you wrote down are questions and conclusions. I wouldn't call these notes," Nick said while slightly raising his voice and waving the papers around. He continued, "Notes are concise rephrasing or simplified summaries of accepted information. You, however, evaluate everything you read and try to extrapolate limitations. Some of these theories you have here are completely wrong. But, I have to admit, some of these theories are rather interesting." Nick flipped through pages and started talking about how these notes related to something or another. Since Nick wasn't paying attention to Nero any longer, he decided to treat Nick's impromptu lecture like a high school science class. After making himself comfortable on the bed, he started checking his messages. Nero deleted a bunch of pings from Nick and Vera about the Noble War. If he wanted information on the Accords, he could just look it up. There were several pings concerning his point totals and results from Dorchester's Council of Leadership. Those he saved. He might need them for reference. Finally, he got to his several pings from Captain Angelton. The first few were just demands for Nero to come to the compound. After deleting those, Nero finally found some useful information. Unfortunately, just after he read about what being a noble means, Nick interrupted. "Are you even listening to me?" Nick asked loudly. Closing his link, Nero looked at Nick with fake interest. Before Nero could try and spin the situation to his advantage, his dorm room door opened, saving him from Nick's wrath. Entering the room with a scowl, Nick's wife started talking the moment she saw her husband. "What are you doing? We need to get moving. Here are your robes. Get changed." Waving her hand, garment bags appeared and flew toward Nick's face. Then she walked up to Nero's bed, snapped her fingers, and pointed at her feet while saying, "Nero, get over here. Your hair is a mess. I thought you'd be smart enough to prepare a little. This is your first showing as a noble. As such, everyone's initial impression of you will be solidified tonight." Nero got up and suffered her ministrations, while Nick went to the bathroom to change. "So I was just about to read the ping about all this. What should I be expecting?" Nero asked. While Mrs. Salvatore was adjusting Nero's robes, she replied, "From what I've been able to find out, you'll be having dinner with General Branson from Central Command, 2 counselors from the Noble Court, the Court Mage, and the City Lord herself. I don't know if anyone else will be in attendance,
but I heard the servants at the keep were instructed to treat this event with all seriousness."
"How did you find all this out?" Nero asked, shocked at her investigative prowess. Sniffing to herself, as if the very thought of there being something she couldn't find out was absurd. She replied, "I know everybody. With a few pings, I could tell you what anyone in the city is doing. Now, send me a copy of your invitation." Nero was impressed. He knew Mrs. Salvatore was a big shot around Gate 7, but he assumed that her position had no bearing in the upper class of the city. He opened his link and forwarded everything that Captain Angelton had sent him, along with all the information from Dorchester's keep. He figured that should keep her happy for a while. "All right, Nero, give me a moment, and we'll see what's going on," she said, as she turned the one chair in the room toward the center and sat down. She resembled a queen holding court as she closed her eyes and started in on Nero's pile of information. Nero just smiled at her antics and returned to his seat on the bed. Grimacing, he realized he was in that awkward period before an event. He had nothing to do, but didn't have time to start on anything. So he opened his identity to see if anything happened with his growth in the past hour. Maybe he could get some clues as to what caused his rapid leveling. Name: Nero Walker, level 6. Race: Human growth, 36%. Tier 1. Condition: 94%. Age: 14. Center: 76%. Body: 1. Mind: 1. Soul: 1. Confluence: 10. Stars: 2. Pillars: 0/0. So no growth, but my center dropped a bit. Must have been the delving or whatever, he thought. Nero looked over his skill notifications that he usually ignores. There were hundreds of them. He learned nothing from them, except for the fact that ignoring them was the right call. He was about to open his expanded stats when Nick came out of the bathroom. Wearing a burgundy and black robe, Nick looked very proper. Seeing Vera using the link, he turned his attention to Nero. "About ready to go? Did Vera fill you in on the plan?" he asked. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Nero replied, "There's a plan?" "Vera always has a plan. Get whatever you need together. She'll tell us what to do soon enough. It's best to be ready beforehand," Nick said quietly. Nero got to his feet and collected his satchel. Joining Nick near the door to the hallway, they both watched Vera sitting by the desk with a frown on her face. Opening her eyes, she smoothed her robes and stood up. "I'm perfectly capable of hearing you while I go through the relevant data. We'll be among nobles once again, so I'm going to ask you both to try to rein in your personalities," she said. Nero and Nick exchanged a look, both implying that the other was the one she was talking about. With a sigh, she said, "Let's just go. We'll talk on the way. Captain Angelton will be meeting us at the center entryway." Following her out of the room, Nero and Nick waited for orders. Walking down the hallway, Vera said, "Now, Nero, I went through everything you sent me. First, I'd like to—" Nero interrupted. "I sent you like 10 pings. How the hell did you go through all of them?" "Mr. Walker, do not interrupt people. It's rude. And although you sent me a great deal of information, my first pillar is efficiency. I have progressed far enough to have the ability to go over paperwork with an enhanced speed. You'll have to hold your follow-up questions, as there is a lot of information that you need, and we don't have a lot of time." Nero snorted as he matched her quick walk. "I know that saying this is a mistake, but aren't you being a little dramatic?" he said. Nero could hear Nick chuckling as Vera just sighed and replied, "Nero, there is a lot happening that you don't understand. You are technically a noble now. The moment the paperwork was filed, you became a new noble. That title, new noble, has several important factors that you need to be aware of. First, you cannot be attacked, targeted, or be the subject of a noble war for the next 100 years. This was put in place because the life expectancy of new nobles was less than a week, unless they found a major house to back them. Around 2,000 years ago,
the crown decided that if they wanted to keep the upward viability of the new noble system, they would step in and act as a backer to all new nobles.
Second, tonight's dinner is to introduce you to the city lord and have her receive your pledge of conduct. The pledge is something all noble houses have to abide by. Since you constitute a new noble house, you are the house head. As the head of a noble house, you must make the pledge. Hopefully, we can get that done tonight. Third, you will have to schedule your noble trials. As a new noble, you will not be allowed to put them off. They must be completed in a reasonable time frame. This is a problem because you are only 14. The trial of combat would result in your death. The trial of knowledge is impossible for you. You don't know anything. The trial of service is a possibility, but you don't know how the systems of the city actually work. Which brings us to the trial of legacy, which, although possible, is also a really bad idea. She finished with a grimace. Nero was digesting everything she just said. His tentative plan had been to refuse the title of nobility and request a payout. But if that wasn't an option, he'd have to move to Plan B. Nero's problem was that he didn't have a Plan B. As they reached the center entryway, she said, "I see you're starting to understand the gravity of the situation. If you're not careful, you could very well die in the next few days. And I, for one, do not want that to happen." Nero looked at her and could see the worry in her eyes. Nick placed a hand on her shoulder and gave it a squeeze in support. "Don't worry, Mrs. Salvatore. I'm very hard to kill. I'm like a cockroach. I'm sure I'll fit right in with the nobles," Nero said with a smile. Cracking a smile, she said, "I've taken the liberty of using Nick's position as your advisor to get both him and I into the dinner with you. You don't have to face this alone. We are well versed in dealing with the noble court, and we'll do our best to support you." Nick nodded along with Vera's words. "Well, thanks in advance. Let's go find the captain and get to the keep." "By the way, how do we get there?" Nero asked as he moved the group toward the entrance. Chapter 35. Cab rides are just tours without anyone explaining anything. The king and queen of Oglevark were enjoying their dinner. Rather than use one of the many dining rooms, they typically ate outside after the sun had set. They both enjoyed the stars. In his youth, the king had even developed a method to tune the palace's wards to remove the light pollution from the capital. Hurrying into the courtyard, the king's aide came to a stop. He waited for the king to notice him, but it was the queen who addressed him. "What is it, Walter?" the queen asked, while sipping her wine. The king looked over from his side of the table with a smile on his face. Walter realized the king probably already knew, but he had to be certain. "Your Majesty, I came to inform the king of an unauthorized departure of a skyship. However, based on his smile, it seems he might already be aware of the situation." The queen looked over at her husband. He had the look of a prankster, enjoying the moment his prank landed. "What did you do?" she asked in exasperation. "I didn't do anything," he replied. With a sniff, she ignored him. Turning to Walter, she said, "Tell me what we know. Have pursuit craft already been deployed?" "No, Your Majesty, not at this time. It seems that Archmage Jennings attempted to requisition a direct transport to Dorchester. Naturally, the request of such a transport raised some eyebrows, but the reason for the request was what caused Lord Hastings to report the incident to the Crown. Apparently, after receiving word that his request was denied, he went straight to the sky docks. He stole the Royal Pleasure Yacht. He sent a ping to the Crown's public inbox with a receipt of sale. He says he rightfully owns the skyship because, and I quote, "That brat said he owed me one a couple 100 years ago, and if he didn't, he should have." As Jennings is the head of the Council of Mages, no one disputed his claim that he had purchased the skyship. Without even filing a flight plan, he took the ship. By the time I heard of it, he was already outside the city and in the wilds of Oglevark, Walter finished with a sigh. The queen looked back at the king. He was stifling his laughter with his hand. The king said,
tell her what his reason was for the transport. Walter sighed at the king's antics and said, "The wording was rather crass. He said he had to immediately go to Dorchester because, and I quote, some little bitch of a noble is masquerading as a mage and playing games. He was put in Dorchester because if he stayed in Hennings, someone would have killed him. He managed to piss me off from the other side of the kingdom, so I'm making good on my threat." Obviously, when the Lord Hastings read this, he alerted the Council of Leadership. I wanted to make sure that the information wasn't being kept from the king, hence why I am here, interrupting your dinner. The Queen turned to the king and said, "Really, Oliver? You're just going to let him go murder the man? You know the Cranstons in Cranpool will be livid." The king nodded with a smile. "I've already sent word to them. Specifically, the reason Jennings is heading there. Lord Cranston was justifiably angry, so I sent him the memory of the meeting that was logged in the Tower of Mages. As a result, he not only understands, but offered an apology for petitioning for royal intervention all those years ago. You don't need to worry. The poor man masquerading as a mage has been dead for a while. Jennings was just waiting for an excuse to make it official. The man was an idiot and gave him one," the king said, then sipped his wine while grinning. Narrowing her eyes, the Queen said, "You wouldn't let this play out like this unless you had a reason. What is it?" The king looked at his wife, and she didn't seem to want to let it be. "Fine," he said. "That anomaly in Dorchester is interesting. I didn't want to affect his path, but Jennings wasn't going to let the kid be in danger. This way, I let Dorchester gain a new noble house. Jennings gets out of his tower and gets his revenge. A mage who let a noble house hide troops is dealt with, and I put a skyship above Dorchester in case I need it there. There were other reasons, but those were the main ones." The Queen looked pleased and said, "I always love the way you play. As far as I know, you're still the only person who has beaten the Matrix of Fate in the game. But is the boy that important?" The king shook his head and said, "Not at all. The boy is interesting, but the events he sets in motion are much more interesting. Think about what would have happened if the Dorchans had won the city seat. They were arming the Islangors as a noble house. What do you think they would have done when they gained real power? I can't predict what the kid will do, and I find that fascinating. Who knows? They might not even have to evacuate the city during the coming essence shift." Captain Angelton waited at the entrance to the Center for Nero to show up. He hoped the young man was on time. While reviewing his orders through his link, he nervously paced at the foot of the steps. This was not the time for Nero's mischief. He let out a relieved sigh when he saw Nero walk up with the Salvatores. At least they got Nero presentable. "You two did a great job. He looks almost respectable. I'll be sure to let you know what happens. So expect a late-night ping," he said. Mrs. Salvatore responded, "That won't be necessary. We've procured invitations. You didn't think the center would allow a young associate to face such a change in their path without their advisor present, did you?" Surprised, Captain Angelton could only nod and say, "Of course. Well, let's get going then." As they started walking, Nero followed along as best he could. Everyone was taller than him, and he found it annoying. Their immediate destination turned out to be a carriage station. It was like a really efficient taxi station. The moment they arrived, a carriage pulled up, and Captain Angelton provided the destination. Loa 7 Transport Hub 1. During the ride, Nick and Angelton provided the majority of conversation. Nick was demanding a recounting of Nero's meeting with Champion Charity. Nero wasn't really paying attention, as he was just enjoying his first experience in a carriage. Nero was surprised how smooth the ride was. He assumed there were magic shock absorbers that went along with the magical internal lighting in the cab. They passed through Dorchester's Lower 7 district at a relatively quick pace. As the ride progressed, Nero could see the buildings becoming fancier and taller with every block. Soon, people could be seen wearing more robes than regular clothes. And Nero figured that robes were the suits of this world. He looked over at Captain Angelton, who was dressed in chainmail and his hauberk, and said,
Sorry to interrupt your riveting conversation, but why aren't you dressed up like us?
The captain turned to Nero and said, I'm a knight, Nero. My oaths require me to always be ready to defend the realm. I made the choice to forego the niceties of life and dedicate myself to a purpose. I have 43 years before I will wear anything other than armor. That's when my tour is up. Although I'll probably re-enlist, and being an officer in the army requires one to swear themselves to the code. You'll probably never see me in anything but armor.
The Salvatores both looked like they respected the decision, but Nero had some questions. The cab was pulling to a stop, and Nero bit his tongue to stop his interrogation. He was going to have to stifle his urge to know everything, because he knew that tonight he was going to be introduced to a lot of things that would tickle his curiosity. The teleport station was a large building with a ticket booth and benches for waiting. It reminded Nero of what he thought Grand Central Station looked like. He had only seen it in movies, but the grand ceiling and busy atmosphere was exactly like he remembered. Instead of getting tickets, Angelton led them to a private area with a small guard station. The captain offered the guards a nod, and then led Nero and the Salvatores to a private teleportation room. It was a large room, with 2 people sitting at a desk monitoring some holograms. There was a large platform which was circular, and near the ceiling was an equally large, glowing ring hanging above it. The stone platform was lit up like it was under a spotlight. Nero could hardly see the walls of the room. The whole room looked familiar. He'd seen something like this in old science fiction shows. So this is exactly like a medieval version of a teleport room, Nero muttered. Nick apparently heard him and responded with a smile. You think we're unenlightened? How did you expect to cross half the city in a reasonable time frame? Following them up onto the platform, Nero paid close attention to the symbols etched into the floor. He said, I don't think you're unenlightened. I said medieval, which probably translated weird or something. I just meant that a wood room with a futuristic teleporter struck me as odd. Don't worry about it. So how do we do this? Before Nero finished speaking, his senses blanked and then quickly returned. It was like getting hit in the face with the flash from a camera. Looking around, he could already see the Salvatores and the captain stepping down from the platform. Examining his new surroundings, Nero realized that this wasn't the same room. Hurrying to catch up, he shouted, That's it? We already did it? Don't they warn people or something? Nick gave Nero a look over his shoulder. Everyone scheduled for transport was ready. If we weren't ready, why would we have gotten onto the Astra platform? Stop talking nonsense. Just stay close and keep your mouth shut. With a Nero shut up and promised himself that he wasn't going to act like a noob anymore. He would keep his eyes open, but hold any and all questions until he was somewhere private. Soon they were taking another cab. This part of the city had really tall stone buildings and had a very different atmosphere than Lower 7. The people all had their noses in the air and walked with purpose. Nero watched the people along the sidewalks interact and could tell he was in the upper class area of the city. The smiles were gone, but the courtesy remained. This is what New York would look like if the style section said that kindness was all the rage this season, Nero thought to himself. Nero wondered how a city full of socialites like these functioned. Did they have auctions where they fought to be outbid? How did charities work here? If service was what you were supposed to do, how did people prove that they were better than everyone else? The cab finally arrived near the keep walls. They were tall and wide, with large gates every couple blocks. Nero estimated that the keep must be 10 square blocks at least. He could see towers and wide rooftops with crenellations behind the walls. There seemed to be a lot of buildings inside the keep. While they were waiting for their turn to be checked in at the gate, Nero couldn't hold in his questions. I thought the keep was a building. How is this all considered the keep? Nero asked Nick. Originally, the keep was just the large central building, which could serve as a retreat position and center of government.
Over time, keeps grew as cities grew. Now a keep is defined as the central governing position of the city. As you can see, there are still walls to provide a fallback position. However, now it mostly serves to keep out unauthorized people. After all, if an invading beast wave got this far into the city, there would be no point in falling back. The buildings in the keep are the administrative centers for all city services and orders, he said.
Captain Angleton chimed in. The local chapter of the Knights of Oglevark is here as well. I stayed there for a while after I was promoted to captain. It is in what used to be a Church of Serene, before they moved to the Temple District.
While their carriage moved through the gate, Nero watched as the inner keep was revealed. There were towering buildings, along with a great deal of open spaces and gardens. Every building had courtyards and fountains. There were statues and walkways, benches and awnings. Nero thought it looked like a landscaping catalog threw up. It was overdone to the point of being ridiculous. Eventually, they reached what Nero thought was the castle. It was a huge building, with towers and ramparts. It even had a drawbridge and a moat. The moat had floating flowers and looked well maintained. It didn't look like it was for defense at all. The entire castle seemed like a parody of what a castle looked like. Then Nero took another look and tried to think about why he thought castles looked a certain way. He was used to seeing ruins. A building that was ancient but well maintained would actually look like this. There was no reason to let the walls fall to disrepair, or for the landscaping to be purely functional. Why couldn't they do both? Nero reminded himself to take things as they come, and not to judge things without information. He refused to act like a tourist. Pulling up to the keep, they got out and were met by the staff. It wasn't exactly a private affair. There were people coming in and out of the castle, and it was more like a servant and butler waiting at the airport with a sign that said Nero Walker than a special honor that welcomed him as a guest. Once their identity was confirmed, they were ushered into the castle and put in a room off to the side. As expected, they were told to wait, and they would be called for soon. Checking out the room, Nero thought it was a typical fancy person waiting room. Yet he was disappointed to find that there weren't any cookies or anything. Plopping himself down on the couch, he said, "Well, at least the couch is comfy." Mrs. Salvatore sat opposite him, while Nick and the captain looked around the room and made appraising remarks about the Ark. "So, is this your first time at the castle, or whatever this place is called?" Nero asked. Sighing, Mrs. Salvatore said, "Nero, I need you to listen to me. If you insult someone here, they can invoke the right of duel. Refusing to duel is shameful and can have economic and social consequences that you can't afford. You have some protection as a new noble, but if a case can be made that you started it, then you are on your own. I haven't had time to go over the relevant laws, so just watch your words." Nodding, Nero said, "No problem. I'm the picture of a well-behaved young master. But seriously, what's this place called?" "This building is either called the castle or the central keep," she replied. Nick chimed in. "Also, make sure you don't make any promises or agree to anything without checking with us first. And this is important. Do not accept any challenges to a game. Bet nothing, accept nothing. Do you understand?" Nero replied, "Yep, I got it. Trust no one. Everyone here will smile at me while trying to stab me in the back." He turned to Captain Angleton and continued, "The captain knows what I think about rich assholes. I wouldn't trust them with a butter knife." Nick asked Vera, "So do you have any plans on what to do about his noble trials?" Vera nodded and replied, "Yes, I have a few ideas. We'll have to see how Lord Cosgrove wants to play it. I'm also interested in why the court mage and the general are at this dinner instead of the royal heirs. From the reports of Nero saving them, I figured they'd offer a formal thank you. This would have been the perfect venue for that. This is unusual, even for an unusual situation like this. We'll just have to play it by ear.
and make sure Nero doesn't get himself killed.
Nero had his feet up on the table and was leaning back into the couch.
Hey, I'm not completely without... He trailed off, like he couldn't think of the word. Guile! He shouted. Yeah, I'm not completely without guile. I can be all noble and whatnot. You don't have to worry. I got this.
He was met with blank stares.
The door to the room opened into the silence, and the butler said, "Dinner is served. Please follow me to the dining hall." Chapter 36. Noble Nero's First Dinner at the Keep. The door to Lord Cosgrove's office opened, and Lord Hector Salvatore walked in. He was 6 feet tall and walked with confidence. His thin black hair was cut short and styled with product. He had a thin goatee with impeccable grooming. He walked to the center of the room and offered an elegant bow.
"You wished to see me, City Lord?" he asked in a silky voice.
Lord Cosgrove tapped her fingers on the desk as she appraised him. "What can you tell me about your brother and his wife?" she asked.
Confused, he asked, "Which brother, my lord?"
Raising an eyebrow, she said, "After today's meeting in the council chamber, you can't guess the topic of conversation?"
Taking a second to think, Hector furrowed his brow and went over what he knew.
Looking back to Lord Cosgrove, he said, "I'm sorry, my lord. I can't think of what connection anyone in my house has to last night's events, or anything covered in the council meeting. I assure you, as far as I know, my house had no connection to the former Lord Dorchan's machinations."
Shaking her head, Cosgrove replied, "No, Lord Salvatore. This isn't about the Dorchans. This is about the new noble."
I'm even more confused. We don't have anyone in our house in Lower 7. How did he... You mean the boy has some connection to Nicholas and Vera? He asked, eyes wide in shock.
Lord Cosgrove chuckled. "Yes, Nicholas is the boy's advisor. His wife did the boy's initial intake when he entered the city. Apparently they are thick as thieves. In fact, when I sent for the boy, Vera Salvatore got an invite to tonight's dinner through her connections with the general's staff. She managed to do it without the general even being aware. What I want to know is, what kind of people are they? I don't know much about your brother. I don't think I've ever met him," she said, attempting to cover his shock. Lord Salvatore coughed into his hand and said, "Yes, you probably never interacted. Nicholas left the noble court and the house almost 50 years ago, when he married his wife, in fact. He always avoided the political aspects of being a Salvatore. His only concern was scientific advancement. He made our father both proud and annoyed in equal measure. His rapid rise through the research center is a testament to his dedication to his craft. With respect, Vera is the one to watch out for." "How so?" Lord Cosgrove asked intently.
"Her maiden name is Pendleton," he said.
Lord Cosgrove leaned back as if struck.
"She's related to the Pendletons. The Grand House Pendletons?" she asked for clarification, shaking his head. "Not really. Well, kind of. Her grandmother was Natasha Pendleton, but her mother left the family to start a new house. I believe they are best categorized as a branch house, but haven't formally completed the noble trials. I believe the mother is only waiting to find the right husband. She had 5 or 6 consorts, if I remember correctly. She has also completed the other trials, and hasn't appeared to be in a hurry to marry. In any case, Vera was raised in Hennings and moved here to work in the center almost 75 years ago. She met Nicholas, and he left our family for her. She is a formidable woman. Do not take her lightly, as she grew up playing the game in the capital. From what we learned when we checked up on her history, she spent a great deal of time destroying people who crossed her. She prefers to eliminate escape routes and then cause her opponents to make a mistake. I've personally seen 2 of her duels. She is a devious fighter and relies on subtle essence manipulation. If she wanted Nicholas to be the lord of the house, I would have stepped down rather than deal with her. Does that answer your question? He said.
Nodding, she replied,
Yes, you have succeeded in conveying how dangerous she is. But I need to know what drives her. What does she want? You make it sound like she decided she wanted Nicholas, so she took him. Is he really that browbeaten? Can that avenue be explored? Shaking his head vehemently, he replied, No, you misunderstand. I'm sorry I wasn't more clear. She met Nicholas and found a fellow purist in the pursuit of perfection. Let me put it this way. She has the efficiency pillar. She is exacting, always has been. She likes watching people grow. That's why she got into the center. Within a few years, she was leading a team. I believe she is currently the head of intake for all of Lower 7. I guarantee you that she knows everyone there. She treats people like projects. When she met Nicholas, she just helped him focus on what he thought was important. She saw greatness in him. He was always a scientist, but his successes were a byproduct of his skill. When he met her, he became a force of nature in the scientific community. She is his rudder. They are actually perfect for each other. Trying to get between them would result in disaster. In fact, you remember my late sister. About 20 years ago, she tried to bring Nicholas back into the fold by impeding his work through political maneuvering. Vera noticed immediately. Rather than fighting back, she systematically destroyed my sister's interests. Her friends distanced themselves, her business contacts dried up, and rumors hounded her. It took 6 months for her to figure out that it was Vera. I believe that Vera somehow let my sister find out in a way that made her too furious to think straight. She challenged Vera to a duel without thinking it through. Vera accepted, then took my sister's hands, followed by her head within an hour. No one in the family even knew it was happening until it was over. I personally went to Nicholas to ask for an accounting of what happened. He hadn't heard anything about it. When I told him that our sister was dead, he just asked, "What did she do to piss off Vera? Was she insane?" As a result, the House of Salvatore doesn't currently have any dealing in Lower 7. I hope that clarifies things, he finished. The door to her office slammed open, and Lord Cosgrove's aide rushed in. "My lord, we've just received word that the head of the Mage Council in Hennings has registered a flight plan to Dorchester. The flight plan states that he is already en route. He'll be here within the hour." Both Lords Cosgrove and Salvatore were stunned. "Why is he coming?" Lord Cosgrove asked. "I think you'll need to read his reason for visiting personally," the aide said, and sent it to Lord Cosgrove through the link. Opening her link, Lord Cosgrove skimmed the flight plan. Finding the section on Reason for Visit, she read, "That little bastard Cranston is going to be dead soon, and Dorchester needs a new court mage. I'm it." With her face paling, Lord Cosgrove looked to her aide and asked, "Does Mage Adept Cranston know?" Shaking her head, the aide replied, "Not that I know of. Should he be alerted?" Lord Cosgrove replied, "No, never stand between an archmage and his target. It won't save the target. All it will do is get you killed as well." Turning to Lord Salvatore, she continued, "A place just opened up for dinner at the Keep tonight. Would you like to join us?" Nero looked at the dark wood walls, fancy floating lights, and artwork on the walls. They're really leaning into the aristocratic theme here. Oh look, suits of armor. How original, he thought. The butler was wearing tight grey robes, and walking with his chin so high, Mira wondered if the man could see where he was going. Checking on the captain and the Salvatores, Nero realized that the display of wealth didn't faze them at all. He'd have to make sure that he didn't stare, like a commoner, or whatever they call the peasants here. Eventually they were led into a dining hall. Nero couldn't bring himself to call it a room. The table was massive, and the place was larger than most bars he used to frequent. The chandelier was a rotating series of lights that kept the room's lighting even and pleasing. The entire room screamed sophistication and class. Lord Cosgrove stood up at the head of the table and gestured for them to sit.
She said, "Welcome, and thank you for joining us. We have a lot to cover, and I'm glad that we can do so while enjoying a meal. Let me introduce everyone."
Nero took his assigned seat between Nick and Vera. He noticed that Mrs. Salvatore looked at the seats like the placement implied something. Captain Angelton was on the other side of the table, next to some guy in a blue tabard with gold trim. The silverware was shiny, and everything looked like the cover of a magazine. The whole situation made Nero hesitant to touch anything. Lord Cosgrove remained standing and gestured to her right. "This is Archmage Felix Jennings, the new court mage. He is here representing the Tower of Mages." Gesturing to her left, she said, "Here we have Lord Michael York. He is the newly appointed head of the Tower of Logic." Going back to the right, "This is Lord Sarah Bennings. She is the director of the Tower of Law." Continuing on the right, "And here is General Branson, currently in command of the Army Central Command in Dorchester." Finally, she gestured to the man sitting in the second seat on her left, right next to Nick. "This is Lord Salvatore, Nicholas's brother. When I heard that your advisor and his wife were joining us, I took the opportunity to invite him," she finished with a smile, and sat down. As if that were a hidden signal, servants descended on the table like a swarm. They placed glasses of wine and water, followed by a salad of some kind. In less than 30 seconds, everything was in place, and they vanished like smoke. Do servants gain abilities that make them awesome at this crap or something? That was nuts, Nero thought. Lord Cosgrove spoke up again. "Before we eat, let us give thanks," she said, and bowed her head. Everyone bowed their head in turn and put their hands in their laps. Nero followed suit, while side-eyeing everyone to see what was happening. "We thank you for your bounty, and will endeavor to grow in recompense for that which we've culled," she said, then opened her eyes with a smile. "Please enjoy," she said, and picked up her fork. Nero almost wanted to clap. The lady really knew how to do an introduction. Before anyone could even touch their food, Vera spoke up. "My lord, I'd like to thank you for this wonderful meal. Too often, when dealing with subjects of this magnitude, we confine them to conference rooms and places commensurate with the severity of the issues at hand. Having Mr. Walker for a meal before he even gives the Pledge of Nobility is truly touching," she said, while offering a toast to the city lord. Judging by the smile on the Archmage Jennings' face and the looks the other dinner guests shared, Nero was sure he was missing something. He reminded himself that he couldn't know everything, and whatever happens will happen. Digging into his food, he ignored everything else. "Is this a beet? I don't remember what beets taste like." "I'm calling it a beet," he decided with a nod. Lord Cosgrove sipped her wine and replied to Vera, "Mrs. Salvatore, you're welcome, of course. I just thought that since Mr. Walker was so new to this world, some of the rigid doctrines we nobles have to endure should be eased into. There is no reason to force him to follow the letter of the law." While chewing on what he thought was a carrot, Nero muttered, "The devil is in the details. Ignore him at your peril," and then washed it down with some water, while never raising his eyes from his plate. "Yes!" Jennings shouted. Everyone at the table jumped when Archmage Jennings slammed his palm down on the table. With a wide smile, he continued, "That is a wonderful thought form. A demon waiting to trick you while you gloss over the details while focusing on the bigger picture. A threat right in front of you that you ignored to your destruction. Did you just make that up? That's fantastic." The Archmage was nearly bouncing in his seat. Everyone's attention turned to Nero. With some salad dressing on his lip and his fork paused in front of his face, Nero looked around at everyone watching him. Delicately setting down his fork, he wiped his mouth with his napkin and said, "I'm sorry for my outburst. I was just reminding myself not to let the surroundings dictate my mindset. Just because I'm at dinner doesn't mean this is a dinner, you know?" "Right you are, my boy. Keep your eyes on your opponent at all times. I'd like to show you the game. I'm very interested in watching you play, Jennings said with a smirk.
Nero could sense a kindred spirit in the man.
Although he looked about 45 years old and was dressed like a suit, he obviously had the soul of a troll.
I'd love to see it, but I think Mrs. Salvatore would skin me alive if I were to agree to anything without first asking her opinion.
I've decided to appoint her my proxy for all my noble-type stuff, he said, and then returned to his salad.
It took a few seconds of silence for Nero to realize that no one was moving. He looked up and saw that everyone had frozen. Even Lord Cosgrove was wearing a repressed frown. Looking over at Mrs. Salvatore, he saw her smiling ear to ear. Nick, however, seemed like he was trying not to laugh. Breaking the silence, Vera addressed everyone in a loud voice. I humbly accept the appointment as Housewalker's proxy, and will do my best to serve its interests. May our house grow to the sky and cast a long shadow. She then leaned into Nero's personal space and said, I know you have no idea what you've just done, but I won't betray the trust you've shown me. Now don't say anything else, and just eat your meal. Nero nodded in confusion, then looked at Nick. Nick had started a small, quiet conversation with the man who was sitting next to him. Apparently, the man was his brother. Small world, thought Nero. Small talk took over the dinner, as everyone brought up topics pertaining to the city as a whole. The recent noble war was mentioned only in that Lord York had taken over one of Lord Dorchin's responsibilities. Lord York was the new head of the logicians, in the aptly named Tower of Logic. General Branson praised his men for their foiling of the plot, while Angleton tried to turn away any praise. Lord Benning went into a long, boring rendition of laws and how cleverly the Dorchins maneuvered the situation to their advantage, while highlighting the brilliant countermeasures the city lord used to win the day. Nero kept his head down and focused on the courses that were presented. Succulent meats and tasty soups came in waves. All of the portions were small, but they just kept coming. Eventually, he got bored and started playing with the ambient essence. He was careful not to actually do anything, but just shaping it a little shouldn't cause any issues. While Lords Benning and York were arguing with Nick about psychic filtering in regards to something or another, Nero was leaning back in his chair, patting his belly. Meanwhile, he was staring at the essence above his plate, playing with a simple spell form for cleaning things. Nero thought he figured out the part of the spell form that was for targeting. If he changed the essence input from purge to heat, wouldn't he have a way to melt stuff? Purge was the essence associated with returning something to its intended identity. Nero figured that when he delved something, that was its base identity. So purge just removed, or more accurately, separated the stuff that wasn't part of that identity. Unbeknownst to Nero, Archmage Jennings was watching the essence forms that Nero was making, while grinning from ear to ear. The boy is sitting at a table of some of the most powerful people in the city and is picking apart spell forms like an adept. What is he trying to form? Why is he… Uh-oh, he thought. The entire table's attention snapped to Nero as he targeted his glass with his brand-new heat inversion spell, patent pending. The glass in question iced over, and the liquid froze solid. Nero frowned and muttered, "Too much heat was pulled. There has to be a better way than manually throttling the input. Maybe if I use the input section of the water condensation spell, I'll be able to adjust it like a faucet." The table sat in silence as Nero muttered to himself and manipulated a spell form at the table. I just flip the essence flow, change the input, use the targeting form, and boom, a temperature spell, Nero thought. While he was playing with his new spell, which he now called the hotter/colder spell, the table was watching his glass go from solid ice to melting, then boiling, then back to solid ice. Finally, after the 7th cycle, Nero noticed everyone watching him and his glass. He said, Don't mind me.
keep talking about what you were talking about. It was really interesting. That part about the proper way to do it, I totally agree with. And the other thing about the wrong way to do it, that was absolutely true too.
Nick dropped his head into his hands, and everyone else just sat in shock. Archmage Jennings started clapping.
Brilliant! My boy, that is the most crude variable temperature spell I've ever seen. You used parts of at least 3 separate spell forms, but it worked. Why were you using ambient essence like that? How did you do that? He asked excitedly. Looking around the table, Nero decided to play his trump card. In a voice full of sincerity, he said, "I'm sorry, but all research-related questions will have to be addressed to my advisor. And, on the advice of my counsel, I'm going to shut up now." Chapter 37. Nero demonstrates his chops. Lowering his new ship out of the clouds, Archmage Jennings opened communications to Dorchester. His console lit up with a hologram of the local traffic tower attendant. Although they probably hadn't seen a skyship in the last decade, all cities were required to have an available docking port. The attendant looked like he was trembling at attention. "Dorchester Skydock 1 sees you, Mage 1. You are currently flying royal flags. Is there someone on board we should be aware of?" Snorting to himself as he brought the royal yacht down toward the landing platform, Jennings replied, "Yes, I'm on board. That's more than enough for you." Standing even straighter, if that were possible, the attendant replied, "Yes, sir, of course, sir. We're ready for you to begin landing procedures." While Jennings listened to the man blather, he was sealing the docking clamps. In no time at all, he walked to the door and checked the time. 1 hour and 36 minutes. Not bad for a trip from Hennings to Dorchester. Top-of-the-line ship indeed, he thought with a smile. Outside the ship, standing on the platform, was the local transit agent with a bunch of papers. Jennings could tell that the woman would be a stickler for procedure, so he started talking as he walked up. "Good afternoon. Depending on what happened after I left Hennings, I either borrowed or stole this boat. In any case, I'm leaving it here. There is a very real possibility that someone from the capital will be sent to collect it, so don't be surprised if someone shows up with paperwork to that effect. Now, I'll be the new court mage here, so if you have any questions, feel free to call my office. Thank you for your diligent service, and may your path remain wide and clear," he said. Then, with a loud whoosh, he flew off into the city. The transit agent hadn't had a chance to say anything, or confirm receipt of the yacht. Grumbling to herself, she went back inside and started a scathing report to the Council of Leadership on their new court mage. Meanwhile, Jennings was hurtling through the air toward the local mage tower. Using his link, he deftly inserted himself into the local thought hub. Using authorization protocols, he updated his local identity and looked up the current whereabouts of his target, Mage Adept Cranston. Finding that he was currently at the City Lord's castle, Jennings veered toward the keep. Hiding like a little bitch isn't going to save you, Jennings thought to himself while growling in anger. Within 3 minutes of arriving in Dorchester, Archmage Jennings was landing in front of the castle gate. The guards on duty were standing at attention and didn't say anything, or even make eye contact. So, someone is expecting me. Interesting, he thought. Once inside, he started toward Cranston's current position. Walking the hallways, everyone stayed out of his way. Some even bowed. Overconfidence has killed many a man, so Jennings took the time to strengthen his essence shield. He even added a filter to ensure his air was clean. After his defenses were set, he spread his psychic field out as subtly as he could. His feather-light touch was nearly impossible to detect. As he progressed through the halls, his senses found Mage Adept Cranston arguing with a group of people near an arena in the basement. Smiling, he quickened his steps. As he walked down the stairs, he saw the doors to a large arena were open, and a bunch of fancy nobles were facing off against Cranston. Some of them were trying to calm the man down,
while others were looking at him like he was already dead.
Jennings enhanced his voice with essence and spoke loudly into the room. Mage Adept Silas Cranston, you have been found guilty of refusing an assignment given to you by the Mage Council of Oglevark. Do you wish to dispute the charges?
Jennings was vibrating in anticipation.
The Dorchester Council of Leadership were in awe of the essence storm that was accumulating around the Archmage. Lord Halima Cosgrove had considered delicately intervening, maybe attempt to prohibit the duel on the grounds that Cranston was her subject. However, that idea evaporated in the face of Jennings's wrath-given form. Cranston stepped back from the nobles and faced Jennings at around 30 paces. The nobles realized that there might actually be a fight, and promptly ran to the side of the arena. Jennings chuckled as he watched them all hitch up their robes and skedaddle.
The orders were ridiculous, and I will not waste my— Cranston started.
With a blast of essence, Jennings interrupted the blithering idiot with a personalized plasma lance spell. Hitting Cranston's essence shield head-on, it sent the mage adept flying into the opposite wall. Walking forward, his control spreading out like a fog, Jennings spoke in a cold voice.
Your refusal to follow your oaths has been noted. Many years ago, you managed to save your hide by begging for royal intervention. But now, this is a matter of mages. It will be settled like mages. Get up, you sniveling piece of shit.
Stumbling to his feet, Cranston pulled on the ambient essence to reinforce his shield. His face set in a snarl, he held his arms to his side and started gathering what he could. You were a commoner once. I've heard the stories. Know that I will tear down your— With a flick of his wrist, Jennings pulled Cranston's weave apart. As the weave broke into pieces, Jennings made sure to pull as much of Cranston's center as he could. With a shriek, Cranston fell to his knees and clutched his chest.
I don't want to hear your blather. This is a kingdom of merit. I've been here 1,000 years, and I'll be here 1,000 more. We have never stood for incompetent leaders, and we never will, Jennings said with a growl. Archmage Jennings ripped into the ambient essence and forced his control into all of the essence in the giant room. He could hear the shocked gasps of the onlookers as they felt, probably for the first time in a long time, that they could not feel anything outside their body. Cranston just looked up in horror as his meager shield was violently torn from his body. While technically this execution is for refusal to follow your oaths, I want you to know that from me, it is about more, Shire. Your laziness and dereliction of duty resulted in the death of over 150,000 people. And today, they get the justice that they were denied by petty politics, Jennings said, his voice echoing with power as the walls of the arena shook. Waving his hand, a pillar of fire erupted over Cranston. Extending from the floor to the ceiling, it was 3 units wide and so bright that the nobles hiding in the corner had to avert their eyes. As the pillar went out, like a light being turned off, the arena seemed dark in the aftermath. It was as though the light that remained was ashamed it couldn't compete with the pillar's brilliance. Jennings looked at the charred remains and wiped his hands like he just finished throwing out the trash. Turning to the nobles, Jennings said with a smile, I read on the Mage Tower calendar that there is a dinner for a new noble tonight. What's on the menu? I haven't had anything to eat in hours. Vera took advantage of the stupefied silence in the dining hall and said, That's good advice, Mr. Walker. Dessert's coming soon, so focus on that. Nick looked to Archmage Jennings and said, Young Nero here hasn't had any formal mage training. He has been getting into books on magic and experimenting. I've looked at his notes, and I don't think he will be casting like a regular mage. He seems to interact with essence flows directly. I don't know why, and I haven't had a chance to ask him. I'd be honored if you wanted to aid in his first lesson. We keep having to reschedule it. Lord Bennings interrupted any response. That's all well and good, but he shouldn't be practicing at the table. Furthermore, there are more important things to address, like we need to have him make the pledge,
and figure out what we're going to do about his trials. He can't take them at 14, that would be barbaric. We also have to formally induct him into the nobility, and Lord Cosgrove still has to decide the distribution of spoils from the noble war, not to mention assigning responsibilities to House Walker, she said in frustration. Immediately, the entire table heard Nero mutter, "I'd rather have that magic lesson if it's all the same to you." Archmage Jennings burst into laughter, and chuckles came from everyone, including the two military men. With a smile, Lord Cosgrove said, "I understand, young man, but soon you'll be Lord Walker, and with that comes some responsibility. You and I have some decisions to make." Nero looked at Vera, then turned back to Lord Cosgrove. "No, I don't. The first round of negotiations is with my council. Mrs. Salvatore will represent my interests. You guys can rough out a plan, then she'll explain it to me. It's better for everyone. Well, it's better for me, but Mrs. Salvatore seems to approve, so I'm going with it," he said as he saw Vera's smile widen and her face morph into a fighter gearing up for battle. He looked to the Archmage and Nick and said, "You guys want to take the dessert to go and head somewhere to talk magic and drink?" Without waiting for a response from the table, Jennings shot to his feet and said, "Gods, yes! Come along, Director of Research. Let's show this young man how magic is supposed to be cast." Nick stood up and gave a wry grin to his wife. He said, "Vera, dear, please don't go overboard. They haven't done anything to us. Just look out for Nero. There's no need to unleash hell." Jennings and Nick were already heading for the door, so Nero stood up. He bowed deeply and said, "Thank you very much for dinner, Lord Cosgrove. It was lovely, but I guess I have to go with them. Until I am officially a noble or whatever, they both outrank me." He leaned over and gave Vera a side hug. "Thank you, Auntie Vera. Let me know what you decide." As he went to meet Nick and Jennings at the door, he heard Vera's reply, "I know what you're doing, and I find it amusing enough to play along. Don't worry, your interests will be looked after. Have fun." With a quick wave over his shoulder, Nero and the two overgrown children went to go play with magic. Archmage Jennings said, "I know the perfect place to walk you through some beginner spells. I was there earlier. They should have cleaned it up by now." As Jennings led them down the hallway, they heard a voice come from behind them. Captain Angelton was taking long strides to catch up. "Hold on. I'd like to observe, if you don't mind. I've been wanting to see the spell Nero developed. I've seen the aftermath, and now I want to see the spell." As they continued on, Nick turned to Nero. "So you developed a spell?" he asked. Nero nodded as he ate his ice cream. He was the only one that picked one up on his way out of the room. It was very similar to vanilla, but it had a white chocolate syrup with some kind of jelly on the side. Overall, he liked it. However, he thought cookie dough with hot fudge would have been better.
Well, what was the spell?
Nick asked, exasperated that Nero wasn't paying attention. Oh, it was a bomb, Nero said. Turning to Archmage Jennings, he asked, "Hey, why couldn't I cast anything at the mercenaries? All of my essence threads fell apart when they got anywhere near them." Jennings raised his eyebrows and said, "Essence threads? I'm not familiar with the term. I understand what you mean, but it isn't right. Do you mean essence flows?" "No, I could throw essence at them, but I couldn't control it while it was near them. I read about essence flows. That whole coaxing and filtering essence is really hard. I just grab what I need and shove it where I want it. It's much easier," Nero said, and then he went back to his ice cream. Annoyed, Nick said, "Nero, what about your spell?" Nero swallowed and replied, "Oh, right. Since I couldn't figure out how to cast magic near them, I had to come up with some kind of area of effect. So I made a bomb. I tried to just push a bunch of air together, but it was too hard. So I used a spell form from my household spells book. It was a spell form for condensing water vapor out of the air to make water. I figured that if instead of air and water essence, I used air and heat, I could condense hot air into a more controllable space. Then the more air I packed in, the more pressure would build. Right before I lost control, I threw in as much heat as I could. The air wanted to expand, and then the containment failed. And then it exploded. I put like a room full of air into a little ball, then heated it up. It was awesome. I was lucky there was a desk to hide behind, 'cause damn did that spell work. Unfortunately, I was a little too close when I set off the last bomb. But it still worked, Nero finished, then went back to his ice cream.
Nick and Angelton were confused. That shouldn't have worked at all. Jennings chimed in. I was lucky enough to observe the fights he mentioned. Although a lot of what he just said is accurate, some of the details are a little bit off. He did use air and heat in a water condensation spell form. However, he used his psychic field for containment. Furthermore, he modified the spell form to accept an unrestricted flow of essence in only one direction. The spell form acted as the initial containment field. He also was compacting air essence, not air. He relied on the heat essence to warm the small amount of air until it almost ionized into plasma. Then he flash-converted the air essence into air while right on top of the protoplasma. The resultant change in pressure created a very large shockwave.
Both Angelton and Nick were nodding, as if impressed with the spell. Nero, however, was not amused. Nero said, "How come you get appreciative nods when you said exactly what I said while talking like a tool?" Finished with his ice cream, Nero paused in the hallway and walked over to a servant who was going about their business.
Hey man, you know where the kitchens are? I gotta drop off this dish, he asked.
The servant looked surprised and replied,
You can just hand it to me, sir. I can take it.
Nero gave him a questioning look.
You sure, man? I don't want to put you out. I'm sure you're doing whatever it is you're doing. I don't mind, he said.
Smiling, the servant said,
Yes, sir. It's fine. I can take it.
Shrugging, Nero handed him the dish and said,
All right, man, thanks. Let them know it was really good. But maybe they should add some cookie dough and replace the white chocolate with fudge. They'll love it. Take it easy.
Rejoining the trio, Nero said,
Sorry about that. Let's go.
Nick was chuckling and said,
You're going to make a terrible noble.
Apparently, they had arrived at their destination, as Jennings waved open the doors and said,
Here we are. This is an arena room. We can use this without fear of destroying anything.
Nero asked,
Why does it smell like bacon?
Archmage Jennings' smile wavered as he said, No reason.
Captain Angelton's expression didn't break as he chimed in.
That's not bacon, this is an arena. Take another guess.
Nero looked confused for a moment, then realized that he was smelling cooked people.
Okay, that's just gross, he said.
After having a full-body shiver, he chose to ignore the smell and moved on to more important things.
Nero clapped his hands in anticipation and asked, Now, who has something in their personal space that I can blow up?
Chapter 38. Self-taught perfection in action. Lord Cosgrove and those remaining at the lavish dinner table watched as Nero, Nick, and Jennings left to go have an impromptu magic lesson. She looked over at Vera Salvatore and grimaced. Noting the woman's wide smile, she realized this was going to be an unpleasant conversation.
Before she could take control of the conversation, the general spoke up.
Angelton, I want you to go with them. Try to get that boy interested in tactics and combat. I don't want a tactical mind like his to be locked in some tower. Right now he is looking for a path, and he needs options. Give him some.
The captain wiped his mouth with a napkin and stood up.
With a bow to the table, he said, Thank you for the meal, my lord. It appears I have a duty to attend to.
With long strides, the captain left to catch up with the mages. Lord Cosgrove took the opportunity to seize the initiative.
Before anything else, we'll address the distribution of spoils. Of course, Mr. Walker will have to take the pledge before he receives anything, she said, nodding to Lord Bennings, who was about to mention the applicable laws. Vera said, "That's acceptable. The trials and his future will be addressed in due time. What were the specifics of his reward?" Lord Cosgrove replied, "The noble war results were tabulated and posted by the populators. They acted as arbiters since they were here. Their findings stated that Mr. Walker earned 20% of the Dorchin fortune, elevation to the rank of minor noble, and a residence in the city he defended." Lord Bennings clarified. "The residence was to be a Dorchin property, but does not count toward the 20%. It was listed as a separate reward. It must be taken from the spoils before they are divided, and then awarded separately." The General and Vera both smiled, as Lord Cosgrove grimaced. Nick's brother, Lord Salvatore, just sat there, looking uncomfortable being included in this conversation. Lord Cosgrove gave Lord Bennings a cold stare. "Thank you for the clarification. Now, the details of what constitutes the 20% were left to my discretion," she said. Turning to Vera, she said, "I mean no insult to House Walker, but as it is a new house, without backing, and considering the head of the house's age, I'm reluctant to offer any interests. I propose that Dorchester hosts an auction for the Dorchen interests and assets, and 20% of the proceeds will be considered the award." Vera nodded in understanding. "That sounds very reasonable, but in the interests of precision, I'd like to clarify a few things. First, the Dorchen's mansion, located in the inner ring, is the obvious choice for Lord Walker's city residence. You could consider it the award for Mr. Walker's heroic actions while saving the lives of your children. Second, considering that my husband has a standing invitation to start a branch under House Salvatore, Mr. Walker is not without backing. Third, age and history has never been a valid factor in considering the distribution of spoils," she said with a polite smile. Turning to Nick's brother, Lord Salvatore, she continued, "I've spoken with Nick, and he is delighted to accept your offer. He will be applying for the patent of nobility tomorrow, and we look forward to a prosperous working relationship with you." Looking over at Lord Bennings, "And isn't it customary for the house receiving the award to host the auction? I appreciate the city lord's efforts to help a new noble find his place in the city he defended with his life, but the fees associated with an auction of this kind should be substantial. The profits will be substantial as well. I'd like to request an auditor from the Tower of Law to oversee the accuracy of the accounting. We wouldn't like any irregularities to become an issue." Lord Cosgrove looked at Lord Salvatore's shoulders and watched him wilt further into his chair. He wouldn't be of any help. The General was looking at Vera like he had never seen her before, but was now treating her as a dangerous ambush predator. Lord Bennings just sat there, smiling and admiring Vera's attention to protocol. With a sigh, Lord Cosgrove said, "All good points, Mrs. Salvatore. If she couldn't skim from the auction, perhaps Lord Cosgrove could redirect the focus of the discussion." There was no way that Vera knew about the Dorchen's business interests. After all, the woman worked in a center. Those people are always focused on paths over profits. Lord Cosgrove said, "The idea of an auction was just an idle thought. Of course, it would be simpler if one of the interests could be transferred to House Walker directly. Finding one that constitutes 20% of the Dorchen fortune exactly would be difficult, but accountants can be very precise. I'm sure within a month, an accurate audit could be performed." Vera smiled politely and took a sip of her wine. "Another splendid suggestion, my lord. I do wonder who would be running the interests during that month. As the noble war ended last night, come tomorrow the interests will be adrift. A firm hand will be required to make sure that they retain their value and don't sell off portions to family, friends, and associates. I'd again ask for an auditor from the Tower of Law. They have an entire division to examine unethical business practices just for occasions like these. I'm good friends with the departmental head. I could ping her if you'd like," Vera said, causing Lord Cosgrove's smile to tighten. Lord Salvatore's back was sweating. He could feel the pressure in the room building.
He'd seen this countless times, over many years. No one, absolutely no one, got one over on Vera Salvatore. She already had the optimal outcome determined before she sat down. The discussion they were having was a farce. He could only offer a pained smile in commiseration with Lord Cosgrove.
Vera Salvatore sat in her chair, the image of calm, sipping her wine and smiling politely. She didn't seem in a hurry to push the conversation forward. She just directed her polite, unblinking stare at the city lord and waited for the next turn in the game. Lord Halima Cosgrave was tapping her finger on the table. How had she never noticed such a viper in her city? Her thoughts went back to her mother's teachings. She had told Halima, "There are always sleepers. Be cautious with your moves, because you don't know who you will provoke. Some people prefer not to get involved. Most of those people will buckle under your pressure. However, there are some who don't get involved because they fear what they do when they become involved. You can't plan for them. No amount of preparation can prepare you for their entrance into your game. All you can do is minimize their impact on your interests. You must feed them an enemy, or give them a reason to resume their lives, even humble yourself if you have to. And remember, they didn't want to be involved. As long as their reason for waking is addressed, they'll go back to sleep. Your game is not with them. It is with your original opponents, for they are always awake, and they hunger for what you have." Nodding as if she had decided something, Lord Cosgrove's posture relaxed. She leaned back into her chair at the head of the table and said, "Mrs. Salvatore, your suggestions are welcome. You have a keen mind, and I'm sure that you can offer great insight into the matter at hand. What would you suggest we do to address House Walker's spoils?" Raising an eyebrow in surprise, Vera saw the city lord's play for what it was: a surrender. Lord Cosgrove hid her smile as she noticed Vera's smile dim. The woman was unhappy that the game had ended. She now had the measure of Mrs. Vera Salvatore. As long as the woman wasn't provoked, she was content to live her life in peace. Perhaps, in the future, that trait could be of use. Vera sighed and said, "Thank you for your words, my lord. I think it might be easier to just transfer a small shipping interest to House Walker. As I am the silent director of precision shipping, I can offer some help to House Walker with running the interest. If I am not mistaken, Dorchen shipping accounts for approximately 18% of their annual profit." Everyone was both surprised and confused at Vera's knowledge of the Dorchen interests. Seeing their confusion, she continued, "As I knew the Dorchens were the source of the spoils, I made a few pings during dinner. With the addition of 20% of their account balances, verified through the Tower of Law, that should be enough to address the spoil distribution until such time as the Tower of Law can oversee a fair auction for the remainder of the Dorchen estate. That should fulfill the reward requirements. Am I correct, Lord Bennings?" With a look of shock, Lord Bennings replied, "Yes, that should account for 20% of the Dorchen estate, and the Tower of Law would be happy to see to the dissolution of the estate. It shouldn't take more than a month or two." Lord Salvatore spoke up. "When did you start a shipping company? How did I not know about that?" Vera replied with a smirk. "I didn't start a shipping company. I acquired it from your sister when she demanded an official duel. All of her assets became mine after my victory, as stated in the agreement she made when she demanded my presence in the arena. You assumed I'd sell them. I didn't. And since House Salvatore wasn't associated with my husband at the time, they weren't required to be informed of what I did with them." Lord Cosgrove was happy with the outcome. Although she gained substantially less than she could have, she managed to put Vera Salvatore back to sleep. It had cost her nothing, only lost profits that weren't hers to begin with, and some pride. Her mother would be proud. Captain Angleton summoned a large square shield in front of them. It was relatively translucent and glowing with a golden hue. Both Archmage Jennings and Nick didn't appear very impressed, but Nero was fascinated. Nero poked the shield with his finger, and it was like touching a floating wall. Stepping to the side, he examined the edge. It looked razor sharp, and he didn't want to test it. While he was doing his examination, the other three just watched on in amusement. "All right, young Nero, enough waiting. I want to see your spell in action. Just treat the dummy like an enemy and hide behind the shield," Jennings said while sounding rather impatient. "Fine, but someone is showing me how to make a shield. If I had one of these, I wouldn't have blown myself up," Nero finished with a mutter. Focusing on the dummy, Nero spread his psychic field and took hold of the ambient essence. He didn't notice as the three old men exchanged perplexed looks. Using air essence to sculpt the spell form, he started pumping in air and heat essence. It seemed easier to compress his spell than he remembered, but he chalked it up to not currently being in a life-and-death situation. It only took a moment for Nero to decide that it was ready. He released his hold on the heat essence so that it would transfer the collected energy into the compressed air. The air essence condensed into actual air, and the temperature spiked. Rather than hold on to the spell form, he let it explode, but this time kept his psychic field active to watch the result. The collected air flashed a bright white, and his spell form was shredded as the bubble expanded. The light faded as the air pressure equalized. The explosive decompression caused the dummy to fold at the hip and launch toward one of the walls. It stayed airborne for longer than Nero expected, but it didn't reach the wall. It just slid to a stop in a tangled heap. The bubble of air reached the shield, and it flashed a solid gold. The air whipped past the observers, and they felt the room shake. Silence held for a second, until Nero said, The spell form really only collected the compressed heat essence. The explosion was just air pressure. I thought I remembered fire, but it was just really hot air." The three older men watched as Nero narrowed his eyes in thought. His eyes widened, and he practically screamed, "Fuel! I need to add something to burn. Hydrogen and air can burn together, I think. And most of the spell form isn't needed. I just need the section that collects the heat and air essence. I can hold the heat essence while it's in the compression bubble, along with the actual bubble. When it gets too hard, I can just let everything go at once. I don't have to concentrate on the filter part at all. I bet that it was only there to help convert water vapor in order to make the water essence solidify better." Finishing his analysis with a nod, Nero turned to the men. They were all just staring at him. Captain Angleton was sporting a smirk. He just snorted and went to examine the blast site and the dummy. Nick looked mortified, like Nero just launched a cat with a homemade potato gun. It was Jennings who sported a crazy grin and said, "That was the dumbest, most brilliant thing I've seen in years. Over the scry I could see the essence, but I couldn't see how you used your psychic field. You cast like an idiot. It's amazing." He finished with his hands waving around in jubilation. Nero liked the tone, but not the old man's words. "What do you mean? I'm casting like the book said. How about you stop your word vomit and show me how you're supposed to cast the spell?" he said, and crossed his arms. Nick was shaking his head in exasperation. He stepped in front of Nero and held his hands up to Jennings. "Please, don't take offense at his words. He doesn't understand who you are. I apologize on behalf of House Walker," he pleaded. Jennings looked confused, then started laughing. "Don't worry, Director. I'm not offended. The boy just wants to learn some magic. What kind of an archmage would stifle that kind of enthusiasm?" Turning to Nero, Jennings said, "Come here, boy. Stand next to me. Spread out your psychic field, but don't exert your control." Nero shot Nick a dirty look, apparently offended that Nick apologized for him. Standing next to Jennings, he let his psychic field spread and sensed the essence in room.
No, no, no! You're trying to control the essence. Just open yourself up to feel it. You're wasting your energy doing it the way you're doing. The lightest touch is all you need. You can feel other people's fields of control, Jennings coached Nero.
Getting the hang of it, Nero realized that he had never just let the essence flow around him without impeding it. He never tried to just feel the essence. With the lightest touch, he could now feel where his control ended. He also sensed the small bubbles of essence around Nick and Jennings. Although he couldn't control anything within their control fields, he could see the essence they were using. It looked like they had a bubble of control extending an arm's length all around them. Jennings also had a tightly woven mesh of condensed essence in a field around his body, like a full-body wetsuit. Is this why I couldn't affect the essence near the mercenaries? I couldn't even sense anything near them, Nero asked.
Nick replied, "Yes, everyone has a field of control based on a combination of several factors. The inherent control distance is emitted from your body and soul. The area of your psychic field is a combination of your mind and body. It takes a strong mind to influence essence within an opponent's inherent control distance. Doing so is called breaking their circle. Once you control the essence surrounding someone, that is usually when the fight ends."
Jennings nodded and said, "That's correct, but let's just focus on casting for the moment."
Nero interrupted. "Hold on. What's with all the essence wrapped around your body?"
Jennings' eyebrows rose.
"You can sense that? Remarkable. It's an essence shield. When in combat, mages use them to protect themselves. It isn't an easy technique, and most people only bother when combat is imminent. However, I tend to keep one active at all times. I never like to be unprotected," he said.
Nero focused on trying to understand the shield. Nodding, he said, "It's only paranoia if no one is out to get you. And someone is always out to get you."
"Well said. Now pay attention to the spell form that I create. You watching?"
"Good," Jennings said.
He watched as Nero focused all his attention on the air in front of them. Jennings formed a simple essence collection form using his center, and then created a ball of hydrogen and some oxygen. He allowed a small flow of heat essence to enter it, and the ball ignited. Nero used his psychic field to see the spell form appear from what appeared to be Jennings' essence. His jaw dropped as the ball of air and fuel were pulled out of the ambient air. When the heat essence seemed to flow of its own accord toward the ball and simply brush it, the ball ignited. Nero's eyes were wide as he watched the floating ball of fire hover in front of them. In a hushed and reverent whisper, Nero said, "You have your own essence. Just how powerful are you?"
Jennings kept the spell form feeding the ball of fire, and turned to see Nick bursting out in laughter. He couldn't keep his amusement in check and joined in. It was their laughter that clued Nero in to the obvious. He was missing something. Something obvious. As they tried to control their laughter, Nero said in a cold tone, "You guys are dicks."